Welcome to Cryptid Cuisine. Today we're making Sasquatch stew, inspired by the Y-Files Bigfoot research. Remember, always source your cryptid meat ethically.
You ever see that YouTube show, The Y-Files?
No.
It's a great fucking show. It's all about like fucking aliens and why you can't go into the Grand Canyon and, you know, secret fucking temples and stuff like that. And AJ Gentile is the host, and then this is a fish that sits in the fish tank next to him and talks shit to him.
I will be a strict but fair lord of these lands, and my spirit will come to idolize.
We went through anti-Semitism right away.
Are you tired of boring, mass-produced home decor? Well, thanks to the Y-Files, I discovered Hecklefish's Beaverbox business model. Everyone can have a heart-on.
Ladies, tired of dry, cracked skin? Hecklefish's revolutionary premium Camel Hunt Moisturizer will leave you feeling smooth and confident.
Yeah, we tease him a lot, 'cause we got him on the spot. Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
You're not supposed to be alive. None of us are. About 10 years ago, you woke up to an eerie silence. The power was out. You went to check your phone for news, but your phone was dead. Then you realized everything was dead. Some kind of blackout, you thought. You looked out your window, confused. It looked like a normal December morning. Holiday decorations were up, though all the Christmas lights were out. You saw neighbors also peering through windows and standing on their front porches. Everyone was looking up. It looked like the stars were falling, only they weren't stars. They were satellites and space debris. It was raining fire. And for the first time in your life, you saw the aurora borealis in the middle of the day. You looked at the calendar. Today's date was supposed to mean something. But before you could remember, everything went black. It was December 21st, 2012. The end of the world. In early 1948, the curator for the National Museum of Iraq had a very exciting meeting. Two American archaeologists walked into his office with a briefcase and set it gently on his desk next to a dusty cardboard box. The three men exchanged polite greetings and shook hands. One of the Americans dialed a code on the case, popped the locks, and opened it. It was full of cash. Stacks of $100 bills, United States legal tender. Very, very nice. The curator removed the lid of what looked like an old, unmarked shoebox. Inside, there were two ancient Sumerian cylinder seals. The Americans were willing to pay handsomely for these. The curator wasn't even sure why. A cylinder seal is nothing more than a tube made of stone or metal engraved with a design. They were used by everybody in Sumer. It was basically a stamp. You rolled the cylinder over a document or a piece of leather. The engraving on the cylinder imprinted its design, which served as a personal signature on a document or package. It was a way for a Sumerian to guarantee authenticity of a business deal, like signing a contract. Cylinder seals were made of wood, stone, bronze, really whatever the owner could afford. These specific cylinders were made of gold, but the curator was being paid much more than their weight in gold, many times more. The curator offered to show the American archaeologists more seals, hoping for another sale. There are hundreds of them in the museum. He could make a fortune. But the Americans were only interested in these two cylinders. The curator didn't know how the Americans even knew they existed. They weren't on display in the museum at all. They'd been sitting boxed on a dusty shelf for years. But there was so much cash in that briefcase, the curator wasn't going to ask questions. He was now a rich man. No reason to press his luck. The box and briefcase were closed, the men again shook hands, and the deal was done. An hour later, the archaeologists were settled into their seats on a C-97 Stratofighter. This particular Strato was outfitted for passenger transport by the recently formed United States Air Force. One of the men pulled a flask from his coat with a sigh. It was going to be a long day. Refuel in London, then over the Atlantic, a quick stop at Andrews in Maryland, and then finally land at Holloman Airfield in New Mexico. He joked with his partner that his flask would also need refueling along the way. The other man opened the dusty shoebox on his lap and stared at the Sumerian cylinder seals, puzzled. They didn't look like anything important. They reminded him of metal toilet paper rolls. The engravings were just the typical ancient stuff. Men holding staffs, people sitting in chairs. There were pictures of animals, maybe oxen, and a bunch of symbols he didn't recognize. He showed the open box to his partner, who had just taken a long belt from his flask. Both men shrugged. He had no idea what they were looking at. Why would they? They weren't archaeologists. Hitler was fascinated with the occult and ancient relics. He believed these relics were powerful and could be used as tools to conquer Europe and beyond. Nazi archaeologists searched for the Ark of the Covenant, the box that held the stone tablets of the Ten Commandments. According to scripture, the Ark was a powerful weapon and could level entire armies. In 1940, Heinrich Himmler personally led a mission to find the Holy Grail. The Grail was the cup used by Christ at the Last Supper. It's said that the Grail has the power to provide eternal youth. Hitler was fascinated with the Spear of Destiny. This was used by Roman legionary Gaius Cassius Longinus to pierce the side of Christ at the crucifixion. There are German archaeological sites all over the Middle East. Hundreds of people were searching for these artifacts. Now, as far as we know, none of them were found. But in the late 1930s, ancient Sumerian cylinder seals were discovered that—
And the toilet paper rolls with the pictures?
Yeah, a few of these seals were not Sumerian at all. They were much older. They were given as gifts to the Sumerians by their ancestors.
You mean?
Yes,
Anunnaki?
correct.
Yahtzee?
The Anunnaki arrived on Earth 500,000 years ago, seeking gold to repair their planet's atmosphere. They genetically engineered primitive humans to mine the gold. About 12,000 years ago, there was a global cataclysm. Some kind of event melted the polar ice caps and caused a great flood. This was either an asteroid impact or more likely a major solar event. The flood caused sea levels to rise 400 feet and change the face of the Earth. Millions of square miles of land were submerged. Cities were destroyed. The entire human race was almost wiped out. You can see this flood myth depicted in every ancient culture. The myth usually ends with a godlike figure emerging from the sea or from the sky to help mankind restart civilization. The Anunnaki gave the Sumerians instructions to escape extinction. These instructions are carved on the cylinder seals. When rolled in the proper sequence, the cylinders outlined a procedure to access naturally occurring wormholes. Now, these are portals, sometimes called stargates, that allow you to move to various points in space instantly. And there are about 50 of them all over the world. And since the cylinders were found to be alien, they were transferred to a group called Majestic 12. Majestic 12 was established in 1947 to take charge of the technical, biological, and all aspects of crashed UFOs. MJ-12 soon learned that UFO technology was compatible with the information on the Sumerian cylinders. By combining the ancient Stargate instructions with alien technology, MJ-12 was able to build a machine. But the machine was more powerful than anyone could imagine. It was powerful enough to destroy the planet. And in 2012, it did. On a warm spring day in 1994, Dan landed at Homey Airport in the middle of the Nevada desert. He had just taken the weirdest flight of his life. There were hardly any passengers on the white Boeing 737 that took off from McCarran Airport in Las Vegas. The few people that were there were seated far apart and instructed to not talk to each other. Despite the strict rules, the pilot was pretty friendly. Over the PA, he thanked them for choosing Janet Airlines and then joked that they really had no choice at all. Then he played Coming to America over and over again.
From Neil Diamond?
Yep.
Everywhere around the world, they're coming to America.
You're probably just gonna keep...
Every time the flag's unfurled, they're coming to America. Today.
That's enough.
Ooh, can we do Love in the Rocks next?
This guy just landed at Area 51 and you want to do Neil Diamond karaoke?
The human makes a good point. Please continue.
Dan was a microbiologist and accepted an offer to work on a top-secret government program called Project Aquarius. Aquarius operated at an underground facility called Papoose Lake. On-base employees called the building S4. S4 was about 12 miles from Area 51. Dan was taken there by Apache helicopter. He was then escorted to the building by a polite but very serious military officer dressed in desert camo. Dan assumed he was an officer. He wore no designation of rank. In fact, his uniform had no designations of any kind. No rank, no branch, no patches, nothing. The man didn't even have a name patch. The officer didn't offer his name, and Dan didn't ask. Security measures at S4 were intense. Armed guards were everywhere. Every door required voice print identification or a retinal scan. Every day he'd have to go through a decontamination procedure, including a change of clothes, shower, and a shave. The floors of S4 were painted with parallel lines, one blue and the other red. Dan was told to stay within the blue lines and to never cross a red line. Guards were ordered to shoot to kill anyone who crossed the red line.
The good stuff is behind the red line, ain't it?
Will you let me paint the picture here?
Sorry, I'm just excited. Go ahead.
S4 had 5 floors, but you had to walk down from level 1 to level 4. The only elevator in the building was on level 4, which was the only way in or out of level 5. On level 1, Dan was given his security badge and shown the cafeteria. The dining hall had 4 round tables, each assigned to a different project team. He was to eat with the Aquarius team at their table. Meal times were staggered to minimize contact, but he was still reminded to not speak with members of any other project. The long hallway on level 1 passed a number of hangar bays on Dan's left. The hangars were on the other side of the red line.
I knew it.
The first few hangars were empty, but then Dan walked past the hangar that changed his life forever. He saw a disc-shaped object, a flying saucer. Later, Dan would learn this was a P-45 craft. A few more empty hangars and then another flying saucer. This one was a different type, a P-52. The last hangar held a craft shaped like a triangle. It was flat black and hovering a few feet off the ground. Level 3 was offices, conference rooms, and living quarters. Level 4, the Aquarius floor, was Dan's new lab. There, he was finally read into the project. Up until now, he didn't know what he'd be doing. He was just told it was exciting, important, and very top secret. As a microbiologist, he would be analyzing alien biology. Tissue samples, DNA, everything.
Hold on, you skipped level 2.
Right. Level 2 was strange. It was known as Alice's floor.
Alice, from the Brady Bunch?
No,
Oh, from Mel's Diner?
no. From Alice in Wonderland.
Oh.
Project Galileo was on this floor. That dealt with propulsion systems from alien aircraft. Level 4 was also home to Project Sidekick, an alien weapons program. On level 4, Dan saw a small plastic statue hanging above a door. It was a statue of the White Rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. The rabbit was wearing a red vest and holding a pocket watch. And if you follow the White Rabbit through that door, just like Alice, you step through the looking glass and into another world. Inside the Project Looking Glass lab was a machine. The exterior of the device was a circular ring about 5 feet tall and 10 feet wide. It's made of a dark gray metal alloy with a smooth finish. This ring forms the outer shell. Inside the circular outer ring is a core made of several spinning rings. Think of the object in the movie Contact. It looked just like that, just on a smaller scale. These spinning rings were lined with powerful electromagnets. These created fluctuating electromagnetic fields around the center chamber. At the heart of the machine was a rotating metal barrel lined with quartz crystals. This central barrel is suspended inside the spinning rings using gyroscopes and a gimbal mechanism. And inside the barrel is a chair for the operator.
To do what?
Well, a few things. It really depends on the operator.
Yeah, I don't follow.
Well, over time, as the technology became more understood, the machines could be adjusted to do various things to warp space-time. Looking glass technology was used during the Philadelphia experiment. That project failed, but later the Montauk project was launched. And researchers learned that if a person with certain mental abilities was integrated with the technology, it could be controlled. Operators learned to see any place on Earth. You've heard this called remote viewing. All the operator would have to do is think of a place, and that place could be seen. Now, this was useful for intelligence gathering, but it was extremely helpful in locating more ancient Sumerian cylinders. As more cylinder seals were discovered, they added more capabilities to the machines. MJ-12 knew there were more cylinders out there, but the political climate was making them harder to acquire. Remember, the cylinder seals are Sumerian. Sumer is now Iraq. But the United States still found ways to access the artifacts.
Just 2 hours ago, Allied air forces began an attack on military targets in Iraq and Kuwait. These attacks continue as I speak. Ground forces are not engaged. I'm hopeful that this fighting will not go on for long, and that casualties will be held to an absolute minimum. We have before us the opportunity to forge, for ourselves and for future generations, a new world order.
Oh, come on, the U.S. started a war to steal old museum stuff.
No, the US military wouldn't be so blatant and obvious.
For 3 days in April 2003, looters rampaged in the storerooms and galleries of Iraq's National Museum.
At this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
Making off with some 15,000 priceless objects.
These are opening stages of what will be a broad and concerted campaign.
Many dated back thousands of years to the great civilizations of Babylon and Mesopotamia.
A few years later, cylinders were found in Libya.
Good morning, and we are interrupting Good Morning America here on the East Coast, your regular program on the West Coast, because we have learned reports from Libya that Muammar Gaddafi, the leader of Libya for more than 40 years, has been killed by rebel forces.
Back on Alice's floor in the S4 building, technology from crashed UFOs was found to be compatible with the Looking Glass devices. Using this advanced technology, the Looking Glass operator could do more than see any place on Earth. The operator could see any time on Earth, the past, present, and the future. And if the operator was really talented, not only could he see the future, he could change it. The CIA has always been interested in psychics and psychic abilities. A psychic who could see anywhere on Earth is the ideal spy. Psychics were also useful for Looking Glass devices. In the 1980s and 90s, psychics were recruited or abducted for this purpose. A chair recovered from an extraterrestrial craft had technology that let the pilot sync his consciousness with the craft. This technology was integrated into the Looking Glass machines. The psychic operator would sit in the chair at the center of the Looking Glass device and activate the machine. The startup sequence charged the electromagnets surrounding the central core that were calibrated in specific ways depending on the mission. Then xenon and argon gas were injected into the rotating barrel. A grayish orb would form in front of the operator within the gas. This was a stable wormhole to the probability dimension.
That sounds made up, but I love it. What the hell are you talking about?
The Looking Glass machine allowed the user to see past, present, and future. Seeing the past is interesting, but seeing the future, that's useful. But not only could you see the future, you could see possibilities of the future. The operator would mentally focus on an action. The operator could then see the probable outcome of this action. Like, what would happen if we invaded this country? Or what would happen if this particular person was assassinated? The output was captured by cameras and relayed to view screens. The researchers could feed questions to the operator and instantly see the results. This was highly useful. What they reported seeing covered an enormous range, from disaster events and weather anomalies to political outcomes and earth changes. Soon, Looking Glass operators learned how to steer events toward a specific goal. There was a problem, though. Different operators would see different things depending on their own biases. Like a Christian looking backwards will see the crucifixion of Christ. Atheists would just see Jerusalem. Looking forward was the same problem. Operators were seeing different future outcomes. Physicists and computer scientists were brought in to develop software to stabilize the process. Computer programs could feed the operator a lot of questions very quickly, and the results would come back fast. It worked and it was useful. For a few years, thousands of choices were fed to operators and thousands of possible timelines were seen. But in the late 1990s, MJ-12 and its scientists became very nervous. They had many different psychic operators seeing all kinds of different future events, but none of them could see anything past 2012, specifically December 21st, 2012. The Mayan calendar ends on that date. All timelines converged on that date, and then nothing. There was nothing after that.
This isn't a good sign.
It's not. But the scientists had help. Not only did they have a P-52 spacecraft, they had the pilot. They called him a P-52 as in present plus 52. He was from 52,000 years in the future.
Holy sh**.
And the P-52 alien? He was human. On May 21st, 1953, a team of Air Force scientists were sent to a UFO crash site 8 miles northwest of Kingman, Arizona. One of these scientists was Arthur Stanzel, who signed an affidavit stating that he was an eyewitness to the Kingman UFO recovery operation. The craft had a brushed aluminum exterior and was about 30 feet wide. Inside were swivel seats, instruments, and display panels. Witnesses saw several bodies. They were about 4 feet tall with dark skin. They had small bodies and big heads with large black eyes. One of these beings was alive and taken to Area 51. He was from 52,000 years in the future, so he was classified a P-52.
Bang, bang, bang. On the door, baby, bang, bang. Do.
I can't hear you!
Bang, bang. You know, I prefer their earlier stuff. Yeah, Rock Lobster, Planet Claire.
Yeah, me too. The P-52 alien was nicknamed J-Rod.
J-Rod? Sounds like a hip-hop artist or a basketball player.
Well, his personal name was Kaela. J-Rod was his race. Specifically, Kaela was a P-52 J-Rod.
Got it.
Kaela was based in the Gliese system, in the direction of the constellation Aquarius. That's how Project Aquarius got its name. Now, although he was based in Gliese, Kaela was originally from the Zeta Reticuli system. Zeta Reticuli is well known to UFO researchers. In 1961, Betty and Barney Hill were abducted by beings who said they were from Zeta Reticuli. Betty wasn't an astronomer or scientist of any kind. Still, she was able to draw a star map of Zeta Reticuli, which is a binary star system. Her map also includes Gliese. Kaela's people were dealing with an illness that was devastating the population. His crew was one of many sent back in time to Earth to try to find a cure. The P-52 aliens are somewhat genetically compatible with humans. In their timeline, they're an offshoot of Homo sapiens. Kaela was eventually allowed to go home, but he spent years at Area 51. He helped save humanity from destruction in 2012. But MJ-12 didn't realize that the 2012 apocalyptic event wasn't an accident. It was supposed to happen. It was engineered to happen.
Engineered by you.
Another race of future humans. The Stargate technology on the Sumerian cylinders is said to be a gift to humanity, but it's not a gift, it's a weapon. And on a different timeline, it destroyed us. There's a timeline where, on December 21st, 2012, a disaster took place. There was a massive geophysical pole shift of almost 5 degrees. The shift was caused by the Earth's upper mantle reacting to a massive explosion of energy from the sun. This shift caused a chain reaction in the Earth's tectonic plates. The Earth trembled with an intensity never before recorded. Cities near the epicenters of these shifts were the first to feel the effects. Buildings designed to withstand earthquakes crumbled like sandcastles. The seismic waves radiated outward, reaching every part of the planet. No one was safe. As the crust shifted, it wasn't just land that was affected. Under the ocean, the violent movement of the seabed caused enormous tsunamis. Coastal cities were obliterated by walls of water rushing at tremendous speeds. Inland, the story was just as grim. Landslides and sinkholes swallowed entire towns. Mountains that had stood for millions of years crumbled. In other places, land was thrust upward, creating new mountain ranges. Dormant volcanoes came to life with explosive eruptions. The atmosphere around the entire planet was filled with ash. The sky went black. In the aftermath, the Earth was unrecognizable. The geography of the continents was completely different. Some land masses fractured into islands. Other land masses merged. New seas were created from cracks in the Earth. Some ancient rivers changed course. Others were just gone. Countries struggled to assess the damage and coordinate aid. Critical infrastructure was destroyed, and global communication networks no longer functioned. This global cataclysm killed 2/3 of the world's population and led to the extinction of many species. The surface of the Earth was in ruin. The volcanic ash had poisoned the atmosphere and blocked sunlight for years. The entire food chain collapsed. But humans didn't go extinct. The survivors went underground and rebuilt civilization. Over thousands of years, our ability to manipulate time and space grew more and more powerful. We could alter our DNA in real time. We could manipulate our physical form. The form that was most beneficial for surviving underground was a smaller, thinner body. Our brains grew larger, so did our skulls. Large, dark eyes helped us see in the darkness. We became what are described as the Greys. The Greys we see now aren't aliens. They're us, 45,000 years in the future. Majestic 12 calls them P45s. P45s, future humans, were able to unlock a lot of potential from the human brain. They learned telepathic communication and how to manipulate space and time with thought. But this evolution had a downside. Future humans lost their humanity. They became emotionless and cold. They became selfish drones interested only in serving their own needs. People who've been abducted by Greys describe them exactly like this, uncaring and almost robotic. They're experimenting on humans to improve their own future. The experiment's focus and how that can be spliced with P45 DNA or even other animals' DNA in order to improve their own genetic future. But here's where it gets scary. The P45 Greys wanted that cataclysm to happen in 2012. They still want it. They need it to happen so they can come into existence.
Yeah, but it didn't happen.
No, it didn't. Kaela, the P52 alien, had the Looking Glass machines turned off for a few years.
Why?
Well, it was using this technology that created the disaster in 2012. The artificial wormholes were disrupting the magnetic energy of the sun.
So we're safe now, right?
Oh no, we're not safe. We're not safe at all. The Greys either are or are controlling the Illuminati. The Illuminati still want this disaster to happen. Fewer people on the planet means they have more control.
Eat bugs, live in a pod, own nothing and be happy.
Exactly. And keep people terrified of overpopulation by controlling world leaders and use the media to disseminate propaganda, all to create fear, sow hatred, and ideally lead us to nuclear war. There is another timeline split coming in 2030. One timeline shows humanity awakening. This timeline ushers in a new era of peace. Humanity learns telepathy, and all the lies we've been told are suddenly revealed. If you have questions about who killed JFK or what happened on 9/11, you'll know. Every deception will be exposed, like a cloud lifting from over our entire species. Or there's the other timeline, where there's a disaster. And if you're lucky enough to survive, your role will be one of servitude. You'll be enslaved by the powerful simply to survive. Right now, there's a secret war being fought. On one side, the P-52s and a few white hat operators in the military and the government steering us toward Timeline 1, the positive timeline. On the other side, the P-45s, the Illuminati and the world's elites, pushing us toward Timeline 2, the apocalypse. If you look for it, you can see them preparing. In all of history, there have never been more underground bunkers being built. It's said that underneath Denver Airport will be their new headquarters. This will be one of the many safe places around the world where those in power can wait out the coming storm.
We're not one of those people, are we?
We are not, and neither are you. If we end up on the wrong timeline, we're doomed. Timeline 1, peace, compassion, and kindness. Timeline 2, chaos, war, and hatred. Which path do you think we're on? The story of Project Looking Glass comes from 3 whistleblowers: Bob Lazar, Bill Wood, and Dan Burish. Most of today's story was from Dan, and it has everything. Time-traveling aliens fighting for the future of humanity. I mean, it's a ride. But is it true? Well, with stories like this, time travel to the future, you can't really debunk them, at least not fully. But we can look at the people telling the story. First off, this episode was difficult to write because a lot of the stories contradict each other. Are humans from Earth and we eventually leave and become P-whatevers? Or humans were brought here from somewhere else? There are contradictions. Dan Burish tells a wild story, and he tells it well, and with feeling. But he has his detractors. Before he was Dan Burish, he was Dan Crane. He says he worked at the underground S4 lab near Area 51. This place was made public by Bob Lazar. Lazar said anyone who believes this guy should be ashamed of themselves. He said he never met this knucklehead.
Knucklehead?
His words. Dan said that he worked with an alien and they became friends. He also said he met angels in the lab and spoke to them in Hebrew. He claimed to be in the military with the rank of captain, but there's no record of that. He said he got his PhD in 1990 from Stony Brook University in New York. When Stony Brook said they never heard of him, he said they covered up his records. It was discovered that during the time that he said he was working at the S4 lab, he was actually working as a parole officer in Las Vegas. There's documentation of this. When that was uncovered, he said that was his cover job, and he got his PhD by flying back and forth to New York on the weekends, and the government paid for all this. Stony Brook said this is ridiculous. His finances show he wasn't earning much money working at a top-secret lab. He said he wasn't paid in money, but he was taken care of.
What does that mean?
No idea. He wasn't that well taken care of. He filed for bankruptcy in 2002. His listed occupation was homemaker, and he had assets of about $300 plus one 1997 Suzuki that wasn't fully paid for. Now, none of this means he's lying, but when you tell a story like this, people are going to pay attention, and they're going to look into the person telling the story. As people looked into Dan, he went on the defensive over and over. He's been challenged by George Norrie to take a lie detector test. He won't. A lot of the investigation was done by George Knapp. George Knapp knows his way around a UFO story, and he doesn't buy this one.
What really pisses me off is when I get told what has or has not happened to me by these people. They have no right to open their mouth. I'm sorry for screaming at you.
It sounds like Dan is building off of Bob Lazar's story. He also sounds like he built on the story told by Bill Uhouse, who was the first to mention J-rods. But Dan has added a lot of science fiction tropes. He's jammed so many details into his story that it reads like the syllabus for a conspiracy course. Illuminati, every kind of alien ever mentioned, Men in Black, bases on the moon, time travel, lizard people, and on and on. I've noticed that many of the people who tell these stories tend to pack in all this stuff. It makes it harder to believe. Bob Lazar doesn't weave an elaborate tale about lizard people. He talks about the projects he personally worked on. Now, you can believe his story or not, I find him one of the more believable whistleblowers. And the time travel stuff doesn't make sense. Dan says there are timelines that branch off, but the aliens come back in time to affect their future.
1.21 gigawatts.
Right. If time travel works like the movie Back to the Future, then there's only one timeline. But he says there are branching timelines in a multiverse. So which is it? Another reason to be skeptical is believers in this story say that the chronovisor is a looking glass device. That's a machine that allows you to see through time. It's allegedly kept in the Vatican secret archives. It was developed by Father Pellegrino Ernetti in the early 1950s. It's a good story, and I linked to a video about it below. Father Ernetti even took pictures of Christ using the chronovisor. Now, I can't prove the chronovisor is fake, but I do know that the pictures were fake. These same believers also refer to the book by Chan Thomas, The Adam and Eve Story. The book describes a pole shift apocalypse. This was such a dangerous book that it was allegedly classified by the CIA, and only a small portion of the book has ever been seen. Well, I've covered the Adam and Eve story before. Spoiler alert, I debunk it. So if believers of the Project Looking Glass story are using debunked stories as their foundation, I'm already going in skeptical. On the other hand, it's interesting that Zeta Reticuli and Gliese came up. Zeta Reticuli is about 39 light years away, and the two stars are similar to ours. Astronomers are looking for exoplanets there because the system might be able to support life. But Zeta Reticuli was part of Betty Hill's abduction story, so it makes sense that a hoaxer would add that detail. But Gliese was an interesting choice. Gliese 581 is a dwarf star about 20 light years away, so relatively close. 3 exoplanets have been found there, and Gliese 581c is possibly in the habitable zone and could support life. At the time, it was called the most Earth-like of all known exoplanets. It was discovered in 2007, so maybe Dan heard about it in the news. But if he'd heard about Gliese from an alien, you'd think he'd know how to pronounce it. In 2008, a radio signal was sent to Gliese 581c. It's called a Message from Earth, or AMFE, and it contains 501 different messages. The signal will reach the planet in early 2029.
Just before the next timeline switch.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Whether you believe this specific story or not, I think you can feel that something is happening. I feel it. Dan's story might be far-fetched, but there's plenty of evidence that the CIA and other Black Ops programs have experimented with psychics, remote viewing, and even time travel. We know that they did this, so we have to stay diligent, just in case a timeline shift is coming. So pay close attention to the powerful elites. Which timeline are they steering us toward?
The future is not just happening. The future is built by us, by a powerful community as you here in this room.
Do they want us to have more freedom, more safety, and more unity? Or do the elites and the media who serve them want to remove our freedoms one by one? If we do as we're told, humanity will finally be united, live in peace and prosper. Ha! Well, that's what they say. Do you feel safer today than a few years ago? Do you feel more united with people? Is the Earth a peaceful place? 2030 is only a few years away, and it's coming fast. But we still have time. We still have a chance to steer humanity toward the positive timeline. The powerful don't want that to happen. They want us to hate each other and destroy each other. They want chaos and war, and ideally, a world war. And from the ashes and rubble of their war, they will build a new world. Their world without us. Whether you believe the two timeline story or not, something is happening. The lines have been drawn, and it's time for you to pick a side.
Birds aren't real. Y-Files proved it.
See? Surveillance drone malfunction.
In the early days of the space race, the Soviet Union racked up a lot of firsts. Sputnik, the first satellite. Laika the dog, the first animal in space. Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space. Valentina Tereshkova, the first woman. Zond 5, the first spacecraft to the moon. Meanwhile, America's space program lagged, plagued by setback after setback. There were some successes, but not enough to keep pace with the Soviets. America was still planning its first satellite while Sputnik circled the Earth. Then Sputnik 2 went up. American citizens were terrified. What if the Russians put weapons in space? Maybe they already have. Paranoia was starting to become hysteria. President Eisenhower was under pressure to act, and to act fast. The United States government knew what it had to do. Create an organization to develop the most technologically advanced military systems in the world. And just 3 months after Sputnik 2 was launched, the Advanced Research Project Agency, or ARPA, was born. Later, ARPA became DARPA. The D stands for defense. Because DARPA would be both a sword and a shield, creating offensive weapons and defensive systems. No project was too expensive, and no program was too immoral. DARPA's secret research would cost many lives, but sacrifices had to be made for the sake of security. But after all these years, it's time to ask, who are they really protecting? Here's the scene. You're driving. It's late and the road ahead is dark. You make a turn and then another. You finally realize you're lost. If this were the not-too-distant past, you'd pull over and grab your Thomas guide.
Yeah, for you kids, that's a map.
And if you didn't have a map, you'd try to find a gas station or 7-Eleven to ask for directions. Then your fate would be in the hands of the guy working the night shift.
Who may or may not be a serial killer.
Right. But now, all the answers are in your pocket. You tell your phone the address and GPS guides the way. Some cars will even drive for you while you sit back, relax, and listen to your favorite podcast.
Oh, you know, the Y-Files is also a podcast.
No plugs yet, please. We save those for the end.
Sorry. I could sniff out a plug opportunity like a truffle pig.
The technology I described that got you to your destination, it was created by DARPA, all of it. And there's a lot more of DARPA in your pocket than you think. Your cell phone uses microprocessors designed by DARPA. They also created the batteries to power those microprocessors. Your phone uses wireless technology made possible by DARPA. The touchscreen and the microphone came from DARPA. Voice recognition and GPS come from DARPA. And of course, all this data transfer happens using the internet, which was created by DARPA.
Excuse me if I may.
Is this going to be a highly predictable and hack joke about how Al Gore said he created the internet?
I yield the rest of my time, thank you.
Yes, DARPA created the internet. Well, technically, they were still ARPA then. Remember, the D was added in 1972. In the 1960s, researchers were trying to figure out a way to ensure reliable communications in case of a nuclear attack. Traditional telephone lines and radio transmitters would be the first to go. They came up with a radical idea: packet switching.
Not all of us speak nerd. Some of us went to our prom instead of staying home to write code on our Apple II. Ahem.
Well, packet switching is not as complicated as it sounds. Here's how it works. You want to send a message or file from New York to LA, but what if half the country's lines are down? So you break that message into small chunks called packets and send each one independently over the network. On the receiving end, the message waits for all the packets to arrive and then reassembles them back into the original message or file. Each packet will independently try to find the most efficient route through the network at any given moment. The internet still works this way. Most people didn't use the internet until the late 1990s or early 2000s. Some nerds like me were using our phones to dial bulletin board systems in the late 1970s and early 80s. But this new network called ARPANET was conceived in 1966.
Whoa. You were online all the way back then? When you were like 12 or 13 years old?
Yep. I was even younger than that when I first got online.
And you're proud of this?
Well, yeah, shouldn't I be
Did you even know girls existed?
Yes, I knew they existed.
Yeah, now I see.
What?
Girls didn't know you existed.
I was a late bloomer.
Boomer?
Bloomer.
What'd I say?
Under DARPA's guidance, TCP/IP became the universal language for online computers. They also developed the concept of email and invented domain names. DARPA worked with UC Berkeley to create the BSD Unix operating system. BSD Unix heavily influenced the operating system you're using right now, no matter what OS it is. It started with DARPA. Now, these technologies may seem modern, but DARPA sent the first internet message in 1969. Now, this shouldn't be surprising. DARPA technology is said to be about 20 years ahead of civilian tech. Like self-driving cars. DARPA built one in 1984. DARPA had GPS in 1973. Microprocessors, motion sensors, and wireless communication. DARPA had these decades ago. But eventually, these innovations became available to the rest of us. DARPA's technology has made our lives so much better, it's easy to forget that those innovations weren't originally meant to improve lives. They were meant to end them. It's the middle of the night, and you're lying prone on top of a dusty building in some far corner of the world. You hug your .50 caliber Barrett sniper rifle. It's pitch dark, but your light-gathering, high-magnification scope gives you full visibility of the alley 1,200 yards away. A door opens. It's your target. Right on schedule. You hold your breath and put your finger on the trigger. Suddenly, a van appears. Your target leaps in and speeds off. Years ago, he'd escaped. Mission failed. Not now. You fire, confident in DARPA's latest innovation, a self-guided bullet. With optical sensors and real-time guidance, it maneuvers mid-flight locked onto its target. Skilled snipers engage targets up to 1,300 yards away or more. The farthest confirmed kill, 2.2 miles by Canadian Special Forces in 2017. Impressive, but DARPA's Extreme Accuracy Tasked Ordnance, or Exacto bullet, hits targets 5 or 6 miles away. Maybe farther. DARPA keeps the details a secret. Many DARPA projects seem like science fiction, some like magic. Scepter lets you see through walls. The Mojave Project bends light, making objects invisible. DARPA's Engineering Living Materials program uses living fungus as a construction material. Structures will no longer be built, they'll be grown.
Instead of shipping finished materials, we can ship precursors and rapidly grow them on site using local resources. And since the materials will be alive, they'll be able to respond to changes in their environment and heal themselves in response to damage.
DARPA likes fungus, but it loves bugs. Project Insect Allies modifies flying insects to attack crops. These insects resist disease and repair each other's injuries in the field. Then there's the Hybrid Insect Microelectrical Mechanical Systems, or HIMEMS. This project, along with Project Dragonfly, creates miniature flying cyborgs. Beetles, moths, and dragonflies become undetectable spies with cybernetic implants and solar-powered guidance systems. They can be controlled remotely or operate autonomously using AI. They've created remote-controlled rats. DARPA trains bees to find landmines. They're developing claytronics, programmable shape-shifting matter. They're developing nuclear-powered spacecraft, autonomous vehicles, and weapons of all kinds. DARPA's technology is meant to keep people off the battlefield. Why risk a battalion of human soldiers when you can deploy a fleet of drones? But sometimes you need boots on the ground, and that means people with guns. But DARPA has a better idea. Don't give a soldier a weapon, turn him into one. The human body is an amazing machine. Our musculoskeletal system allows us to do gymnastics, lift heavy weights, and walk long distances. Still, our bodies have limitations. DARPA is developing technology to overcome these limitations. The goal is to increase strength, endurance, alertness, and the overall health of soldiers. DARPA's Warrior Web project is one of several exoskeleton programs in the works. It's an exosuit, lightweight and flexible, similar to a scuba suit. But this is a smart suit. Using machine learning and onboard sensors, the suit knows when and where to firm up to augment muscles. It performs its function, then becomes flexible again. DARPA has also developed hard exoskeletons, just like you've seen in movies like Aliens and Edge of Tomorrow. These exoskeletons not only increase strength and endurance, but they're modular. They can be equipped with all kinds of weapons. There's even a jetpack in development. The Talos suit turns a soldier into a real-life Iron Man. It's bulletproof and weaponized. It increases strength, speed, and endurance. It monitors the user's vital signs and has sensors that analyze the entire environment around them. The Tactical Augmented Reality, or TAR project, is a headset that overlays information over your normal vision. This gives soldiers real-time information like displaying maps, enemy locations, and other vital data right in their line of sight. Project Z-Man was inspired by geckos. DARPA is creating a material that would let soldiers climb walls without ropes or ladders. Now, everyone knows the Air Force gives their pilots amphetamines.
I feel the need for speed.
The need for speed. Yep, they literally take illegal narcotics to stay alert. But the Continuous Assisted Performance, or CAP program, is focused on keeping soldiers awake, alert, and effective for up to 7 days straight without side effects. DARPA's Brain Initiative program connects soldiers' brains to computers. They can control drones and other systems with thought. They can truly multitask, where one part of the brain is operating a drone, while the other part of the brain is analyzing the area looking for targets. In the early 2000s, DARPA started exploring ways of giving humans superhuman abilities without equipment. This is DARPA's Biorevolution program. They studied how animals attack, defend themselves, and regenerate from injuries. DARPA felt that if they could find those answers, these abilities could be transferred to humans. They could give soldiers improved senses, perfect eyesight, and limb regeneration without external devices. Now, to do that, you'd have to alter human DNA. So DARPA is exploring CRISPR gene editing technology. CRISPR can snip out unwanted genes and insert new ones. CRISPR could accelerate healing. Injuries that might have sidelined soldiers for weeks or months could heal in days. CRISPR technology has already sparked a revolution in medicine, with the potential to cure genetic disorders and even combat aging.
Link below on how CRISPR and AI are about to end the whole world.
Yeah, that episode is scary, but it's interesting and it's real. Now, some of these projects have failed and some haven't, and some are still in development. I have no doubt that DARPA will turn soldiers into superhuman weapons eventually, but they haven't yet. So how do you put boots on the ground and keep humans off the battlefield? DARPA's answer? Killer robots. DARPA started working on robotics in the 1960s. Its first project was Shaky, the first mobile robot to reason about its actions. Shaky wasn't sleek or fast, but it was a start.
I feel like if you name your project Shaky, you're kind of setting yourself up to fail.
Well, since then, DARPA's robotics has come a long way. In the early 2000s, DARPA launched the Big Dog program. In partnership with Boston Dynamics, these four-legged robots can carry heavy loads and navigate difficult terrain. They can also be outfitted with weapons like sniper rifles or machine guns. The LS-3 can follow soldiers autonomously and carry up to 400 pounds of gear. And then there's the Atlas robot. And now we're getting serious. Atlas was launched in 2013, and you've probably seen various versions of this robot over the years. Atlas could run, jump, and navigate obstacle courses. A couple of years ago, Atlas used AI to teach itself how to walk, and then run, and then do gymnastics.
Yeah, you humans realize it's only a matter of time before these things take over and enslave you, right?
Some of us realize it. Investigative journalist Annie Jacobson has covered DARPA for years. She says there's no doubt that the Pentagon is investing heavily in robotics.
DARPA's plan through 2038 states without question that the Pentagon is moving towards robotic warfare. They want to have hunter-killer drones that can swim, crawl, walk, run. Drones that can fly 13,000 miles an hour, which is 22 times faster than a commercial jet, to get to a target really quickly.
Ballistic missiles have limitations. Speeds over Mach 20 require too much power and make the rockets dangerously hot. But thanks to DARPA, that's no longer a problem. Missiles can now travel at hypersonic speed without overheating. A target 500 miles away can be destroyed in 6 minutes. Weapons like these certainly keep humans off the battlefield, but DARPA's going to take it one step further. It's creating the technology to wage war without needing humans at all. Remember how DARPA is always about 20 years ahead of civilian technology, maybe more? Well, as early as the 1960s, DARPA started developing computers that can learn independently. In the 1980s, DARPA launched the Strategic Computing Initiative, or SCI. The goal of SCI was to create military strategies by running simulations and learning from them.
You're describing war games.
What's it doing?
It's learning. War Games was originally going to be a science fiction story about a dying scientist who's saved by a kid genius. But then the writers met Peter Schwartz from the Stanford Research Institute, or SRI.
Yeah, SRI, I know those guys.
You do. SRI has been the launch pad for many secret government programs. I've talked about them a lot on this channel. And they've long been connected to the CIA, NSA, and DARPA. Well, Schwartz was fascinated by a new computer subculture called hackers. He suggested that they make a movie about a kid hacking a military supercomputer.
Oh, yeah. What was it? It was called the Big Mac.
No, Whopper. War Operation Plan Response.
Oh, right. I'd still rather have a Big Mac.
Me too.
Well, the Whopper spends all its time thinking about World War III. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, it plays an endless series of war games, using all available information on the state of the world.
At the very same time that this movie came out, DARPA was working on its own military supercomputer. Here's how they described it.
The machine envisioned by SC would run 10 billion instructions per second to see, hear, speak, and think like a human. The degree of integration required would rival that achieved by the human brain, the most complex instrument known to man.
If you haven't caught on by now, we're talking about artificial intelligence. Today, AI is everywhere and accessible to everyone, and it feels like it came out of nowhere, but it didn't. It came out of DARPA. As of today, 70% of DARPA's projects use or are focused on AI and machine learning. DARPA started working on AI in the 1960s. They built their first AI system, a speech recognition computer, in the 1970s. In 1983, the Strategic Computing Initiative Project received billions for AI research. Then in the 1990s, DARPA launched another supercomputing project. It was, and still is, highly secret. It's affecting you right now. And once I tell you what it is, you're not going to like it. Now it's time to get this video demonetized and censored.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, if I'm not on a list by now, I'm about to be.
No, they're watching you, human.
Yeah, I really don't want to talk about this. Honestly, I'm about to put everything that I have at risk.
You're actually scaring me right now.
I'm scared too. Here we go.
Like the steam engine which sparked the Industrial Revolution of the late 1700s, the internet is changing everything it touches. And at the cutting edge of the revolution is Wall Street.
So we are now 6 3/4 points above fair value.
The early 1990s was the beginning of the tech boom. Internet startups were getting millions in investments.
Now 2002. Bemis is looking 39 and about 35,000 if you want to buy 10 grand.
And they had access to vast resources and vast amounts of data, personal data. The intelligence community wanted to gather this data to create a digital fingerprint of everyone using the internet. If they could identify bad actors, criminals, terrorists, whatever, they would compare that fingerprint against others. They called this the birds of a feather approach. If Joe's a bad guy and Bob's a bad guy, and they both go to certain websites, then other people visiting those same websites were potential bad guys, so let's track them.
So, surveillance?
Yes.
Of Americans?
Yes.
Legal?
No. Well, officially illegal as of 2010, but the law was murky in the 1990s. And for the intelligence community, murky means opportunity. Still, the intelligence agencies didn't have the ability to manage all this data, but they knew people were out there working on it, and they were all looking for funding. But if you're the NSA or CIA or DARPA, you can't drop by an internet startup and ask them to build you an illegal digital surveillance program.
Yeah, it's kind of a bad look.
It is, but it also gives away the game. Surveillance is only valuable if the target doesn't know they're being watched. So this technology would need to be funded privately and quietly. So in 1994, the Highlands Forum was founded. Ever hear of the Highlands Forum? You probably haven't, and they like it that way. The Highlands Forum, or Highlands Group, was formed as a think tank, a bridge between technology companies and the Pentagon. The Highlands Forum is an invitation-only group of government officials, academics, and executives from tech and defense companies. Their discussions are private and off the record, operating under the Chatham House rule, meaning members can disclose information from the meetings as long as it doesn't harm anybody, but they can never reveal who said it, not ever. Although hardly anyone knows about the Highlands Forum, The group is highly influential on U.S. defense policy, especially regarding technology. And they're a private organization. No auditing, no oversight, no Freedom of Information Act requirements. They're a black box, the perfect conduit for transactions you want to keep off the books. So, tech is booming, data is flowing, and we've got our think tank to connect us with the people capturing the data. Now we need the money to fund them. That same year, the Massive Digital Data Systems, or MDDS program, was launched. MDDS would fund scientists, researchers, and companies who worked with big data sets. The Highlands Forum would help identify, facilitate, and coordinate these transactions. To keep these transactions private and secret, the MDDS moved money through unclassified mainstream agencies like the National Science Foundation. Computer scientists were getting millions in grants from the NSF, totally normal. They didn't know who was really behind the money. And MDDS was highly compartmentalized. It had tons of projects and departments. Nobody knew what anyone else was doing or who was even in charge. And this was by design. But the overall program was managed by the CIA, NSA, and DARPA. So, we've got black budget money flowing through the NSF. And we've got our private organization, the Highlands Forum, looking for opportunities. So the word goes out to researchers in academia. If you can handle big data, we'll give you big money. Then a promising project emerged. 2 Stanford graduate students working on a search engine made a breakthrough. In the early 90s, searching the internet was difficult. Popular engines like AltaVista and Lycos produced hit or miss results. Searching hiking gear would show pages mentioning hiking or gear, often irrelevant blog posts or articles. Users had to scroll through pages of useless results. It took forever, and I remember it well. 2 Stanford students developed a system that changed everything. Their automated web crawling system identified a web page's context, not just the text. Then, pages were ranked based on relevance to specific queries. Pages actually discussing hiking gear would rank higher for that query. High traffic pages and pages with lots of incoming links ranked even higher. These were signals to the algorithm that a page was a good match for that query. Using this search engine felt like magic. Usually the first or second result was exactly what you were looking for. Somehow it knew. The system used an optimization technique called association rule mining, or query flocks. This assumes birds of a feather stick together, meaning people searching specific keywords tended to click the same result. Query flocks worked with people too. The search engine learned that people with similar online habits search for similar things. If you searched hiking gear, the system assumed you liked outdoor activities and were probably within a certain age group. And the more you used the search engine, the more it learned about you. So your searches always gave you relevant results. Using information you willingly provided, these students had developed a method to create your digital fingerprint. Jackpot. The CIA, NSA, and DARPA learned about this project, and through the National Science Foundation, the MDDS funded it. If you haven't guessed by now, those 2 students were Sergey Brin and Larry Page, and the search engine was Google. You won't find MDDS in Google's origin story, but this is public, unclassified information. It's just hard to find. In Brin and Page's famous 1998 research paper, The Anatomy of a Large-Scale Hypertextual Web Search Engine, they thanked DARPA for their support. You can see this for yourself. It's on page 16, section 7, under Acknowledgements. Now, there's a lot more to this rabbit hole. The connection between intelligence agencies and technology companies is so—
Hang on.
What?
Pop quiz.
Go ahead.
How do you make your living?
YouTube.
And who owns YouTube?
Google.
Right. Bye-bye, channel. Now would be a good time to ask for Patreon support.
I don't do plugs until the end of the episode.
Make an exception. We're in the deep water now.
He might be right. Truly and honestly. I won't know until it's too late. But telling you the story might have been a terrible mistake. So yes, please go to patreon.com/thewhyfiles. I don't know if we will, but we might need your help. Anyway, this video isn't about Google. It's about DARPA, specifically the dark side of DARPA. And it's about to get a whole lot darker. When John F. Kennedy took office in 1961, America had allies everywhere. Cuba, Ethiopia, Nicaragua, Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, Iran, Lebanon, and many others. But the Soviet Union was fueling insurrections against US-friendly governments. Kennedy promised to stop the spread of communism, but the Soviets were pouring billions into military technology, rocket and missile systems, even space exploration. JFK was committed to keeping pace. He wanted more resources in science and technology. He modernized the military and doubled DARPA's budget, and the timing couldn't be better. The global Cold War had evolved into regional proxy wars with the Soviets. A new type of warfare was being fought, guerrilla warfare. Old military strategies wouldn't work. The situation in Vietnam was especially bad. The Viet Cong were hidden under the thick jungle canopy. You can't kill an enemy that you can't see. DARPA proposed a solution, Project Agile. It was pitched to Kennedy as both a scientific and military endeavor. Kennedy signed off immediately. The first phase was called Operation Ranch Hand. Its purpose was to clear the jungle. DARPA developed the rainbow herbicides, named for their container colors, to kill the foliage. Agent Purple was first, then green, then pink. DARPA was combining different herbicides, defoliants, and toxins, looking for the perfect formula to destroy Viet Cong cover. Agent Orange was the winner. Millions of gallons of Agent Orange were sprayed over miles of jungle every day. Leaves fell from trees almost immediately. Another application, and the trees died. Next, Project Agile targeted farms. Agent Orange could destroy miles of crops in a day. They asked South Vietnamese President Diem if he knew which farms were Viet Cong and which belonged to innocent civilians. He said yes, he knew, and he didn't care. If they weren't traitors yet, they would be soon. Kill them all. Now, the US didn't want to do this, but it only had a few hundred military advisors in Vietnam at this time. They didn't want to send more. Better to sacrifice North Vietnamese farmers than US Marines. So it was done. Guilty or innocent, friend or foe, if you were a North Vietnamese farmer, you were targeted. Your crops were destroyed and your soil was poisoned. Replanting was impossible. Agent Orange's effects were instant and devastating, and nobody knew it was only the beginning. As the Vietnam War escalated, so did the use of Agent Orange under DARPA's Project Agile. Project Agile used other tactics. DARPA contractors included social scientists and experts in human psychology. Propaganda spread through leaflets, loudspeakers, and media control. Subliminal technology kept people in heightened emotional states, from minor discomfort to absolute terror.
Subliminal warfare, mind control link down the alley, Sally.
Psychological warfare teams targeted villages, turning neighbor against neighbor. Civilians were forced into strategic hamlets for their safety. 4 million people were relocated against their will. Meanwhile, soldiers complained of headaches, nausea, stinging eyes, and rashes. Agent Orange did more than clear jungle and kill crops. It tortured people for life. Thousands exposed to Agent Orange developed cancer. Children were born with defects. Agent Orange caused reproductive problems like infertility and miscarriages. Heart disease and diabetes increased. Agent Orange was first used in 1962. In 1965, scientists discovered it contained dioxin, a highly toxic compound that causes cancer and birth defects. They kept using it. In 1967, a study proved dioxin causes birth defects, even at low concentrations. They kept using it. In 1969, a Department of Defense report acknowledged Agent Orange's severe health risks. They kept using it. Public outcry forced President Nixon to stop the use of Agent Orange in 1970. They kept using it. They stopped spraying the following year, 1971. Now, even in war, there are rules. POWs must be treated humanely. Medical staff and facilities are off limits. Humanitarian aid must be allowed. Breaking these rules is a war crime. In 1907, the Hague Convention banned the use of poison in war. The U.S. signed the treaty. Agent Orange was poison. That's what herbicides are. So was using Agent Orange a war crime? No. The United States said Agent Orange wasn't a poison, it was an herbicide. The treaty didn't specifically mention herbicides.
Oh, that's some lawyer loophole bullshit.
In 1925, the Geneva Protocol banned the use of chemical weapons. The U.S. signed this treaty. But Agent Orange was a chemical. Of the 12 companies producing Agent Orange, the primary manufacturer was the Dow Chemical Company. The word chemical is in the company's name. So is using Agent Orange a war crime? Nope. The United States said Agent Orange wasn't a chemical. It was an herbicide.
Wait, how is that even possible?
It's not. In 1949, the Geneva Conventions established that civilians and their property must not be intentionally targeted. Only combatants and military targets were allowed. The U.S. signed this treaty. But civilians and their farms were intentionally targeted with Agent Orange. So is using it a war crime? No. The United States said the intent was to disrupt the enemy's logistical support and visibility, not cause direct harm to people. In other words, it was an accident. So what about the destruction of plants and trees on civilian land? Those weren't military targets. Isn't this a war crime? No. The United States said it was a military necessity to defoliate the area in order to deny the enemy cover, which makes trees, anywhere, a military target. What about destroying civilian crops? Again, the U.S. only intended to destroy crops of the enemy, not civilians. It was unintentional, so no war crime. In 1977, the Geneva Conventions were amended to specifically ban the use of herbicides and reinforce civilian protection. The U.S. signed this new treaty, but still denied any liability for the damage caused by Agent Orange. However, in 1984, U.S. veterans sued the chemical companies, who settled for $180 million. But the settlement was to support veterans, not an admission of guilt. In 2004, Jill Montgomery, speaking for the Monsanto Company, one of the major suppliers of Agent Orange, she set the record straight.
We're sympathetic with people who believe they've been injured and understand their concern to find the cause. But reliable scientific evidence indicates that Agent Orange is not the cause of serious long-term health effects.
In 1991, finally, the VA started providing benefits to vets exposed to Agent Orange, but the U.S. still denies liability. My father-in-law served in Vietnam. He was exposed to Agent Orange. He's watching, so I won't list his illnesses, but he suffered almost all of them. So in 1991, he applied for his benefits. And I'll admit, the government kept its word. He did receive his benefits. In 2021, it took 30 years. Like so many vets, when his country needed him, he didn't hesitate. But when he needed his country, they said, take a number, get in line, and hope you're still alive by the time we call your name. Do I sound angry? That's because I am. Between 1955 and 1975, 2.7 million people were deployed to Vietnam. 58,000 dead, 300,000 wounded, 3,000 missing or prisoners of war, 1,500 still missing. That's tragic, but it's much worse. The VA estimates 300,000 to 400,000 veterans may have died from illnesses caused by the exposure to Agent Orange. May have. To this day, no single person, agency, company, or government has admitted any wrongdoing or assumed any liability for the millions of lives destroyed by Agent Orange. Now, ordinary people like us have so many rules we have to follow. Don't speed. Check grandma's shoes before she gets on a plane. Pay your taxes even though we're going to steal it and waste your money. Pick up a gun. Shoot at those people. Do what you're told. If we break a law, the government will take our money, seize our property, force us into labor, or lock us in a cell. It all depends on the crime. So we follow the law. But if you're a big chemical company or a government agency, don't worry about the law. You can get away with murder. I needed a minute. The story of DARPA is hard to debunk, and that's because most of it's true. What we know about DARPA's projects come from them. Their websites and official YouTube channel openly share information. They have a podcast called Voices of DARPA. Even the experts in covering DARPA, Annie Jacobsen and Sharon Weinberger, get their information from the agency they're writing about. When Jacobsen gives a speech, writes a book, or appears in an interview about DARPA, she's not sharing classified information. She's not speculating, she's reporting. She never claims to know anything that we can't find out for ourselves. But still, most information is secret. What we know about DARPA is what they want us to know. There's no transparency, none. Also, DARPA is exempt from laws that other government agencies have to follow, specifically about hiring practices, managing personnel, and managing budgets. They can run the agency however they like. DARPA is only 220 people, that's it, with a budget of almost $4 billion. Now that's a lot of freedom and power, but it's much more than that. DARPA is allowed to fund projects through what's called other transactions. No congressional approval needed, no reporting required. Choose the projects you want to fund and fund them. So who's choosing the projects? Annie Jacobsen gives us an unsettling answer.
The real problem is that the individuals who are responsible for deciding what weapon systems are being financed and created in these classified DARPA programs are the very CEOs of defense contractors who stand to financially benefit from these contracts.
Annie Jacobsen has said that DARPA is the agency driving the military-industrial complex. That agency is run by the companies that profit from the technology they create. This is exactly what President Eisenhower said would happen. If you make war profitable, you'll always have war. But to be fair, DARPA's innovations have made our lives better. Not just because of cell phones and GPS, DARPA's achievements in prosthetics have allowed paralyzed children to walk again. They've created medical techniques to diagnose illnesses earlier. They've bioengineered tissue and organs that can be used for transplants. They've developed machines that can stabilize injured people in emergency situations. Advanced medical imaging such as ultrasound, MRI, and brain imaging, all created by or alongside DARPA. Now, does the good outweigh the bad? Do DARPA's contributions offset the damage they've done? I don't know, that's not for me to judge. But this story reminds me of the courtroom scene in A Few Good Men.
You can't handle the truth.
Right. When the colonel says, "My existence, while grotesque and incomprehensible to you, saves lives."
You don't want the truth because deep down in places you don't talk about at parties. You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall.
Right. So is DARPA a necessary evil? Is evil even the right word? I don't know. When DARPA was formed in 1958, its mission was to make sure the United States was never again surprised by advanced technology. And for 66 years, DARPA has succeeded in its mission. The U.S. has never been surprised by technology.
Except for the UFOs.
Okay, the U.S. has never been surprised by another country's technology.
Better.
I can't forget all the suffering that DARPA has caused. But DARPA's done so much good, can I forgive? I don't know. I'm disgusted by some of DARPA's actions, by our government's corruption, by the fact that, because of DARPA, bad people get rich from war. But if I'm being honest, which I always am with you, I have to acknowledge that, as an American, we need DARPA on that wall.
My weakness? I binge the Y-Files during work hours.
That's relatable.
October 28, 1943, the day the U.S. Navy mastered time travel, teleportation, and invisibility.
Whoa!
Actually, they didn't master anything. The experiment had disastrous consequences.
Oh, I'm gonna need my tinfoil hat.
Oh, you certainly are. Let's find out why. Welcome to the Y-Files, where cool nerds like us laugh and learn. In the summer of 1943, 2 years after the U.S. entered World War II, American destroyers were being decimated by the infamous German U-boat submarines, and German mines were making combat and commerce dangerous enterprises. So the U.S. Navy knew something had to be done. A few months later, on October 28, 1943, the USS Eldridge, a Cannon-class destroyer, was docked in the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard, and the Eldridge held some secrets. It was a newly commissioned vessel that was equipped with several large generators as part of a top-secret mission to win the Battle of the Atlantic once and for all. Now, rumor aboard the ship was that the generators were designed to power a new kind of magnetic field that would make the warship invisible to enemy radar and undetectable to enemy mines. So with the full crew aboard, it was time to test the system. And in broad daylight, in plain sight of nearby ships, the switches were thrown on the powerful generators, which hummed to life. What happened next was unexpected, and it would baffle scientists and fuel decades of speculation. Witnesses described a murky green fog that surrounded the entire hull of the ship and then swallowed it whole. And then when the fog faded away seconds later, the Eldridge wasn't just invisible to military radar, it was invisible to everyone. It was gone.
Invisibility.
That is, until it mysteriously turned up in Norfolk, Virginia. That's a distance of about 250 miles.
Teleportation.
And the strangest part, when it arrived in Virginia, it was 10 minutes earlier in the day than when it disappeared from Philadelphia.
Time travel.
Then, the Eldridge reappeared in Philadelphia 20 minutes later, or 10 minutes later, because of the whole time travel thing. It's hard to tell. Either way, it came back. But something had gone terribly wrong.
Here it comes.
According to reports, when the ship rematerialized, members of the Eldridge crew suffered from terrible burns and disorientation, and some of its crew had been fused into the metal walls at the molecular level. Unable to free their skin from the metal that it clung to, they died in agony. Other members of the crew just went insane, and some of the crew disappeared altogether.
Whoa.
You okay, bud?
I feel kind of funny.
This should be easier now. So when the news broke that a naval ship had mastered invisibility with grisly results, many believed it. I mean, this was an age of war-fueled paranoia. Americans felt that true evil was out there, so it wasn't difficult to get people speculating about the impossible. This was fertile ground for conspiracy theories. Remember, Roswell was only a few years away, so the unexplainable, the unidentifiable, the unbelievable now seemed achievable. It's unsurprising that some Americans clung to the idea of a vanishing warship. But did it really happen? While the USS Eldridge did exist at the time, it wasn't in Philadelphia that day, or Virginia for that matter. According to the ship's logs, it was actually in New York. But this isn't to say that the Philadelphia experiment has zero credibility. There's actually something to this. I mean, we know for a fact that in October 1943 in Philadelphia, the government was up to something.
Hecklefish is back, baby.
In the 1940s, the US Navy was indeed conducting experiments aimed at mastering invisibility. And some of these experiments happened at the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard, but it wasn't actual invisibility they were working on. The plan was to make US ships invisible to underwater German mines. And at the time, Germans used the Gauss as the unit of strength of the magnetic field in their mines' triggers. Various processes used to counter the mines was called degaussing. The original method of degaussing was to install electromagnetic coils onto ships, but installing this equipment was expensive and difficult, so the Navy developed an alternative method called wiping, where a large electrical cable was dragged along the side of a ship with a pulse of about 2,000 amps. And wiping altered or muted a ship's magnetic field, which allowed it to avoid detection by mines. But degaussing wasn't permanent. As a ship travels through the Earth's magnetic field, it will slowly pick up that field, counteracting the effects of degaussing. So ships had to be degaussed on a schedule, kind of like getting your oil changed, but way cooler. Using these various techniques, Allied ships were pretty well protected until 1943, but Germany was catching on, so new techniques were pursued to try to stay one step ahead. Though there's no official explanation from the Navy, of course, it appears that these new techniques were being developed in Philadelphia at the time. Still, as far as we know, they were not experimenting with time travel. What?
Did you just say the government was not experimenting with time travel?
Yes, why?
Montauk Project, Camp Hero. Does it ring a bell?
It rings a bell.
Thank you.
Speaking of ringing a bell, hit the notification bell and we'll let you know when our Montauk Project video is up.
Smooth.
So, how did the Philadelphia experiment legend get started in the first place? Well, it all began in 1955 when a man named Morris Jessup received a mysterious letter in the mail. Jessup, who had a master's in astronomy, had recently published a book called The Case for the UFO, where he discussed unidentified flying objects and the exotic means of propulsion that they might use. The book caused quite a stir. And after all, it was written by an actual scientist who seemed to believe in aliens, or at least he didn't want Americans to close their minds to the idea altogether. And UFO fanatics loved this book.
It's on my Kindle.
I figured. For them, it was proof that this idea of aliens was worth exploring. It gave this group of believers credibility, and they were ecstatic. The fan mail started pouring in. People wrote letters of strange sightings, of new theories, of big ideas. Eventually, someone named Carlos Allende penned a letter of his own. And this letter would start a cascade of rumors, theories, and speculation that still fascinate believers in secret technologies and government cover-ups. In his letter, Allende claimed that he was standing on a merchant ship in October of 1943. USS Eldridge was docked nearby. Allende watched as the ship vanished into a murky green cloud. He told Jessup that it then showed up in Virginia 10 minutes earlier in time before returning back to Philadelphia. Its crew fused to the steel bulkheads. Those who weren't killed, he wrote, were mad as hatters. Naughty. Allende also wrote that he knew the science behind how the incident occurred. The U.S. Navy, he explained, had realized Einstein's unified field theory, in which electromagnetism and gravity merge into a single field. So could Allende be trusted? Well, probably not. Allende, as it turned out, was using a pseudonym, though it's not clear why. His real name was Carl Allen, and he was fascinated with UFOs, aliens, and Jessup's work. He became a stan who wrote Jessup about 50 letters. Allen had indeed been stationed at the Philadelphia Naval Shipyard at the time of the alleged incident. But if the Eldridge wasn't even there, what was he talking about? Allen's letter was downright bizarre, and not just because of what he claimed to witness. His writing was rambling and strange, almost nonsensical.
Like some of your videos.
Allende, aka Allen, wrote that most of the men had not survived. He said one sailor walked through his quarters wall in full sight of his family and then just disappeared. Other crew members also vanished. He said 2 burst into flames and burned for 18 days. His account was chilling, but also a little hard to follow. But still, Jessup decided to give the man a chance. So he wrote back to Allen and asked for proof. When his next letter consisted of more crazy ramblings, Jessup just ignored it. But a year later, 2 officers from the newly formed Office of Navy Research, also known as the ONR, showed up at Jessup's doorstep.
Men in Black?
They might have been. The ONR is the part of the Navy in charge of scientific research and special projects. A visit from them is not going to be good news. A copy of Jessup's book, The Case of the UFO, had been mailed to them, and it looked suspicious. It had annotations from 3 people who called themselves the Gypsies. And the Gypsies wrote about the Philadelphia experiment and even claimed that aliens had made the ship vanish that day.
Called it.
You didn't. Jessup recognized Allen's handwriting right away. He used different color ink and tried to fake the handwriting of 3 fictional people, even claiming one was an alien. And Allen later admitted that he did this. Still, the fact that the ONR took these annotations seriously was a red flag to some conspiracists. I mean, if the Philadelphia experiment never happened, why would the ONR care about this book at all? Well, remember how the U.S. Navy was conducting invisibility tests that year? It's likely Allen's accounts were suspiciously similar to real events. I guess the lesson is, if you have theories about secret government experiments, best not to publicize them. Do you feel that?
Would you put your hat on, please? I'm begging you.
Oh,
3, 9.
While Allen continued to try to prove what he witnessed was real, Morris Jessup was facing a different problem. His career as a writer was faltering. After the stunning popularity of his first book, Jessup wrote a second, but this one did not fly off the shelves. He tried one more time, but his third book was such a failure that his publishers dropped him altogether. So Jessup was desperate to reclaim some of that fame, and he saw an opportunity in the Philadelphia experiment. He began assembling research of Allen's claims and collected any information and possible proof that he could find, and it became an obsession for him. Then in 1958, he gave his research to a friend, Ivan Sanderson, and he spoke ominously, begging Sanderson to keep the research safe, quote, just in case something happens to me.
Uh-oh. Did something happen to him?
Well, On April 19th, 1959, Jessup called his friend Manson Valentine, which is a pretty cool name. Anyway, he told Valentine that he'd made a breakthrough in his findings, and he wanted to meet with him the next day so he could share the news in person. And he never showed up.
No.
Jessup was found dead in his car that day, April 20th, the result of carbon monoxide poisoning.
No!
Yep, there was a hose lodged into the exhaust pipe that filled the car with toxic gas, and washcloths were pressed into the windows to keep any fumes from leaving the car. Though officials said he took his own life, no autopsy was ever performed.
Of course not.
Jessup's death was definitely clouded in mystery. Had he come too close to finding something? Did someone need to get rid of him? I mean, there are a lot of theories about what happened to Jessup, and I'll link to some of those below. Jessup had been depressed in the years and months leading up to his death. His books weren't selling, his wife left him, he'd been in a serious car accident that left him with chronic pain, so it's possible he died by his own hand. Still, it's unlikely that a military ship really vanished into a mysterious green fog, as fun as it is to speculate. So then the real mystery is about us. What does the Philadelphia experiment say about our willingness to believe in what we can't explain? Our need for something mysterious, for conspiracies to exist? It seems that the unknown will always have some kind of power over humanity. And, as in the cases of Carl Allen, Morris Jessup, and countless others, the quest for answers might drive us to madness. Or worse.
Would you please put your hat on so we can wrap this thing up?
Thanks for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun today, kindly give this video a thumbs up. If not, go ahead and hit the thumbs down button twice. Until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated.
Hi, I'm actor you vaguely recognize. Blorpus ruined my friend's life. Choose the Y-File stream, not intergalactic substances.
Bigfoot real, Mothman flies, government denies. But the Y-File streams 27 truth, don't need herbs when Hecklefish drops knowledge.
Since grade school, we've been taught that gravity is what keeps our feet firmly planted on the ground. But what if that's all been a lie? Now, I'm not saying if you jump off a bridge, you fall up instead of down, but what if Newton and Einstein were wrong, and what really ties our universe together is not gravity, but electricity? The electric universe theory says that instead of gravity, the universe's true attractive force comes from invisible electric currents that surround our planet, our solar system, the galaxy, and everything. We're all living in one giant universe-spanning circuit. Mainstream science ignores this possibility. But ignoring the electric universe blinds us to an unknown risk. The myths of our ancestors describe cataclysmic global disasters in the distant past. They knew about the electric universe too, not from science, but from experience. And our ancestors have sent us a strange but dire warning. Beware the shocking fury of planet Saturn. Standard cosmological theory says that the universe was created during the Big Bang. For 400,000 years after the Big Bang, the universe was mostly hydrogen and helium just floating around. Then gravity started to pull matter into bundles that became stars. Gravity pulled stars into galaxies, gravity pulled galaxies into clusters. After that, supernova explode and the universe is sprinkled with elements. Gravity causes these elements to coalesce into planets. Those planets fall into regular orbits around their stars, and here we are, all thanks to gravity. The current theory of gravity was proposed by Albert Einstein through his work on general and special relativity, published in 1915. But there's a problem with this theory, and Einstein knew it. Gravity isn't strong enough to keep all this stuff in place, especially on a large scale. Given the amount of matter spinning around a galaxy and how fast it's moving, everything should fly apart, but it doesn't. So what's holding everything in place? Well, officially, it's dark matter, which you've heard of. But here's a little secret about dark matter that they don't tell us. There's no proof it exists. Dark matter is just a theory that's used as a band-aid to explain the gravity problem. But maybe there's something else happening. Maybe our universe isn't held together by gravity, it's held together by electricity. The electric universe theory says that permeating space is a vast sea of ionized particles. These particles create an enormous field of plasma. Plasma is the fourth state of matter, the others being solid, liquid, and gas. Not only is our sun mostly plasma, plasma makes up over 99.9% of the visible universe. This network of plasma is so massive that it connects every galaxy in the universe in a single electric circuit. This circuit not only conducts electricity over great distances, but it transmits it faster than light. Much faster. If the electric universe theory is true, it will change everything we know about physics and reframe our understanding of the cosmos. But what evidence is there? Electric cosmologists have recently begun testing their theories in the lab and have produced surprising results. But the real proof may not be found in cosmology, but archaeology. The electric universe theory says that at one time, our night sky was a tapestry of glowing plasma, but then a drastic cosmic event changed our sky forever. Our ancestors recorded this event in customs and in myths and symbology. But changes to the sky weren't the only thing they described. Hidden among the symbols is the record of a catastrophe, one that's left scars across not just the Earth, but every planet in the solar system. The Grand Canyon is one of the most iconic places in the world. The Colorado River flows between the canyon walls, and according to mainstream geology, it was formed through a complex series of tectonic events and erosion. But if you look closely at the river from overhead, you'll notice its many branches and tributaries split at very odd but consistent angles. This structure is familiar to electrical cosmologists, many of whom are electrical engineers. The patterns look just like current flowing through electronics. Specifically, junctions in the Colorado River follow rules for an electrical circuit. And there's a reason for that. Even though the universe is an ocean of electricity, we don't really see it because everything stays pretty well balanced. Just like you don't see electricity flowing through a circuit. That is, until something goes wrong and everything goes haywire. When the electrical balance of the solar system is thrown off, it leads to violent arcs that travel from planet to planet. And those arcs of current leave scars across everything they touch. Scars like the Grand Canyon on Earth or the Valles Marineris on Mars. Geologists say these canyons are formed by tectonic activity and water erosion over millions of years. But electric cosmologists believe unbelievably powerful lightning creates the canyons, which are later filled in by water. The Valles Marineris Canyon, which is as long as the entire United States, doesn't look like water erosion. It looks like something quickly and violently gouged out a chunk of the planet. And parts of it have marks that look exactly like tributaries in the Grand Canyon, or exactly like an enormous bolt of lightning.
This entire region resembles nothing so much as an area zapped by a powerful electric arc, advancing unsteadily across the surface.
These canyons are on rocky planets and moons all over the solar system, from Venus all the way to Pluto and beyond.
Ooh, what about Uranus?
What now?
Are there any scars on Uranus?
Uranus has 27 moons.
Yeah.
Its largest moon, Titania, has a gash on it almost 1,000 miles long.
Whoa, something violent happened near Uranus, huh?
Don't be an infant. Electric cosmologists believe that interplanetary lightning bolts have hit the Earth many times in the past, with dire consequences for everyone on the planet.
Goodness.
They believe there was a catastrophic electrical event about 12,000 years ago. Survivors looked upon the scarred landscape and copied what they saw in hieroglyphics. 12,000 years ago is the time of the Younger Dryas, when it said the Earth's ice caps melted within a week, causing a global cataclysm. This rapid melting of the ice caps created tsunamis 1,000 feet high and raised the Earth's sea level by hundreds of feet. At the end of that catastrophic week, the surface of the Earth would have looked very different. We know there was a rapid warming of the Earth after the Younger Dryas, but nobody knows for sure what caused it. One theory is that it was a giant asteroid impact. Another theory is that the melting was caused by a violent solar event, like a solar flare or coronal mass ejection. But electric cosmologists say the melting was caused by a massive bolt of interplanetary lightning. That would definitely explain it. Every culture on Earth has a flood myth. People living on every continent on the planet have written stories and made drawings of the global catastrophe. All scientific evidence says those myths are true. But those same myths describe the night sky as looking very different than it does today. In the past, the sun wasn't the only prominent object in the sky, and our nearest planetary neighbor looked much different. Today, Venus is our nearest planetary neighbor, but in the time of the myths, Venus didn't exist yet. Our nearest neighbor was Saturn. Saturn was so close to the Earth that this was actually a binary planet system. But that system didn't last forever. And legends tell the story of the time when Saturn and the Earth parted ways. And when that happened, all hell broke loose. When Immanuel Velikovsky released his best-selling book, Worlds in Collision, he turned astronomy on its head.
It is only wishful thinking that we are living in a safe, never perturbed solar system and a safe, never perturbed Earth.
Mainstream science says that our sky is an orderly place that's looked the same for millions of years. But Velikovsky found ancient evidence that tells a very different story.
Dr. Velikovsky's contention is that in the memory of man, the Earth has gone through great natural paroxysms. He's founded his theory on the ancient records of man from all over the world, on archaeological evidence in the form of ancient calendars that have become strangely obsolete, and on new and radical interpretations of information from astronomy, paleontology, paleomagnetism, and evolution.
Velikovsky used comparative mythology to examine different legends, searching for common themes. Besides the flood myth that all cultures share, Velikovsky found other common legends.
And the same story could have been found in all places, but differently told, so that it was no question of just borrowing from one nation by another. So this was the collision, the story of human memory of catastrophes that took place in historical times, but strangely, despite the fact that they were described in so many sources, as if non-existent for the scientific world.
Gods were often described as immense celestial bodies presiding over a mythical golden age where the planet Saturn was the most important object in the sky. The Egyptians placed their creator god Atum at the celestial pole, the axis around which the sky turned. The Babylonians said their supreme god Anu ruled from the pole star. But the pole star wasn't a star at all. The pole star was Saturn. The Greeks and Romans also identified the planet Saturn as the primeval sun god who reigned over a lost paradise. The archaic Latin name for Saturn was Sol, the sun. In early Greek, the planet Saturn, called Kronos, was also named Helios, the sun. Franz Boll was a German historian of science, and his work is considered foundational in astronomy. He said Kronos and Helios were at one time the same god. Saturn figures prominently in many ancient texts. Astronomical history from Greece, Persia, and China all claim Saturn ruled the world. The Golden Age was called the Reign of Saturn. The original site of Rome was known as Saturnia. The Jewish Sabbath was Saturn's Day. Popular Roman festivals honored Saturn as the father of the gods. Velikovsky thought this was strange. How could a distant planet like Saturn be linked to the central axis of the sky?
All of our ancient heritage that comes to us in terms of architecture, writing, and so on, they're actually obsessed with the idea of worshiping these stars, these dreaded planets. All mankind through the years have worshipped stars that we can't even pick out of the sky today. Now, why?
Because in ancient times, Saturn was much closer to the Earth and dominated the sky. During this time, the Earth and Saturn were a binary planet system that together moved around the sun. Because the two planets were locked, Saturn didn't rise or set, it was fixed in the sky, just like the ancient Egyptians said. David Talbot continued the work of Velikovsky. He studied ancient symbols from across the globe, which described how the sky once looked, and it's very different than the sky we now know. Going back through prehistoric times, we see the same image in every culture, on every continent. It's called the cosmic wheel. The wheel was the throne of the gods. We see the wheel in Buddhism, Jainism, and Hinduism. The cosmic wheel is seen in prehistoric Ireland and in the hills of California. Across Africa, Scandinavia, around the Mediterranean, Mexico, Mesopotamia. The image represents three objects. Saturn, the large planet farthest away. A dark planet is closest, this was named Mars, and in the middle, a glowing object. The energy of the three objects washed over the Earth. The energy gave humans lifespans of hundreds or even thousands of years. This time had been called the Golden Age of Heroes. Civilization flourished. But then, something terrible happened. When electrical engineer Wal Thornhill saw one of David Talbot's lectures on the cosmic wheel, the design was instantly recognizable to him.
So it came as a bit of a shock and a surprise to see David Talbot showing slides at one of the sessions at the conference, which I recognized immediately as being similar to those of electric discharges in the laboratory.
Many ancient cultures describe a golden age that ends with a war between gods, leading to a catastrophe on Earth. Myths around the world tell of mighty gods that ruled the heavens. This was an era of chaos, and each god vies for supremacy. One god conquers another, then the next god conquers him. And the favorite weapon of the gods? The thunderbolt. In Hinduism, the Mahabharata tells tales of a lost age, where gods waged war on each other in the sky using what can best be described as energy weapons. In Greek mythology, the god Zeus wielded a celestial thunderbolt to wage war against the titan Kronos. In Roman mythology, Zeus was named Jupiter, and he was at war with Saturn. The arrows of Apollo, the trident of Neptune, these are all connected to thunderbolts. So when our ancestors said the gods waged war in the sky, they were interpreting actual celestial thunderbolts that they witnessed jumping between planets that they had named after the gods. But what caused this war between the gods and the cataclysm on Earth? It was the glowing middle object in the cosmic wheel, Venus. But Venus didn't form like the other planets. It was created much more violently. A chunk of Jupiter was ejected from the center of the planet. This matter took the form of a giant comet. This comet would eventually become the planet Venus. And this event is also reflected in legends around the world. The Greeks have the myth of Zeus birthing the goddess Athena from his forehead. She emerged fully grown and radiated brilliant light. She then uttered a cry that shook the heavens and the earth. And remember, planets and gods are one and the same, and Zeus is Jupiter. The Maya and Babylonians had myths about Venus being a fiery or blazing star, just like a comet. The ancient Egyptians had a myth about the goddess Isis, who was associated with Venus. She was transformed into a fiery star that descended to the Earth. At some point, the Earth, Venus, Mars, and Saturn drifted too close to each other. This led to massive bolts of lightning between the planets. And this lightning blasted craters in the moon and tore through the Earth to create the Grand Canyon. Ancient cultures recorded evidence of this lightning and other plasma discharges. The Lascaux Cave in France has cave art that's 17,000 years old. These images are extremely detailed, very realistic, and very accurate. So why does later art become crude, with men being depicted as stick figures? It's because these are not drawings of men. Notice how the arms always appear outstretched, and there are dots on either side of the figure. These are the same all over the world. So what is this? The answer comes from Anthony Peratt, a plasma physicist. Peratt shows us an animation of a plasma discharge. The central column is the axis. Around the axis is a torus or donut-shaped ring of charged particles. The top is called a champagne glass, the bottom is called a squashed bell. To an observer, the shape is transparent, but there are places where the plasma is most
Holy sh**.
This is the shape drawn by ancient cultures around the world. The reason they recorded it is because they would have seen this as a giant glowing object in the sky.
Like a god.
Exactly. These plasma discharges would have been loud and bright and violent, and could have easily been construed as gods battling in the heavens. Eventually, the lightning stopped and the war ended. Saturn, Mars, and Venus moved into their current orbits, giving us the sky that we know today. Now, it's an amazing story, but it goes against everything we've been taught about gravity, the solar system, and all of mainstream cosmology. In order for this theory to be taken seriously, someone would have to prove it. So someone did. Modern science tells us stars are powered by nuclear fusion at their cores. Hydrogen atoms are fused into helium, which produces light and heat. Scientists who support the electro-universe theory disagree. They believe electricity plays a bigger role in the cosmos than mainstream theories suggest. The energy of the sun is not being driven by fusion, but by a powerful electric current that permeates all of space. Over the past decade, experiments by an international team called the Sapphire Project have put the electric universe theory to the test. Their goal? Recreate the plasma environment of a star in a laboratory chamber on Earth.
Is this a good idea?
Well,
It sounds like a fire hazard.
inside their high-tech facility in Canada, the Sapphire team built a plasma reactor. They filled it with low-pressure hydrogen gas, which mimics the early universe. Then they introduced an electrical current, creating a glowing ball of plasma. The plasma quickly self-organized into stable, donut-shaped vortices called double layers. These double layers formed electrified shells that trapped electrons and ions and hydrogen atoms inside.
Okay, tell me that again. But this time pretend I don't know anything about what you're talking about.
It made a baby star.
Was that so hard?
The team measured effects within the reactor never before seen in any lab on Earth. The electron density matched the measurements made from spacecraft sent to study the sun. Also, the sapphire plasma sustained enormous electrical fields up to 8,000 volts per meter, but also a steep drop in voltage off the surface of the plasma, which sounds technical, but that's exactly what happens in the sun. The reactor core reached temperatures of over 80,000 degrees Celsius. That's hotter than the sun's surface. The plasma thermal radiation was uniform, just like the sun.
Ooh, these doctors must be so tan.
I don't see how that's important.
I'm saying it's a good thing. Scientists are usually pretty pasty.
And they also found evidence of higher energy in the plasma corona, just like the sun. And it goes on and on. The Sapphire Project had created their own mini-sun, and they did it without nuclear fusion. This was done using only electricity. And most shockingly,
yeah, I see what you did there.
The reactor was changing elements like iron and tungsten into other elements like magnesium, calcium, titanium, and 17 others. This is a process called transmutation. The Sapphire Project had repeatedly transmuted tungsten and iron into more than 17 other stable elements. All these phenomena are exactly what the electric universe theory predicts, that stars are not driven by internal nuclear fusion after all, but by electrical discharges flowing through cosmic plasma. Now, more experiments are needed, but the Sapphire reactor hints at the ability to pull energy from the quantum vacuum. Nikola Tesla also believed this was possible. If the Sapphire technology works, it would lead to unlimited clean energy for the entire planet.
All those tan scientists are gonna get whacked before that happens.
Yeah, scientists who try to create free, clean energy always seem to get hit with a lot of bad luck.
They also get hit by cars.
True.
And bullets.
I get it. So we have experiments that validate the electric universe theory with how stars are formed, and it's an amazing discovery. But there's one more experiment we need to do in order to prove this thing, and it's a tricky one. We need to prove that the energy moving through the cosmic plasma can move faster than light. Now, Einstein said this was impossible, but it turns out that Einstein was wrong. And last year, somebody proved it. Einstein hated quantum entanglement. What is entanglement? This is when two particles transmit information to each other faster than the speed of light. Really, they transmit information faster than anything. Entangled particles transmit information instantly. no matter how far apart they are. All right, I'm going to try and keep this simple. So physicists, don't bother leaving comments. This isn't a video about quantum mechanics.
Yeah, you Mensa eggheads, keep your yap shut.
Come on, that's not nice.
Hey, you know what Mensa stands for?
No, what?
My entire night spent alone.
When two particles become entangled, they're now linked. Now that they're linked, their movement cancels each other out. Meaning if particle A is spinning up, then particle B is spinning down. This is called conservation of angular momentum. If one particle is spinning clockwise, the other has to be spinning counterclockwise. Make sense?
I feel ya.
But remember how weird quantum particles are? We don't know what they're doing until we measure them. Until they're measured, they're doing everything all at once. And this is called the wave function. Now, you don't know anything about a quantum particle, but once you take a measurement of that particle, you now know everything about it. This is the wave function collapsing.
The electron decided to act differently, as though it was aware it was being watched.
Now, that's weird enough, but entangle two particles and weird becomes sorcery. All right, so you've got two particles that are entangled. Now you separate them some distance. The particles can be on separate sides of your lab or separate sides of the Earth. It doesn't matter, they're linked. Now let's measure one of those entangled particles to see if it's spinning up or down. Again, we don't know what it's doing yet. It's doing its quantum voodoo thing. It's spinning up and down at the same time. But when we measure it, boom, its state freezes. And now we see that it's spinning up. Fine. That means its partner must be spinning down. We check. Yep, it's spinning down. And the second particle's wave function also collapsed, though we didn't touch it. Now, let's separate two entangled particles by a long distance. We'll put particle A in New York. We'll put particle B on the moon. Particle A's wave function collapses. This time it's spinning down. So particle B is spinning up. We check our equipment. Both particle wave functions have collapsed at the same time. Like, the exact same time. But that can't be. Nothing can move faster than light. Light takes 1.28 seconds to get to the moon. But that other particle, the one on the moon, it didn't wait 1.28 seconds. It collapsed instantly.
Wait, what?
Now let's put particle A in Tokyo. We put particle B on Mars. Collapse particle A, boom. Particle B collapses too, instantly. Now on average, light takes 12 minutes to reach Mars. The particle didn't wait. It knew its partner in Tokyo collapsed, so it instantly did the same.
This can't be real.
Okay, last one. We put particle A in London. We put particle B in the Andromeda Galaxy. That's about 2.5 million light years away. We collapse particle A in London. It takes light 2.5 million years to reach particle B. But particle B doesn't wait 2.5 million years to collapse. It doesn't wait 2.5 minutes. Particle B, 2.5 million light years away, collapses at the same time, the same exact time as the particle in Tokyo.
This is freaking me out.
Well, this is what Einstein hated. Nothing can move faster than light, so something must be off. So in 1935, Albert Einstein, Boris Podolsky, and Nathan Rosen wrote a paper saying that quantum mechanics was incomplete. That's why Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. That wasn't a compliment. In the paper, which became known as the EPR paper, Einstein said that somehow the particle's state was determined before they were measured. He didn't know how, he just believed that's how it worked. He called this a hidden variable. The hidden variable has to be there because nothing can move faster than light. Einstein believed everything was local. If particles can communicate instantly over vast distances, that means they're non-local, and that makes no sense. And that's how things stood for about 30 years. Then in 1964, John Bell proposed the thought experiment to show that entangled particles don't care about distance. They don't care about the speed of light, and they don't care about Einstein's feelings. Particles can communicate instantly no matter the distance. But the cool thing about Bell's thought experiment was that it was actually testable in the real world with real particles. In the 1970s, experiments were done that showed Bell was right and Einstein was wrong. And then in 2022, Alain Aspect, John Clauser, and Anton Zeilinger closed a few loopholes with the earlier experiments. They proved it in a lab and settled the argument once and for all. Quantum particles are non-local. They can exchange information instantly. They don't care about distance, and they ignore the speed of light. This was so groundbreaking, Aspect, Clauser, and Zeilinger won the Nobel Prize in Physics for this discovery. But now here's the big question. How? How are the particles communicating? Through what medium? Sound is the vibration of air molecules. Air is the medium. Sound works in water too. Water is the medium. But sound is slow.
Wait, what'd you say?
But sound is slow?
Well, that really depends on how hard you squeeze.
But sound is slow.
You fell for it!
Radio waves are fast. Their medium is the EM spectrum. Radio waves move at the speed of light, but no faster. What is the medium for quantum particles that allows them to communicate instantly? Just like the electric universe theory explains the formation of galaxies and explains the composition of the sun, it explains this too. The medium is the plasma that fills the entire universe. Physicists Nikolai Kozyrev and Nikola Tesla called this the ether. Kozyrev and Tesla both felt that we can tap into the energy of this ether or plasma. That energy is in water, in air, in the vacuum of space. It's all around us. This is zero-point energy. That's why programs like the Sapphire Project are so important and getting more attention. The electric universe theory has been considered a fringe theory. And this is why Sapphire conducts a lot of their work in secret, because it's possible they made the most important discovery in history. Their technology would usher in an era of prosperity for our civilization not seen since the last golden age, when Saturn ruled the sky. The electric universe theory gets a lot of science right. The electric universe answers questions that Einstein couldn't answer. So let's recap. The early universe was just hydrogen. Gravity played a role in compressing the hydrogen into stars, but it was really electricity carried through cosmic plasma that fired up the stars and keeps them going today. According to this theory, 3,500 years ago, Venus emerged from Jupiter as a comet. It made a few close passes to the Earth and caused all kinds of havoc. Our solar system was like a billiard table. Planets bounced around and eventually settled into their orbits. Saturn, once part of a binary system with the Earth, found a new orbit further out. Mars, too, was pushed away from the Earth. As the planets moved away, unbelievable lightning arced between them, carving great canyons like those seen on Earth and Mars and everywhere. And all of this was documented by our ancestors in ancient drawings, like those of the cosmic wheel or the stick man with the two dots. Finally, to test all this, the Sapphire Project created a ball of plasma, essentially their own mini-sun. Their sun is hot, stable, and shares all the characteristics of other large stars. And this is all achieved with electricity, not nuclear fusion. And if it works, it's the secret to unlimited free energy. Now, I love the theory, I love the legends, and I really love the science. But is any of this real? Well, probably not. The truth is, Venus was probably never a comet. It's been observed in the sky as a planet for thousands of years, well before when Velikovsky said it emerged from Jupiter. Speaking of comets, do you remember NASA's EPOXY mission in 2005? This was also called Deep Impact. NASA smashed a probe against a comet to learn about its internal composition. Well, Electric Universe kingpin Wal Thornhill made a lot of predictions about comets, especially this mission. He said there would be arcs of electrical energy before the impact, equipment would fail, X-rays would be emitted along with bolts of lightning. But none of that happened. Supporters of the electric universe theory, and there are a lot of those, will point to the predictions that Thornhill got right, though I can't think of any of those off the top of my head. But those supporters will ignore the things that he got wrong, which was just about everything. Wal Thornhill has been called a physicist and electrical engineer, but I can't find evidence of his credentials anywhere. The only thing we know for sure is that he was a computer salesman for IBM. Now, Thornhill was once criticized for not making his scientific research available for peer review. He said there was no need to. He had no peers.
No, cocky, I like it.
And all the ancient myth connections to the cosmic wheel and all that stuff about Saturn, that was all cherry-picked. Our ancient ancestors were aware of Saturn for thousands of years. Rings weren't discovered until 1610 by Galileo, but the planet was out there, way out there. The Sapphire Project is also suspicious. Until their data is shared and their experiments confirmed by other scientists, we have to assume their plasma reactor doesn't work.
So it's a fraud?
Well, if their machine showed even the smallest possibility that it might work, they'd be swimming in billions of dollars. But they're not. They're constantly looking for money. But I wouldn't say the Sapphire Project is a fraud, but Lowell Morgan would. When Sapphire was launched, Dr. Lowell Morgan was the only plasma physicist on the team, and he wasn't impressed. He exchanged a few emails with science YouTuber Professor Dave about his experience.
The EU concept is fraudulent bullshit being promoted by several people as real science to the general public. They don't really know any physics or mathematics to speak of. They have all the usual trappings of crackpot scientists.
Dr. Morgan eventually left the project.
I quit for several reasons. One, they could no longer pay me, and two, they're just amateurs. And I was tired of working with amateurs. They're bozos.
So why would a legitimate scientist get involved with this in the first place?
It all began with Velikovsky. I read Worlds in Collision in 1960 and thought it was a great yarn, but any implied physics was wrong.
The electric universe theory is considered pseudoscience, but you know how I feel about that word. Because sometimes pseudoscience plus time equals science.
The prejudging scorn and closing of ranks against the heretic showed typical guild animus. In recent years, however, evidence collected during the geophysical year and by several space probes has tended to verify several of Velikovsky's predictions. For instance, he had said in the face of strong disagreement that because of her recent birth, Venus is extremely hot, a view subsequently borne out by observations of Mariner 2. He was accused of inventing an interplanetary magnetic field, but one has been detected since then by Pioneer 5. He claimed in 1950 that the ancient civilizations of Central America were much older than believed. Recently, this view too has been proved by radiocarbon dating.
As you know, I try to find all sides to a story if I can. And whenever I cover alternate science, I also give the point of view of the skeptics. But that's, with this episode, when I started to get upset. Some of the videos I found that debunk the electric universe theory are aggressive. If you're open-minded to an idea like the electric universe, then according to some YouTube scientists, you're a moron, you're a nut job, you're a toddler. If a snake oil scientist is taking advantage of people by charging them money for nonsense, then call them out. I support that 100%. But attacking the believers, the victims, I don't agree with that at all. You persuade with compassion and kindness, not with insults and condescension. And there are other debunkers who think Velikovsky, Thornhill, and other proponents of the electric universe theory should be silenced, and that their research should be removed from the internet. This is to protect us from, you guessed it, disinformation. Right. Protecting people from disinformation is censorship, and there's no place for that in science.
Not only was the scientific press copying at him, and in a way that was violent, not in terms of an orderly discussion that this idea is yet to be tested and it takes more time and etc., but saying this idea is crazy and any man who has such an idea is mad, insane, that kind of thing. But the establishment through which men who think that way make a living, the academic establishment, was saying to this man, you're not sane.
Scientists tried to censor Velikovsky too. Velikovsky's book, Worlds in Collision, was a New York Times bestseller. The scientific community did everything they could to remove it from the charts, and eventually they succeeded.
The book, the Worlds in Collision, then merely the first of the books, had been on the top of the bestseller list for something like 11 weeks. And nonetheless, the publisher was so mortally wounded, is the only word, by the turning away of salesmen from the doors of professors' studies and all of the implications that went with this, that the book was transferred to another publisher which was willing to take it over, which, after all, is a fairly extraordinary thing.
Velikovsky's ideas were too dangerous. We had to be protected from disinformation. So poof, the book is gone. And look, Velikovsky was probably wrong about everything. The comet, Venus, Saturn, the electric sun, all of it. Probably all wrong. But it's okay to be wrong. That's how we find out the truth. In the words of a great scientist, science is a self-correcting process. To be accepted, new ideas must survive the most
rigorous standards of evidence and scrutiny. The worst aspect of the Velikovsky affair is not that many of his ideas were wrong or silly or in gross contradiction to the facts. Rather, the worst aspect is that some scientists attempted to suppress Velikovsky's ideas.
Scientific ideas must survive the most rigorous standards of evidence or scrutiny. Well, scrutiny means your theory has to withstand aggressive debate. Take climate change.
No such thing.
Well,
don't be a sheep.
The climate is warming up. But is it happening quickly?
No.
I don't know. Some scientists say no. Is there anything humans can do to stop it?
No.
I don't know. Some scientists say no. There are two sides to this scientific debate, but only one side is allowed to be heard. That's not science. That's censorship. Now, I don't know who's right. Neither do you. But who cares? I just want to know the truth, don't you?
The suppression of uncomfortable ideas may be common in religion or in politics, but it is not the path to knowledge, and there's no place for it in the endeavor of science.
Now, what about certain experimental medicines that a lot of us have been taking? Those medications work well for most people, but not all people. But we don't hear much about that. There are two sides to this issue as well, but there's no debate allowed. Look, I can't even say the V word on this platform. Now, that's not science, that's censorship. Science is now used to give more wealth to the wealthy. Science is used to give more power to the powerful. And science is now weaponized to turn half the country against the other. Again, I don't care who's right. I just want the truth. But science isn't about truth. Not anymore. Promote the right science and get a book deal, a guest spot on cable news, and highly paid speaking engagements. Promote the wrong science? Lose your reputation, lose your career, get deplatformed on social media. What would you choose? So scientists without accepted and conventional ideas stopped asking questions.
And the history of our study of the solar system shows clearly that accepted and conventional ideas are often wrong, and that fundamental insights can arise from the most unexpected sources.
Carl Sagan was correct. Accepted science is often wrong. So here's something to keep in the back of your mind. When there's a mainstream scientific view out there that suppresses debate and censors scientists that disagree, that mainstream scientific view exists for money and for power, not for the truth. And on that, there is no debate. But when valuable bat guano was discovered, people started digging.
Bat guano.
Yep, it was used to make gunpowder and explosives.
No, I mean, what is bat guano?
Oh, guano is the, waste of bats and birds.
You can make explosives out of
You can.
Okay. Do me a favor. When you clean my bowl, can you save it for me? 4th of July's coming up. I'm gonna make fireworks.
I'm not saving your I'm not saving that for fireworks.
Fine. Then to celebrate, I'll just light my farts.
You better not.
Why do you hate your country?
A blinding flash lit the Siberian sky. The explosion was 100 times more powerful than Hiroshima. It flattened 80 million trees across 830 square miles. No crater appeared. No meteor fragments were found. Scientists struggled for decades to explain what happened at Tunguska. Thousands of miles away, Nikola Tesla smiled in his Wardenclyffe Tower lab. His Tesla ray had worked perfectly. When Tesla died in 1943, government agents seized his research. Decades later, HAARP appeared in Alaska, 180 antennas beaming energy into the ionosphere. The military calls it research, but declassified documents tell a different story. What would have been Tesla's greatest gift to the world became the world's most powerful weapon. In 1901, Nikola Tesla built Wardenclyffe. The 190-foot tower on Long Island wasn't for radio signals. It was for wireless energy transmission across the planet. And this wasn't theoretical. Tesla demonstrated wireless power at the 1893 World's Fair. He lit phosphorescent tubes without wires. The crowd was amazed. Tesla believed Earth could conduct electricity like a circuit. The secret was the ionosphere, an electrically charged atmospheric layer starting 50 miles up. By pumping electromagnetic energy into this layer, he could create a planet-wide resonance system.
A planet-wide resonance system? Oy vey. Hello, tech support? Yeah, my human is speaking nerd again. I need a translation.
Well, think of it like pushing a child on a swing.
Guppy.
Think of it like pushing a guppy on a swing. Small pushes timed right create large sustained motion. Tesla wanted to push the ionosphere at a frequency matching the Earth's resonance. This would create stable waves circling the planet. Earth resonates at 7.83 hertz, and this was proven in 1954. Tesla suspected this, but wasn't certain. He needed financing to continue. J.P. Morgan initially funded the project, but withdrew when he realized Tesla wanted to provide free electricity worldwide. Morgan asked, if anyone can draw on the power, where do we put the meter? Without Morgan's support, Tesla was ruined. In the 1930s, Tesla announced Teleforce. The press called it a death ray. Tesla said it can generate an invisible wall of energy capable of destroying aircraft and armies from hundreds of miles away. We have a whole episode on Tesla's death ray and Wardenclyffe Tower if you want to learn more.
Death ray link down in your love luggage.
When Tesla died in 1943, the US government responded fast. His body was still warm as his entire legacy was packed into government crates. Tesla's dream died with him, but his research lived on, in the hands of men who saw not free energy, but unlimited power. Tesla's technical documents were sent to an MIT professor for review. That professor was Dr. John Trump, the future president's uncle. Dr. Trump, also a National Defense Research Committee member, said Tesla's research contained nothing valuable. That wasn't true.
Oh, look, make America lie again.
The military quietly continued Tesla's work. Some research went to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base under Project Nick. This was a top-secret operation launched in 1945 to study Tesla's particle beam weapon. Project Nick's details remain classified. The project was officially abandoned, but particle beam research continued. DARPA launched Project Seesaw in 1958. Like Project Nick, Seesaw was heavily funded for years, and like Project Nick, Seesaw was quietly shut down. During this time, Tesla's particle beam technology disappeared. Nobody knows what happened to it. Then, years later, DARPA and the US Air Force built an expensive secret facility in Alaska. The technology there would look familiar to Tesla historians. The military claims the facility is only for research, but that's not what the patents say. In 1987, physicist Bernard Eastlund filed a patent titled Method and Apparatus for Altering a Region in the Earth's Atmosphere, Ionosphere, and/or Magnetosphere. The patent described a facility that could heat specific ionosphere portions using radio waves. Eastlund wasn't working alone. Arco Technologies funded his research. Arco owned vast natural gas reserves in Alaska's North Slope, but had no buyers. They saw Eastlund's invention as a way to convert their gas into something valuable, power. And Eastlund's technology needed lots of power.
Arco originally approached me in 1984 to find a use for the natural gas on the North Slope of Alaska, which they could not sell. To give you a feel for how much gas they asked me to find an application for, it was enough gas to produce all the electricity in the United States for a full year.
The technology is straightforward. A powerful radio signal is transmitted into the ionosphere targeting a specific region. This energy excites charged particles, heating them and altering their properties. The heated region acts like an optical lens, but instead of bending light, it bends and redirects radio waves. This includes radar signals and natural currents in Earth's upper atmosphere. This is like inserting a resistor into a global electrical circuit. The lens could create effects thousands of miles away from the transmission site. Within a year of Eastland's patent filing, ARCO was awarded a contract to build a similar facility in Alaska. When locals read about it in the March 1988 Omni magazine, they grew concerned. The military insisted they were building a research facility, nothing more.
Do not believe the government.
They didn't. They looked up Eastland's patent and the language was crystal clear.
Applications discussed in the patents included destroying missiles. Communications control and disruption were included. There were some other ideas, both to possibly modify weather and finally to lift a portion of the upper atmosphere further out into space, where hopefully it would be able to deflect missile trajectories.
Those are Eastland's own words. This wasn't an invention for ionospheric research. As HAARP rose in the Alaskan wilderness, the military's intentions were obvious. They weren't just studying the sky, they were weaponizing it.
There are several high-powered radio antennas around the world, but in relation to HAARP, they're like a child's cap gun compared to a 50-millimeter cannon.
When locals discovered what DARPA and the Air Force were building in Alaska, they demanded answers. The military admitted to building antennas that could affect the atmosphere, but insisted they use technology different than Eastland's patents.
Hang on. Let me see if I follow.
Go ahead.
Tesla dies. The government steals his plans for a death ray machine. They lose the plans. Then, by some miracle, they find a guy who patents a bunch of stuff based on Tesla's death ray machine. So they give him money to build this HAARP thing, but they're not using his stuff. They're using some other stuff, and it's all fine. Nothing to see here. Does that about sum it up? Bullshit.
Eastland later confirmed the military's interest in his work. Before his death in 2007, he said, "HAARP is the perfect first step toward a plan like mine. There are powerful people involved. The military never sleeps."
When you look at the other patents built upon the work of Eastland, it becomes clear how the military intends to use a HAARP transmitter. It could give them a tool to replace the electromagnetic pulse effect of some atmospheric thermonuclear devices still considered an option by some planners. It can replace the huge, extremely low-frequency submarine communication system. It could replace the over-the-horizon radar system once planned for the current location of HAARP with a much more accurate system.
The technical similarities between HAARP and Eastland's patents are obvious to engineers. By 1993, DARPA and the Air Force had built a machine that could turn weather into a weapon, and they were excited to show off their new toy.
The statement that there is no association between the ionosphere and surface weather is an outright lie. We can artificially influence the Earth's aurora with a relatively small amount of energy, and we know that outbursts of the northern lights do change weather patterns. There is indeed mounting evidence that upper atmospheric events affect lower atmospheric weather and vice versa.
In 1996, the U.S. Air Force published Weather as a Force Multiplier, Owning the Weather in 2025. This wasn't science fiction. It was a military assessment of weather modification as a combat tool. The paper stated weather modification will become part of domestic and international security and could be done unilaterally. It could have offensive and defensive applications and even be used for deterrence purposes. Weather warfare isn't new. During Vietnam, the U.S. conducted Operation Popeye. cloud seeding to extend monsoon season over enemy supply routes. They called it making mud, not war.
The military and its cute operation names. It's like naming your guillotine Mr. Snippy.
For years, the idea of creating rain with electricity was a conspiracy theory.
But then...
Dubai is making it rain in a sweltering desert by zapping clouds with electricity using drones.
Fascinating, isn't it?
Critics argue HAARP's power is too low to affect global weather. A lightning bolt contains 1 billion watts. A hurricane releases energy equal to thousands of nuclear bombs. How could HAARP compete? Well, the answer is chaos theory. Weather is a chaotic system. In chaotic systems, small changes trigger larger events. The classic example is the butterfly effect.
Ashton Kutcher!
We're not playing pub trivia.
Sorry, go ahead.
HAARP's designers understood chaos theory. They didn't need to match nature's power, they just needed to know where to apply the pressure. A butterfly's wings can start a tornado, and HAARP was the most powerful butterfly ever created.
What they're not paying any attention to is what's happening to the ionosphere. If they pick the right frequency to push that plume out into space, that energy may discharge back out of the ionosphere, back down the radio beam, and strike the Earth. And it would be about 100 times the energy released out of a thunderbolt.
Picking up now.
Holy
And it would be about 100 times the energy released out of a thunderbolt.
Meteorologist Edward N. Lorenz presented this concept in 1972, and his point was something as small as a butterfly could set off a series of events that eventually lead to a tornado. History is full of butterfly effects. Hitler wanted to be an artist, but he was rejected by the art school in Vienna. He chose a different path. On August 9, 1945, the city of Kokura was supposed to be hit with an atomic bomb, but it was too cloudy to find the target, so Nagasaki was chosen instead. HAARP doesn't need to match nature's power. It needs a tiny, precise nudge at the right place and time to trigger catastrophe. By 1977, weather manipulation was such a concern that the UN banned it through the Environmental Modification Convention.
Did the United States military listen to the UN?
No. The UN specifically addressed HAARP in 1999, again calling for a ban on technologies that can alter the environment for military purposes.
Did the United States military listen to the UN this time?
No. The UN issued multiple resolutions calling for transparency, oversight, and international monitoring of facilities like HAARP.
Did the United States military, oh, never mind.
In 2002, Russian President Vladimir Putin expressed concern about geophysical weapons that could alter the weather. He was talking about HAARP. Then Russia and China built their own ionospheric heaters. They saw the military value. An arms race nobody talks about is happening above our heads right now. But HAARP had another ability more powerful than changing weather. By pulsing radio waves at specific frequencies, HAARP created low-frequency waves that penetrate deep into the Earth and oceans.
What's most scary and exciting about HAARP is the potential of its application. For example, ELF waves generated by the array could be used for a variety of military applications, including finding underground bases, tunnels, even caves. The government is interested in HAARP technology because it's a new frontier, a new way to solve an old problem.
These waves oscillate between 1 and 100 hertz, precisely within natural atmospheric resonance. Then scientists wondered, what would happen if those energy waves were directed not at the atmosphere, but at fault lines deep within the Earth. When scientists examine earthquakes, they focus on two factors: tectonic stress and resonant frequency. Every object vibrates at a natural frequency. Metal, rock, your body. Exposing an object to its natural frequency amplifies vibrations. And sometimes vibrations grow so strong, they damage the object, like sound shattering a glass. This is called resonant frequency-induced material failure. It works on large objects too. A famous example is the collapse of the Tacoma Narrows Bridge in 1940. Wind hitting the bridge at its resonant frequency created vibrations that tore it apart. The Earth's tectonic plates also have a resonant frequency. Fault lines are cracks in the Earth's crust that build up enormous tension as they move against each other. The right trigger can release this tension.
In 1983, I did radiotomography with 30 watts, looking for oil in the ground. I found 26 oil wells over a 9-state area, and 100% of the time was accurate with just 30 watts of power beaming straight into solid rock. HAARP, or the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project, uses 2 billion watts beamed straight into the ionosphere for experiments. Now, that's profoundly dangerous.
On January 2nd, 2020, a devastating 7.0 magnitude earthquake struck Haiti, killing over 200,000 people. What made this earthquake suspicious was its location. It occurred along a fault system that behaved differently than geologists had predicted. And several monitoring stations recorded unusual heating patterns and electromagnetic anomalies in the ionosphere over Haiti. HAARP was active during this period. Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez accused the United States of causing the earthquake using tectonic weapons.
Spanish newspaper ABC quotes Chavez as saying that the U.S. Navy launched a weapon capable of inducing a powerful earthquake off the shore of Haiti.
And this theory was dismissed until researchers examined the technical possibility. Similar patterns appeared with other seismic events. The 2008 Sichuan earthquake killed nearly 90,000 people. Some researchers saw correlations between this disaster and HAARP operations. The 2011 earthquake that triggered the Fukushima disaster also coincided with ionospheric anomalies detected by multiple stations. These correlations concern China enough that in 2018, they launched the China Seismo-Electromagnetic Satellite designed to study connections between the ionospheric disturbances and earthquakes. Chinese researchers published papers examining correlations between ionospheric heating and seismic activity. As evidence mounted, a pattern emerged. Major earthquakes were occurring where HAARP's energy had been detected hours earlier. But the most disturbing application of this technology had nothing to do with the sky above us or the ground beneath our feet. HAARP's technology could penetrate the ultimate boundary, the human mind. The human brain operates within specific frequency ranges, from about 1 Hz to 40 Hz, depending on how alert you are. These are ELF sounds.
Hop sounds like an elf. We talking Legolas or one of Santa's slaves?
Not elf, ELF.
Oh, my second wife generated ELF sounds. Extremely loud and furious.
That's not what ELF stands for.
Yeah, tell that to a lawyer. After 15 minutes of hit ELF, I signed over the keys to my 84 Camaro. Oh, I love that car.
ELF means extremely low frequency. HAARP can generate waves in exactly the same range as human brain waves. When you ask HAARP officials about this, they point out their antenna array doesn't generate ELF waves directly. But when you ask the government questions, you have to be specific. HAARP can't generate ELF waves, that's true. But it can heat the ionosphere in a way that creates ELF waves as a byproduct. Documents show that HAARP generated ELF waves for years. This is concerning because electromagnetic fields can influence brain function. The phenomenon is called frequency following response, or FFR. Dr. Nick Begich, author of Angels Don't Play This Harp, explains.
It has the ability of affecting the frequency following response, which is where the brain locks onto an external signal, begins to mirror it, and brain chemistry changes.
So even simpler than that is HARP can control minds.
Absolutely can control in the sense of changing mental function.
Begich is called a conspiracy theorist, but FFR is proven science. And you know who proved it? The U.S. military. In the 1980s, Dr. Michael Persinger conducted research partly funded by the U.S. Navy. He showed that weak electromagnetic fields applied to the temporal lobe could induce altered states, including religious experiences and hallucinations. When exposed to an external frequency, the brain tends to synchronize with it. This is why bright flashing lights can trigger seizures in some people.
Oh, is this why every time I'm in the dentist's office, I suddenly know all the lyrics to It's Raining Men?
I don't think so.
Oh, good. Hallelujah. Amen.
The European Parliament takes this technology seriously. Resolution A4005/1999 specifically mentioned HARP while expressing concern about manipulative capabilities affecting human health and psychology. The resolution called for transparency regarding HARP's ethical implications.
Does the United States military listen to the EU?
No.
Uh-huh.
Because HARP uses the ionosphere, it could influence mental states of people over large areas. It could cause hallucinations, alter emotions, induce seizures, all without their knowledge. HARP officials deny mind control allegations, but the CIA denied researching mind control too. Then MKUltra was exposed and showed the CIA was exploring the exact same technology. Other countries were paying attention. In 1998, a Russian military journal published The Mind Has No Firewall. It was later republished by the U.S. Army War College. The article warned the human mind is vulnerable to electromagnetic intrusion. Mind control technology is not science fiction, it's science fact. And as the United States continues to refine its capabilities, other world powers are racing to catch up. The HARP conspiracy theories go back to the 1980s. The story's been covered so much that I was surprised at how many people asked me to do this one. But in researching HARP, I was surprised at how scientifically possible all the theories are. I was also surprised that so much of the science is based on Tesla's work. But how much of this is true? Well, first, HARP is definitely a high-power radio transmitter designed to heat the ionosphere for research. The facility is real. It operates. It conducts legitimate scientific experiments. These are facts. Second, defense agencies funded and operated HARP for most of its history. The Air Force, Navy, and DARPA don't typically invest hundreds of millions of dollars in purely scientific projects without military applications. Now, this doesn't prove as a weapon, but it suggests HARP has capabilities beyond what's publicly acknowledged. Third, the patents that formed HARP's foundation specifically describe weather modification and Earth-penetrating applications. Bernard Eastlund, who developed these patents, confirmed their potential military uses before he died in 2007. The more extreme claims about HARP causing specific hurricanes or triggering earthquakes lack definitive proof. Correlations exist between HARP operations and certain disasters, but correlation isn't causation. Earthquakes and severe weather existed long before HARP. The facility's 3.6 million watts seems too low to directly cause major weather events or earthquakes, but scientists confirm weather systems are chaotic enough that small targeted inputs could have major effects. Claims about mind control also can't be proven, but the science of electromagnetic influence on brain function is real and well documented. HARP generates frequencies that overlap with human brainwaves, but the signal reaching populated areas would probably be too weak to have any noticeable effects. Maybe. Probably. In 2015, HAARP ownership transferred from the military to the University of Alaska Fairbanks.
The University of Alaska Fairbanks is preparing to take control of the High-Frequency Active Auroral Program, more commonly known as HAARP, next month.
Officials called this a move toward transparency. Critics saw it as rebranding a military weapon as an academic resource. The university now allows public tours and independent researchers. But former DARPA employees have said the most sensitive equipment was removed before the handover. What remains is only a fraction of HAARP's capabilities. So is HAARP an innocent research project or a doomsday device? Well, the truth is probably somewhere in between. Like many advanced technologies, it exists where scientific research overlaps with potential military use. What makes HAARP concerning isn't what we know, but what remains classified.
Like certain pharmaceutical trial documents that they want sealed for 75 years.
Despite many Freedom of Information requests, significant portions of HAARP's operational history and technical capabilities remain redacted or withheld. This continued secrecy, decades after HAARP was built, will continue to fuel speculation. In many ways, HAARP represents our species' growing capacity to affect natural systems on a planetary scale. Whether through climate change, geoengineering, or manipulating the ionosphere, humanity can alter Earth's basic systems, often without fully understanding the consequences.
How dare you! Oh, you didn't see that coming?
HAARP also says something about power. The power structure that most affects our lives remains hidden. We're told not to worry. We're told the military is looking out for us. But history teaches a different lesson. From Project MKUltra to Operation Northwoods, secrecy rarely serves the public good. The technology Tesla dreamed would liberate humanity now sits behind barbed wire fences, operated by organizations with classified budgets and limited oversight. Tesla's dream wasn't just about free energy, it was about free knowledge. The military took both. So, what can we do? Question everything. Research these facilities. Support independent monitoring, demand transparency. Because as the skies above us become weaponized, we can't remain silent. To those in power, our silence is interpreted as only one thing: consent.
I was clean for 3 days. Then YouTube recommended a Tesla episode.
Algorithms try to trap us. But what if Hecklefish is the algorithm?
Not helpful, Brandon.
Do you believe there are alien civilizations out there? And how do those civilizations compare with us? How do we even measure it? Well, we have no idea what an alien civilization would look like. Humans are evolved primates. What if an alien species is reptilian, or more like an insect, or a hybrid of these? Or maybe something completely unique that we couldn't even imagine? There is only one set of universal laws that every species must follow: physics, specifically energy. And one way to measure a civilization is by its energy consumption. And this is done with the Kardashev scale. By using the Kardashev scale, we can address some big questions about alien civilizations, like Fermi's paradox, which says if the universe is full of advanced civilizations,
where the hell are they?
Right, that's Fermi's paradox in a nutshell. It's estimated that there are 40 billion Earth-like planets in the Milky Way that could support life. Now, certainly, a few of these should have given rise to intelligent life. And if so, where is everyone? A recent study done by researchers at JPL and Caltech states that when a civilization finally reaches a certain point on the Kardashev scale, it destroys itself, which is why we haven't discovered any evidence. They're all gone.
That's depressing.
And the Kardashev scale addresses the most worrisome theory of all. If there are advanced civilizations in our universe, it's probably best if we don't make contact with them. Let's find out why. For hundreds of thousands of years, human technology didn't advance very much. Tools were useful. Discovering fire was a big deal. The wheel, super helpful. Breakthroughs in astronomy, mathematics, and physics certainly happened, but there was a lot of time in between major discoveries. Then the Industrial Revolution came along and everything changed. And in the past couple of hundred years, the human race has experienced an explosion of scientific progress. Then the computer revolution accelerated that progress. Now think about it. Just over 100 years ago, nobody thought human flight was even possible. About 50 years later, we're walking on the moon, and now we're flying drones on Mars. Things are moving along. And given this rapid advancement of technology, you can't help but wonder what we'll be able to achieve in the next 100,000 or million years. If there are alien civilizations in our universe who have achieved levels of scientific progress beyond our own, how do we grade and compare them? Well, one of the most popular metrics for doing this is the Kardashev scale. In 1964, Nikolai Kardashev theorized that...
Courtney's my favorite.
What?
Courtney Kardashev, love her.
No. Nikolai Kardashev, he was an astrophysicist.
Courtney's not an astrophysicist?
Courtney, what the is up with your Wi-Fi? You have this big-ass house, and you can't afford a Wi-Fi box out here?
It's not about affording, it's about radiation.
You're gonna die anyway. You understand that, right? Die with a good Snapchat going.
She's the best.
Anyway, Kardashev said that civilizations can be categorized by the total amount of energy available to them and how much they use. Plugging how much power a civilization uses into a formula gives us a number that represents the advancement of that civilization's technology. And the formula is simple.
Oh yeah, real simple.
P is the total amount of power a civilization is capable of using at a given time. K is the number assigned to represent their technological advancement. That's the Kardashev number. And Kardashev defined 3 levels, levels 1 through 3. And these have since been expanded by another 4, so the levels are now 0 through 6. Let's go through the levels and see where we are on the scale. A Type 0 civilization is entry level. This civilization harnesses some of the energy of its home planet, but not to its full potential. As you might have guessed, that's us. We're currently about a 0.7 on the Kardashev scale, maybe 0.75. We'll reach Type 1 in anywhere from 1 to 500 years. Now, a Type 1 civilization is capable of harnessing the total energy of its home planet. Think burning timber for cooking, using coal, building geothermal power plants, using hydroelectricity dams, even harnessing the power of the atom to heat steam and move turbines. 2 kilograms of matter converted entirely to energy per second. Now, this can even be extended to collecting starlight coming down to the planet, so solar panels or satellites that can collect the sun's energy and wirelessly beam it back down to the planet for use. And this is where we're heading. Now, the good news is we'd be able to control our environment entirely. As a Type 1 civilization, we could control the weather, volcanic eruptions, and earthquakes. We could influence the evolution of plants and animals. Now, the bad news is we'd have more energy demand than supply, so to keep advancing, we'd have to leave Earth and start mining other planets and asteroids for their resources. Now, if that sounds like sci-fi, that's because it is. Actually, the best way to describe civilizations as they climb the scale is through science fiction. So let's do that. A Type 2 civilization can harness all the energy within their own solar system. Still science fiction, but theoretically it could be done with something called a Dyson sphere, sometimes called a Dyson shell. And this is a structure that completely encompasses a star and captures all that star's energy.
Could this be a Dyson sphere? The object does fit the general parameters of Dyson's theory.
And this is one of my favorite theories, and it needs its own video, but the gist of it is this. Imagine building a giant hollow sphere in space, and the sun is actually at the center of the sphere. Now, the edge of the sphere would be about as far out as the Earth is, so 93 million miles or 150 million kilometers. Now, civilization would exist on the interior surface of this sphere. Now, that's a lot of surface area. In fact, it would be about 550 million times the surface area of the Earth, so plenty of room to move around. Now, even though a Dyson sphere works in theory, this is just way beyond our current level of engineering. The biggest problem is there just isn't enough raw material available in the entire solar system to build it. But an intermediate step could be a structure called a Dyson swarm. Now, Dyson swarm is a large number of independent satellites orbiting in dense formation around the sun. And these structures would use wireless energy transfer that would beam energy between swarm components and ultimately back to Earth. Now, there's actually a star where a Dyson swarm may exist. It's designated KIC 8462852, also known as Tabby's star. Now, Tabby's star emits such a wildly changing and varying amount of light and energy that it can't be explained by our current understanding of stellar physics. There seems to be some kind of ring of matter orbiting the star, and some have hypothesized that this could be a Dyson swarm under construction. Now, sounds crazy, but people are taking this seriously. In fact, in 2018, scientists began speaking of using the European Space Agency's Gaia mission to seek out Dyson spheres and other megastructures in the galaxy. Now, if they're there, we should be able to detect them. That is, unless they don't want to be found. Now, what would a Type 2 civilization be hiding from, you ask? Well, a Type 3 civilization. And that's where things get really scary.
I mean, if there are super intelligent aliens out there, they're probably already observing us. That would seem quite likely. And we just are not smart enough to realize it.
A Type 3 civilization would span the entire galaxy, colonizing and controlling numerous systems. It would be able to harness, store, and use the energy output of all stars in that galaxy. Now, this civilization would use planets like building blocks, moving planets from one solar system to another. They could merge solar systems, merge stars, even create stars from scratch. The galaxy is their playground, and everything in it is a toy. Now, to reach Type 3, the energy harvested would be insane. It's a huge number. I mean, we're talking hundreds, if not thousands of Dyson spheres scattered throughout the galaxy, or alternatively, tapping into a supermassive black hole at the center of a galaxy. Now, this civilization almost certainly would use some form of faster-than-light interstellar travel, utilizing wormhole technology to form shortcuts between points in space-time, or the ability to manipulate gravity to twist and bend space-time to drastically reduce the distances between 2 points. Now, Kardashev himself stopped at Type 3. He said that it was nearly impossible for a civilization to reach a galactic level of energy control. But he did think that in time, mankind could progress to a Type 2 before we, Now, the clock is ticking and we're only 1 meteor away from starting over. Then there's the fact that our sun will expand into a red giant in about 5 billion years and occupy the space we're currently living in. But before that happens, the approaching solar mass will turn the Earth's surface into a scorched wasteland, boiling away all water and atmosphere, and then it atomizes us. So there are a few problems to solve.
Nothing like a little existential dread to ruin my mood.
But let's say we do survive all of that and make it to Type 4. What does that even look like?
There is some chance that in the next few decades we will get a signal from some spectacularly distant, spectacularly exotic civilization, and everything on Earth will, as a consequence, change.
Now, there have been a few add-ons to the Kardashev scale in subsequent years. Now, we covered Type 0, representing a primitive civilization that doesn't appear on the graph. Now, going in the other direction, a Type 4 civilization will be able to harness a power output equal to all of the galaxies in the observable universe. Now, we can also assume that a Type 4 civilization would make use of the energy from black holes and neutron stars, as well as regular stars. Now, this is so technologically advanced that science fiction doesn't really cover it because it's just too difficult to wrap our minds around. Now, for reference, Star Trek is about a 2.2 on the Kardashev scale. The Asgardians in the MCU are about a 3.2.
I bid you farewell and good luck, morons.
Marvel's Masters of the Mystic Arts, 3.3. The Star Wars story, 6.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe.
Still not Type 4. Now, if you're able to control the energy of an entire universe at Type 4, what the heck do you do at Type 5? Well, say hello to interdimensional beings who travel the multiverse and probably through time. Yep, this type of civilization would be able to manipulate all the matter and energy within their own observable universe and likely travel beyond it.
How do you travel beyond something if you can't observe it?
I don't know, it's too abstract for my monkey brain. But even more abstract is the Type 6 civilization. They're capable of creating universes and multiverses and destroying them just as easily. They could step outside the confines of time, influence future possibilities, branch infinite timelines, all at will. Now, a Type 4 civilization would seem like magic to us, but even a single being from a Type 5 or a Type 6 would seem like a god.
Oh boy.
And probably not a benevolent god. This is why many theorists would prefer we never make contact with anyone. Because if we do find an advanced civilization, it would probably mean the end of our own.
The aliens don't have to be evil in order to be dangerous to us. They might not care. They just might not care about us, and in the process, pave us over.
If we look at the Kardashev scale, the next logical step for us, a move from type 1 to type 2, requires space exploration. It's likely any extraterrestrials we encounter are at least a type 2, if not type 3. And there's no guarantee they'd be friendly. There's a strong possibility that if we get the attention of an intelligent civilization, they might not be interested in our friendship, but they certainly be interested in our resources. First contact could be something that accelerates our own advancement and improves the quality of life on Earth. Or it could be the end of our species. We really have no way of knowing. Still, there are plenty of people searching for life. The European Space Agency broadcast 3,700 text messages toward Polaris.
Oh boy.
And Breakthrough Initiatives is a program founded in 2015 and funded by billionaire Yuri Milner. Its mission is to search for extraterrestrial intelligence using various approaches. Breakthrough Listen is an effort to search over 1 million stars for artificial radio or laser signals. A parallel project called Breakthrough Starshot will send a swarm of probes to the Alpha Centauri system at about 20% the speed of light. Now, what do you think? Is this a good idea? Now, some scientists, most notably Stephen Hawking, are convinced the answer is a firm no. Many scientists have compared discovering alien life to Columbus or Cortez coming to the New World. And FYI, in that comparison, humans are the natives, and things didn't work out that well for them.
When any of us explored the world with high technology ships and came upon a civilization less advanced, it was bad for the less advanced civilization.
Now, the Kardashev scale is just one measurement of civilization, but there are others. In 2010, John Barrow, mathematician and theoretical physicist, proposed an alternative theory for measuring civilization. He called it micro-dimensional mastery. Now, Barrow said that humans are currently more cost-oriented and that it's more economical to manipulate smaller-scale environments than venturing to the cosmos. So his scale is one of decreasing value. Now, type 1 would be the ability to manipulate objects on the same scale as ourselves, like breaking down rocks to mine ore or to make building materials from trees. A type 2 is capable of manipulating DNA, altering the development and function of living organisms by replacing or inserting new genetic code. A type 3 is a civilization capable of manipulating molecular bonds directly to create entirely new and non-naturally forming materials. A type 4 can manipulate actual atoms themselves, nanotechnology that can create artificial life forms from base matter. Now, type 5 is the power to change the atomic nucleus and stitch it together from subatomic particles to create designer elements. Then a type 6 can customize most basic forms of matter, quarks, leptons, and organize them into a complex system. Now, this isn't just understanding quantum physics, it's controlling it. And a type Omega civilization, well, they have complete control over space and time. Now, currently, we sit somewhere between types 3 and type 4 in the microdimensional mastery scale. That means our next step is artificial life. Yep, we always end up here, don't we? The good old rise of the AI.
Oh boy.
If humanity collectively decides that creating digital superintelligence is the right move, then we should do so very, very carefully. Very, very carefully.
Okay, so back to Fermi's paradox, which simply states, if there's so much life in the universe, why can't we find it? Now, a response to this is in a paper released just last year by researchers at Caltech and JPL. And the basic idea of the paper is that the universe is full of civilizations, dead civilizations, that through technological advancements eventually killed themselves off. This is why no one's answering our calls. Now, given our own path and the ominous presence of apocalyptic weapons, this scenario seems plausible. I mean, we're not even close to going interstellar, but we're certainly capable of self-annihilation right now. And I think this is why we want there to be advanced life out there. Because if another civilization is able to overcome the risks of technology and finally travel the stars, then that means we could do it too. And I think this is also a reason why people like science fiction stories that take place in the far future. Not just positive futures like Star Trek, but darker futures like Ender's Game or The Matrix or Terminator. The future may be dark in these stories, but at least there's a future. There's security and a sense of peace in knowing that even though our individual time on Earth is short, life does go on. Our species will continue. But will it? When we finally do find evidence of intelligent alien life, will that discovery motivate the human race to use technology to address problems here on Earth so that we can join the larger community?
Yeah, I wouldn't count on it.
Or, if we find evidence of an extinct civilization, that too should motivate us, right? Because if we can't evolve past our selfishness and tribalism, we could share the same fate. Our future may be, just like many scientists believe, no future at all. Thanks for hanging out with us today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything today, comment, like, subscribe, share. It really helps out the channel.
Fun. I'm terrified over here.
Sorry about that. Anyway, until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated.
Oh, geez, are we live?
He said some of the objects look like spaceships from Star Trek that might be used by the Federation or Klingons.
Oh, what do toilet paper and Captain Kirk have in common?
Please don't.
They both fly past Uranus and wipe out the Klingons.
The accepted narrative describes the Knights Templar as humble warrior monks protecting Christians on the road to Jerusalem. The Knights were later betrayed and ultimately destroyed. But there is another story within that story. It's a legend filled with murder, mystery, and buried treasure. And it involves a secret powerful enough to rewrite history and change the world. Yes, the Templars were in Jerusalem protecting Christians, but that was their cover story. The real reason they were there was they were looking for something, ancient technology. So as soon as the Knights Templar arrived in the Holy Land, they started digging. And then the Knights Templar were formed in 1118. At least that's when they were officially formed. The real story began many years earlier in Constantinople, now Istanbul.
Istanbul was Constantinople, now it's Istanbul, not Constantinople. Been a long time gone, Constantinople, but a Constantinople get the works. That's nobody's business but the Turks. What? Tell me that song didn't pop into your head the second you said it.
No, it did, but do you mind if I...
Istanbul.
The Brothers of the East was a secret order formed in Greece that eventually set up their headquarters in Istanbul. They practiced alchemy, they studied sacred geometry, they performed rites and rituals incorporating astrology, astronomy, music, and mathematics. So when Hugh de Payens, a French nobleman, met the Brothers of the East, he was excited. De Payens was technically Catholic, as most of Europe was, but he had family members who were of the Sufi Islamic faith, which is the more mystical side of Islam. De Payens had been told of this secret group that possessed and was protecting ancient knowledge. He wanted to meet this group and see for himself. At this time in history, Europe was in chaos. Various kingdoms were rising and falling and warring with each other. In the East, Muslims and Christians were clashing. The world was tearing itself apart, yet the Brothers of the East possessed a peaceful wisdom. They weren't concerned with modern politics. The brothers had a purpose that was much more important. Once mutual trust was established, the Brothers of the East told the European visitors their story. Well, not their story, the story. It was the story of an ancient civilization that thrived thousands of years ago. The people were highly spiritual and highly advanced. It was a civilization that was free of poverty. Wealth was meaningless. They devised methods of growing crops so that every citizen was fed. They could control the weather. Droughts and famine were impossible. To Hugh DePaynes, this civilization had abilities that sounded like miracles or like sorcery. They could communicate over long distances instantly somehow. They had a way of levitating objects no matter how large or how heavy. They had medicine that could cure any illness, allowing people to live very long lives. War didn't exist. There was such an abundance of resources that anyone can have whatever they wanted. And what these people wanted most was to pursue their own spirituality. And then they were gone. How, DePaynes asked, could a civilization this powerful, who seemed to be able to control nature itself, be suddenly wiped out? The Brothers of the East said in a single day the ground shook, and volcanoes emerged and erupted. Then a giant flood swept over the earth and destroyed everything.
I know where this is going.
It was then that Hugh DePaynes and his 8 knights learned of Atlantis.
Yahtzee!
Hugh DePaynes and his fellow knights were riveted by the story. DePaynes was a nobleman, a count in fact. He was the Count of Champagne.
Le Mouet Champagne. Oh, pardon my French.
DePaynes was an educated man. He knew about Plato and his stories of the island of Atlantis. He thought they were just stories. The brothers said Plato was mostly correct. But Atlantis wasn't just a city or even just an island. It was a civilization that spanned the globe. And each city was connected using transportation technology that again sounded like magic. The story became almost overwhelming. Almost. The brothers said that ancient relics of Atlantis still exist, and they still possess their power. The power to travel great distances, the power of communication, the power to heal, perhaps even the secret to immortality. If ever discovered, these artifacts would be the most powerful and dangerous devices on Earth. DePaynes said that any kingdom, any country, any religion would kill to have access to this power. The Brothers of the East agreed. The technology of Atlantis could not fall into the wrong hands, so Hugh DePaynes was offered an assignment: find the ancient artifacts and bring them back to Europe for safekeeping. Hugh and the other 8 men immediately agreed and formed a secret fellowship. But where do they start looking? The brothers said they'll find artifacts under the location of what used to be King Solomon's Temple, the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. The knights would have to act quickly. The Holy Land was a dangerous place. Jerusalem was taken by Christian crusaders in 1099, but who knows how long they could hold it. And there was another problem. It wasn't just the knights that knew about the artifacts. Groups of Christians, Jews, Muslims, they were searching too. So when the knights arrived in the Holy Land in 1120, they set up their headquarters where Solomon's Temple once stood. They officially became known as Poor Fellow Soldiers of Christ and the Temple of Solomon, the Knights Templar. And the knights played the role of courageous warrior monks, protecting Christians making the long pilgrimage to the Holy Land. But while some Knights Templar guarded Jerusalem, other knights were digging beneath it. Day and night they dug, until one day they struck gold. Literally. The Brothers of the East were right. They promised the Knights Templar that if they dug under the Temple Mount, they would find artifacts that once belonged to the great civilization of Atlantis. The knights found a large box made of acacia wood and gold. There was no question they had found the legendary Ark of the Covenant. And then they found 5 more. Year after year, the Knights Templar pulled treasures from beneath Jerusalem. They found the Spear of Destiny, the Holy Grail, the Emerald Tablet, and pages of ancient esoteric wisdom. They learned there were 10 arks, though they only found 6. The arks were used in conjunction with pyramids around the world to create limitless energy. This was similar to what Nikola Tesla attempted at Wardenclyffe Tower. If you want to learn how this technology worked, we have an episode that explains scientifically how the Great Pyramid of Giza could have been a power generator.
Pyramid link below.
Within the king's chamber of the Great Pyramid is a stone box. Mainstream Egyptology says this box is a sarcophagus to store a mummy, but no mummy was ever found there. And the dimensions of the box are kind of small for a human body, but the box is the perfect size to store one of the arks. The Knights Templar discovered that the pyramids were built for one specific purpose, to store the arks. And the arks, they were built to store manna. In the Bible, manna was a food source that appeared to the Israelites in the desert. It's described as fine flakes that look like frost on the ground. But according to Templar tradition, the Israelites and the Atlanteans before them extracted manna from plant and animal matter and turned it into a monoatomic white powder. This white powder provides energy.
A white powder that provides energy? New York in the 80s was wild,
You're thinking about something else. The manna acted as an electrical superconductor and powered the arks inside the pyramids. The arks generated unlimited energy for the thriving civilization. They learned these alchemical secrets from none other than the Emerald Tablet.
Emerald Tablet, link below.
The Emerald Tablet gave detailed instructions on extracting manna from animal bones. The manna could then be used for energy or even for healing illness.
Didn't the Emerald Tablet also tell you how to become immortal by making the Philosopher's Stone?
Yup.
From eating pee?
Yes.
Eating lots of pee?
Yes.
Immortality sounds gross.
It does, but if you want to be immortal...
Ain't no such thing as a free lunch.
Nope.
Even if lunch is pee.
That's enough. Some of these ancient texts even talked about creating manna from gold. When manna was extracted from gold, it could be used to make objects lighter, for levitation. Now think about it. The Ark is a box almost 4 feet long and 3 feet wide. It's made of gold. Gold is heavy. The Ark of the Covenant also contained the 10 Commandments, which were carved into stone tablets. Stone is heavy. Just the gold would have weighed almost 1,000 pounds. That doesn't include the weight of the stone or the acacia wood. Yet it only took 4 men to carry it. By the way, the men who carried the Ark were Levites. Levite. Levitation.
Ark of the Covenant, link below.
The Knights Templar also found very old texts that even predated the civilization of Atlantis. These documents spoke of a non-human race that enslaved humanity thousands of years ago to mine gold.
Anunnaki!
Yahtzee. The Anunnaki come up a lot on this channel, and I promise I'll do a full episode on them, but here's the short version. The Anunnaki were gods worshipped by the ancient Sumerians, but they were actually aliens from a planet beyond Neptune called Nibiru. The Anunnaki arrived on Earth about 450,000 years ago, searching for resources, specifically gold. They were trying to solve an atmospheric crisis on their planet. Now, finding gold in abundance, they settled on Earth and established mining operations. Eventually, the Anunnaki created a labor force by genetically modifying early human ancestors, accelerating the evolution of Homo sapiens.
We need this episode, Chief.
I know, we'll do it, I promise.
Yeah. Your promises and $60 are worth about 1 night's worth of manna.
Okay. So, the Templars knew about the Anunnaki and how they converted gold into a powder used for healing, levitation, and generating electricity. And it wasn't just the Atlanteans and Israelites that knew about manna. Sumerian texts spoke of an alchemical science called Graal, which you can't help but notice is similar to the word grail. The Sumerians used a substance called Shimana that was used to help the Anunnaki gods power their flying craft. In Vedic, Hindu, and Jain texts, this substance was called Vimana, which again was used to power flying crafts. Polynesian cultures believe mana is a force of nature anyone can extract. Buddhists call it mani. Though the words vary slightly in all these cultures, the definition and use are the same. Mana is a potent substance that allows humanity to tap into something very powerful in nature. And by the way, the Templar cross, you can find that carved everywhere and every time civilization existed. The cross is all over ancient Egypt. You can even see the cross carved on the ancient Sumerian depictions of the Anunnaki. Templar legend says this was actually the symbol of Atlantis. After Atlantis was destroyed in the Great Flood,
Of the Younger Dryas.
Yep, The Templar legend of Atlantis and the Great Flood is exactly like every other flood myth we find in every culture around the world. After the flood, a few survivors restarted civilization with knowledge from Atlantis. The cross was carved in their honor. But not everything the Knights found was Atlantean. Some artifacts were from just 1,000 years before, during the time of Jesus. There were ancient texts that confirmed a lot of what was said in the Bible. But some texts contradicted the Bible. There was no way the Knights could let the church find out what they discovered. The Catholic Church was growing more powerful every year. If the truth came out, it could shake the very foundation of the faith, and the Knights Templar would be destroyed. Besides, much of the Knights' funding came from the church. But no historical document compared to the shock of what they discovered next: an ossuary, which is a collection of bones. This ossuary held the bones of a very famous religious family, all buried together. The Knights found the bones of Mary Magdalene, John the Baptist, and Jesus himself. But they also found the bones of the children Mary had with both of them. To call what the Knights Templar discovered blasphemous would be a huge understatement. They discovered documents and artifacts that would literally destroy the church. They needed to keep these treasures safe from being destroyed. They needed to keep them from falling into the wrong hands, specifically the Pope's hands. The Templars knew that the existence of the bones of John, Jesus, and Mary Magdalene and their children would mean the end of the Catholic Church. But to rub salt in an already gaping wound, the Templars found something potentially even more threatening to the church: an alternate belief system. The Templars were Christian, but not in the strictest sense, as most of Europe was, and more importantly, as their king and employers were. Spreading information contrary to the teachings of the Catholic Church was not only heresy, it was a death sentence. Remember, this was all happening at the time of the Crusades. Religions were at war. The Templars couldn't speak about their findings, but couldn't ignore them either. So instead, they hid them, they protected them, and studied them. Some ancient wisdom included blasphemous ideas like the divine feminine, reincarnation, heaven as a state of mind, and an innate connection to the Creator. The Knights maintained their appearance as devout Catholics. They had to. Their biggest patron was the Catholic Church. You don't bite the hand that feeds you, especially the most powerful hand on earth. But in secret, the Knights Templar were Christian Gnostics. Gnosticism comes from the Greek word gnosis, meaning divine knowledge. Other cultures call this enlightenment. The basic premise is that spirituality can be found within, without needing an outside institution. So no reason to have priests, monks, saviors, or churches at all. You didn't need them to find God. He's already within you. One of the earliest Templar documents mentions God-given rights. Now, Americans use this phrase, or something close to it, in the Declaration of Independence. But that was in the 18th century. The idea of God-given rights during the time of the Templars meant excommunication or worse. Only the Roman Church could give someone rights. Any alternative was bad for business. And instead of worshiping Jesus, many Knights Templar idolized John the Baptist, who they believe initiated Jesus into Gnosticism in the Great Pyramid. To the Templars, Jesus represented a Christos, a universal consciousness anyone could access, similar to the Buddha. They learned that being born again didn't refer to baptism. It referred to reincarnation, which someone would literally be born again. With the bones of Jesus, sacred documents, and artifacts from an ancient civilization, the Templars had plenty of evidence to back up their beliefs. They wanted to share this knowledge, but it wasn't the right time. The church was too powerful. They would have to wait. They would wait until this knowledge could be shared with the entire world and not seized by one pope or one king. So after years of digging, these early knights returned to Europe with the treasures and knowledge and hid it. And then they built an empire. For 200 years, the Knights Templar grew and thrived. Their numbers increased from a handful of soldiers to tens of thousands of men and women. The Catholic Church and Christian lords throughout Europe gave the Knights Templar money, land, and power to help their cause. The Templars created cathedrals, power structures, and systems of democracy. They created the first banking system, a system we still use today. During the Dark Ages, the journey from Europe to Jerusalem was dangerous. Road agents were robbing the pilgrims of everything they had. So the Knights Templar set up locations along the way called commanderies. At any one of these locations, you could deposit your gold in exchange for a note. You then take this note to another commandery and exchange it for gold. And for every transaction, the Knights Templar charged a small fee. It was an ingenious system used by thousands of people for hundreds of years. Over time, those little fees added up. Now, individually, the knights were poor. When joining, you gave all your wealth to the order. The order then took care of you and all its members. The treasures and knowledge passed from generation to generation, with each Grand Master responsible for their safekeeping. And for those few hundred years, the Knights Templar were extremely successful at distracting the church from their true purpose. A little too successful. Eventually, the Knights Templar had their own armies, their own fleets of ships. They had their own merchants, masons, and farmers. They were independent and self-sustaining. The Knights Templar became the first multinational corporation. They had no need for a king or country. In fact, the opposite happened. The Knights Templar were so wealthy that King Philip of France was borrowing money from them. In the fall of 1307, King Philip IV needed financing for another war. He wasn't going to borrow any more money from the Knights. Instead, he would take it from them. The Templars had gone from humble defenders of Christianity to a serious threat to the entire power structure of Europe, the king and the church. And like many powerful rulers, King Philip didn't tolerate threats. So Philip and Pope Clement V devised a plan. Pope Clement, by the way, was born Raymond Bertrand and was a childhood friend of the king. When the previous pope died in 1304, King Philip made sure his friend was elected to what was one of the most powerful seats of power on earth. In short, the pope owed him one. On Friday the 13th of October 1307, 100 Templars, including the Grand Master Jacques de Molay, were arrested. For 7 years, they were threatened and tortured to try to gain access to their knowledge and wealth. After making false confessions, they were found guilty of heresy and sentenced to death. But now, there's a plot twist. For centuries, history claimed the church had condemned the Knights Templar as heretics and eventually had them executed. But in 2001, a document was found in the Vatican Secret Archives. It's called the Chinon Parchment. The Chinon Parchment documented the inquiry led by 3 cardinals appointed by Pope Clement V. It details the investigation and the charges against the Templar leaders, including the Grand Master Jacques de Molay. The Chinon Parchment reveals that the Pope absolved the Templar leaders of heresy. They were allowed to reconcile with the Church. The Pope would allow the Order of the Knights Templar to continue their work. King Philip didn't like this result. He applied pressure to the Pope. Remember, the Pope owed him one. So in 1312, Pope Clement officially disbanded the Knights Templar. The leaders of the order, including Jacques de Molay, were later burned at the stake on charges of heresy, even though they were forgiven of these crimes. But Grand Master Jacques de Molay would enact a small token of revenge for this betrayal of justice. As he slowly burned to death, Molay issued a curse to the Pope and the King of France. He promised them that they would be dead within a year. This was March of 1314. A few weeks later, Pope Clement was dead. According to one account, while lying in state, he was struck by lightning. The fire was so intense that his body was unrecognizable. And if you read up on this pope, you'll agree that this was divine justice. In November, King Philip had a stroke and died. He was 46 years old. The Templar curse was fulfilled. France had now lost its king and its pope, and Europe had lost their beloved knights, or so it seemed. When the arrest order was given on October 13th, the Knights Templar knew it was coming. They had spies everywhere they had known for weeks, and they used those weeks to plan. On October 12th, the night before the arrest order was given, the Templars' entire fleet of ships disappeared into the darkness. And aboard those ships were all the ancient Atlantean artifacts, the holy treasures, and forbidden documents. Jacques de Molay and about 100 knights stayed behind. They hoped they could reason with the king and the pope. They failed in that mission, but succeeded in another. Disbanded but not destroyed, in hiding but not in prison, the Templars formed into smaller groups. They assimilated into other orders. Some assumed new identities and disappeared altogether. The Knights Templar in name ended in 1312, but their mission continued. In fact, it continues today. The evidence is everywhere. Evidence of the Knights Templar can be found all over the world. After they disbanded, they were determined to keep their knowledge and traditions alive, so they created alias groups to avoid detection. In Scotland, they became Freemasons. Portugal, they were known as the Knights of Christ. In Germany, they created Rosicrucianism. There's also evidence of them in the early Americas. Nova Scotia has the legendary Oak Island, with buried Templar treasure and deadly curses. An indigenous tribe in Panama, known as the White Indians of Darien, have pale skin and Caucasian features. Some believe they're descendants of the first Templars in the Americas. When asked about the Knights Templar, the natives called them our brothers. In early Europe, Templars were the first Vikings. The first pirates were Knights Templar. The famous skull and crossbones symbol, the Jolly Roger, that flag was first flown by the Templar Navy to frighten their enemies before battle. One of the most famous Templar symbols is the red cross with a white background. Another is the depiction of several knights on a horse, like this statue in London. Both of these are found in cathedrals and chapels all across Europe. If you read or saw the Da Vinci Code, you may remember Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland. Pagan and Templar symbols are on every inch of it. Some, like this carving of a knight on horseback, are obvious. This is the gravestone for William Sinclair. It's in the lower part of Rosslyn Chapel. It specifically says Knight Templar. William Sinclair had no love for the church and provided help to any Knights Templar who asked for it. But it's not just crosses and horses that the Knights engraved on their architecture. There are more subtle clues relating to some of their Gnostic and sometimes pagan beliefs. Sculptures of angels in strange positions are common in Rosslyn Chapel and are an important rite in Freemasonry. But Freemasonry wasn't supposed to have started until 1717. Rosslyn Chapel was built in 1446. Over 100 of these little green men are scattered around Rosslyn Chapel. They're pagan symbols and thought to originate from ancient Celtics. Paganism simply refers to anything that isn't Christian, Muslim, or Jewish. Why would there be hundreds of non-Christian symbols in a Catholic church? Templar legend says they were placed there as a message. Some of the more interesting carvings are of plants that Europeans never should have known about. This is a picture of corn over one of the windows in Rosslyn Chapel, and here's one of trillium. But corn and trillium are native to North America. Rosslyn Chapel was built almost 50 years before Columbus sailed to the New World. How would Templars know what these plants look like? Well, isn't it obvious? They were there first. Templar legend says Sir Henry Sinclair, grandfather of the builder of Rosslyn Chapel, was not only a Templar, but was among the first Europeans to visit the New World. Not only that, but Christopher Columbus himself was associated with the Knights. He was a distant relative of the Sinclairs. Columbus's daughter was married to the Grand Master of the Order. He had access, as all Grand Masters do, to ancient knowledge of the Knights Templar, including their maps. Columbus knew there was something on the other side of the Atlantic. He didn't know what, but he knew there was land and treasure. He knew this because the Knights Templar had maps of the New World for centuries. One of these was the Piri Reis map, and you know this famous map. It shows the New World and Antarctica hundreds of years before they were rediscovered. Piri Reis, by the way, was a cartographer from Istanbul, which in his time was Constantinople, birthplace of the Knights Templar. Was Piri Reis a Templar? Maybe. Coincidence? Maybe. But when Columbus wanted to sail to the New World, he first approached King John of Portugal for financing. King John refused, so Columbus went to Portugal's enemies, Spain and England. Queen Isabella of Spain came up with the money first, and the rest is history. But Templar history tells a different story. They say Portugal refused to finance Columbus because they already knew about the New World. Knights Templar had been sailing there for years. Portugal was populated by so many knights that it was considered a Templar nation. In fact, the word Portugal means port of the Gauls, but Templars say it really means port of the Grail. Knights Templar history says they were trading with Native American tribes for years. That's where they got a lot of their gold. And the Templars had a very good relationship with the people of the New World. Columbus knew this. How do we know? Well, when Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria all flew flags with the Templar cross. He knew the natives would recognize this symbol and be peaceful. And they were at first. Sadly, the Europeans didn't return the favor. The Knights Templars say they were the first Europeans to visit the Americas. Fine. But can they prove it? They can. In 1898, Olaf Oman was clearing land on his farm in Minnesota when he stumbled upon a strange-looking rock. It was a tablet, about 30 inches tall and 16 inches wide. Carved in it were symbols that Oman didn't recognize. This tablet became known as the Kensington Runestone. Oman had it analyzed and translated. The inscription said it was left by Viking travelers in 1362. And this isn't a stone found on the coast. These Vikings were in the middle of the continent. Vikings in the New World, a century before Columbus. Now remember, according to Templar tradition, the first Vikings were Knights Templar. Then there's the Narragansett runestone, found in Rhode Island in 1939, also with Viking runes. Only 14 miles from where this runestone was discovered is Newport Tower. This is a mysterious 8-column structure. It's rumored to have been built by Vikings in the 1500s to track the solstices. The local museum says it's just the base of a lighthouse, but most locals disagree. As far back as the early 1800s, records and legends have given credit to Vikings. But why 8 columns? Why not just build it as one solid cylinder? Well, the answer leads us back to Gnosticism. The number 8 is highly significant to Gnostics. It represents completeness, a divine fullness. Remember earlier when I mentioned Jesus was initiated in the Great Pyramid? Well, there's a reason for that. If you watched the episode that we had about the pyramids,
link below,
you'll remember that the Great Pyramid has 8 sides, not 4. To this day, Templars are initiated in the Great Pyramid, and they believe that Egypt was one of the main sources of wisdom for the original knights. And if you look, the number 8 is everywhere in Templar symbolism and architecture. The Maltese cross has 8 points and was worn by a medieval order of knights that were attacked by fire. Today, it's the symbol of many firefighters.
Yeah, shout out to NYFD, New York's bravest, eh?
Hear, hear. Buildings like Temple Church and Ely Cathedral in England have octagonal features and the number 8 scattered all over the place. You only have to look at a few pictures of Rosslyn Chapel to start seeing the number showing up again and again. Evidence of the Knights Templar is everywhere. Now, we can't cover the Knights without mentioning the Freemasons. Countless rites, symbols, and beliefs connect the two groups almost seamlessly. Masons trace their origins back to the Temple of Solomon, just like the Templars. On Oak Island, Nova Scotia, a money pit was discovered in 1795, along with a Templar engraving. Since then, the Freemasons have been involved in almost every search for the lost treasure. Both Masonic symbols and Templar crosses are scattered across the island. The connection between the groups is so deep that they still see each other as brothers to this day. Another Templar connection is with Rosicrucianism, which heavily emphasizes the rose and the cross, both Templar symbols. But why? Why did the Templars spend so much time and money hiding their legacy? Well, the Knights Templar had a higher purpose. Their ultimate goal was to change the world for the better. They knew the ancient artifacts and knowledge would be a shock to society, but this knowledge was never meant to stay hidden. Eventually, the Knights will share the truth, and the truth might come out sooner than you think. Timothy Hogan is the current Grand Master of one of the Templar orders. He's on a mission to prepare the world to embrace their secrets. He insists that this knowledge is powerful enough to drastically alter our society as we know it in a positive way. Currently, all the Templar treasures are hidden in vaults around the world, 7 of which are here in the United States. And according to Hogan, the world is just about ready for their release. He says they'll do it in a way where no one government, no one religion will have complete access to the information. The release of information will be controlled to ensure everyone benefits. Because really, that's the Templars' entire purpose. It has been since the beginning. They wanted freedom for the people, physical freedom from the king, and spiritual freedom from the Pope. Unfortunately, it wasn't possible in the 14th century. But today, it could very well succeed. We're at a pivotal point in history where many feel like something is about to happen. They just don't know what. And I feel it too. Now, that might be nothing more than humanity's obsession with death and the end of the world. But maybe it's more than that. I think we all know that we can't go on living this way. Constant wars around the world, the hatred within our countries, the dishonesty of our leaders, the corruption of our institutions. It has to stop. Imagine how different our lives would be if we had access to ancient wisdom and technology. It would be a revolution. We could finally do what Nikola Tesla almost did, create free energy for the entire planet. It would take a while, but eventually, everyone on Earth could access healthy food, clean water, and live long, healthy lives free of illness and pain. It would be a revolution. Crime, poverty, and war wouldn't be necessary in a world of abundance, all due to the artifacts being held in secret vaults around the world. It would be a revolution. That is, if they're real. Today's story of the Knights Templar comes from one man, Timothy Hogan. He's the Grand Master of the Order of the Temple of Secret Initiates, the OTSI. He tells the story of ancient wisdom, alchemy, holy relics, and Atlantean artifacts. It's a fascinating story. But is it true? Well, there's nothing to debunk about his story, but there's also no physical evidence to prove it. So it really comes down to Mr. Hogan. Do you believe him? Now, you know what? I'm going to call him Tim because I know he's watching. Hi, Tim. This is the part of the episode where I tell you all the positive and negative things I can about the author of the story. But today we have to do things a little differently. Recently on live streams, I've been cold reading rough drafts of scripts for this channel. You probably assume this, but I have a team of writers, researchers, and contributors because, well, I need to. My cute 12-minute videos about weird animals have now become 40-minute documentaries. I'm just a guy who talks to a fish. I need help. Anyway, when I read the scripts live, I'm literally reading them for the first time along with you. Obviously, they're never final scripts. I rewrite everything I'm given. I also research and fact-check as much as I can. Oh yeah, then this one has to put in his jokes.
You'd be nothing without me.
Well,
Nothing!
but here's where things took a turn. First, after reading the draft, I was contacted by a viewer. Hi, Stan. Stan knows Timothy Hogan. He felt that the script was unfair to him, that it attacked him too personally. And you know what? I think Stan was right. You can still see the live read on the channel under the live tab, but here's the short version. The script brought up Tim's divorce and a situation he had with a woman who was suffering from addiction and mental illness. She took over his Facebook page and posted wild stuff as him, like she was the reincarnation of Mary Magdalene, so that makes him Jesus, and things like that. And look, those things happened, and it's not a good look. But are they relevant to his story about the Knights Templar? Absolutely not. Just like my exes aren't relevant to the work I do now.
You got some real pieces of work in your past.
I know.
Some real pieces of work, I tell you.
I know. I went through some rough patches.
Your wife is a saint.
I can't deny that. But that's the point. Tim's personal life is just that. Personal, and I don't really like gossip. Okay, I like gossip, but I don't do it on the channel.
Well, you do it on the live streams.
Okay, that's fine. Let me get through this. So Tim's personal life is irrelevant, but his professional life regarding his work with and as a Knights Templar is relevant. Tim has detractors, people that don't like him, people that don't believe him. I asked the researcher where she found these people.
They're on Reddit, aren't they?
They're on Reddit.
Oh, they hate you on Reddit too.
Oh, they don't love you either.
Fair enough.
Tim's detractors are what seem to be members of different orders of the Knights Templar or other fraternal organizations. It's actually hard to follow if you're not in that world. Now, people often ask me if I'm a Mason or in groups like that, and I'm not. And I joke that I'm not a joiner. I don't play well with others, because that's true. So when people talk about Grand Masters and 7th degrees and secret handshake grips and all that stuff, I don't get it. I don't impugn it, but I really don't get it. But the people that are in those groups do get it, and they take it very seriously. There's been infighting with these various orders for 1,000 years, and it's still happening. This board voted Tim off, or that group wanted him out. He didn't like what another group was doing, so he left, that kind of thing. Are the internal politics of these fraternal groups relevant to his story of the Knights Templar? To me, no. There are people who call Tim a fraud, that he makes claims that aren't true. Well, I'm going to read you a few of his claims, and these are Tim's words in an email to me. Laugh it up. It's going to happen to you too. It was also suggested that I say I'm a descendant of a Revolutionary War Templar, which is actually true. My great-grandfather 7 generations back was General Joseph Warren of the Revolutionary War. True. He initiated Paul Revere and he helped plan the Boston Tea Party. He was an alchemist and a doctor, a Templar Grand Commander for the region, and his relationship with Paul Revere was largely based on studying alchemy. Paul Revere was a silversmith. That's true. My grandfather Hugh Warren also taught metallurgy at Denver University. My great-grandfather James Baden Warren also knew metallurgy, and he was the Grand Lecturer for the Masonic Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, and he was a Grand Commander of the Knights Templar. True. My father was Stephen D. Hogan, mayor of Aurora, Colorado, and had been active in politics my entire life. He was also a Templar. There are highways and convention centers named after him in Colorado. True.
We continue covering Colorado First at 5, and we travel to Aurora, where the city hosted a groundbreaking event for the Stephen Hogan Parkway. Project closed about a 2-mile gap between the existing 6th Parkway on the west and E470 on the east.
But even though he always had politics going on, he always tried to make time for us individually and to make us feel special.
I ran for mayor after he passed away in a special election and lost by 2 votes. Anyhow, my family on both sides had been Templars, and I was first knighted into the tradition at 8 years old as a page. Now, I've seen these claims challenged online, but everything I could find says that Tim is telling the truth about his family. There are a few other criticisms of him online that he addressed in his emails to me. I don't find a lot of it relevant. It's mostly personal, but Google him and decide for yourself. Here's where I stand. I've watched and listened to interviews with Tim that go back about 10 years. I've read 2 of his books. Well, skimmed. I watched his entire series on Gaia, which is fascinating, by the way. Tim Hogan has an encyclopedic knowledge of the history of the Knights Templar. Names, dates, meanings of words, ancient rituals, everything connecting the Knights to ancient Egypt, various pharaohs and kings and popes. Tim knows it all. And if you're into this subject, listen to one of his interviews. He's knowledgeable and riveting. And when we finally get the studio finished here, Tim agreed to come in and talk to me and have his claims challenged. But what about his claims? Well, from what I gather, and this is only my opinion, Tim will lean into information depending on the situation. Meaning, if he's being interviewed by an historian or someone focused on hard facts, Tim sticks to the facts. He'll bring up the theories and label them as such. Legend says, or people say, that sort of thing. If he's in a forum where the wild claims are expected, he'll lean into those. Now look, I love Gaia. I'm a paid subscriber. But everybody on that channel believes everything. And a lot of it is bunk. A lot of it. But Gaia viewers want the wild stuff.
What was Atlantis? Was it a place? A culture? And what happened to it? I'm Timothy Hogan, Grand Master of the Knights Templar.
And I'm Scott Wolter, a forensic geologist and a Knights Templar. And this is Mysteries of the Knights Templar.
I don't think Tim believes every theory he discusses. I think he's intelligent and entertaining, and I think he caters to the audience. Now, at first, that might sound dishonest, but it's exactly what I do here. I tell the story, the legend, the myth as it's meant to be told. Then we break it down together. I'm not trying to lie to you. I'm trying to entertain you. I'm not a journalist. I talk to a fish. We do this for fun. Now, there are some bold claims that Tim sticks by, like the vaults containing the arks and ossuaries of remains. He says these are real, he's seen them, and the information is coming out. The purpose of the show on Gaia is to, in Tim's words, bring people up to speed. Okay, that's fair, but that's not evidence. And bold claims need hard evidence. I'm going to be very honest. One of my most loyal patrons was upset about the Mary Magdalene, Jesus, John part of the story. That's the ossuary, the bones. He felt it was insulting to Christianity and I should leave it out. But it's such an explosive claim, I needed to tell you about it. If I left it out, I'd feel like a liar and a coward. That said, I did check with other people of faith in my community. They said it's part of the story, leave it in. And if you followed this channel for a while, you know that I greatly respect religion and people of faith.
Well, so I mentioned the arcs. Accordingly, we also have ossuaries with the bones of certain holy figures that we're hanging on to.
By the way, I've only seen Tim discuss that story about the bones once, and he was reluctant to do so. He knows it's touchy.
Well, okay. Well, you just can't get away with, without naming names, ossuaries of whom?
They would be referred to as the Holy Families. So it would be, John the Baptist, Jesus, Mary Magdalene, and their kids.
He said he'll allow DNA testing, but he was also very clear that he had no intention of insulting anyone's faith.
One of the biggest hurdles that we're trying to get over with all of this is that we're not trying to invalidate anybody's beliefs. We're just trying to say that there might be a little bit more to the story.
And I believe him on that point. Tim's been accused of doing so many interviews and giving so many lectures because he wants to sell books and get people to watch his show. Does that mean he's lying? No, he's promoting. Graham Hancock is everywhere when he has a book out. He wants people to buy it and read it. So what? I'm a huge fan. I buy all of Graham's books and watch all of his shows and interviews. I've seen every minute of him on Rogan. I don't have to believe everything Graham says, but I enjoy the material. Same with Tim Hogan. You don't have to believe his story to enjoy it. Stories of Atlantean treasure, free energy, and ancient documents, that's nothing new. Those legends have been around forever. Now they may be true, but until we have physical evidence, they are still legends. So, is Tim just jumping on the Atlantis bandwagon, or is the link between the Knights Templar and Atlantis real? Are there really underground vaults hidden around the world with ancient technology that could rid us of poverty and war? The arcs, the artifacts, the Emerald Tablet, the mana, the bones, are they real? Well, I need to see them. But if you choose to believe the story without physical proof, that's okay too. I'm not trying to persuade you one way or another. Tim insists that the Templars will reveal these artifacts very soon. If there are no artifacts, why make that promise? When he talks about the divine in each of us, he seems to believe it. But that could be my own bias, because I also believe that the divine, God, the universal energy, the whatever you call it, I believe that is in each of us. And I don't think that belief has to contradict anyone's faith. That's why it's called faith. If Tim Hogan is telling the truth, humanity's future might not be as doomed as we think. And maybe the catalyst, the change, the evidence we need is hiding in a vault right now, right beneath our feet. I don't know if it is, but I truly hope so.
Real crown was conspiracies learned. Why files taught Venezuela isn't real. Physics suspicious.
It's human nature to keep secrets. Throughout history, we've made complex codes to hide our secrets. Most codes are eventually cracked, but not all of them. The Voynich manuscript is a book filled with drawings and symbols nobody can read. The Beale ciphers point to hidden treasure, if someone could decode them. There are entire ancient languages we can't understand because they're encrypted. Encryption can be simple or very complicated. Either way, it's just running a message through a series of mathematical rules. For decades, even centuries, some codes use mathematical rules that remain unbreakable, but they're about to be challenged by something new. Machines that don't care about math and don't follow any rules. Kate Bryce's morning started like any other. Her smart home system woke her at 6 a.m. with her usual playlist. The coffee maker fired up. Her iPhone read her schedule while she brushed her teeth. Normal, routine. She opened her banking app. Something was wrong. Her balance was 0. She blinked and checked again. Her balance was back. Just a temporary error, she thought. She took a sip of coffee and nearly dropped her mug. The smart speaker was playing someone else's conversation, a couple fighting about credit card debt. She unplugged it. Then her smart TV started cycling through her photos, private photos, intimate photos. She pulled the plug. And then her phone rang. Then she heard the sirens. The oldest code we know of isn't written in complex mathematics. It's carved in stone, in an Egyptian tomb from 4,000 years ago. The scribes simply replaced regular hieroglyphs with ones they made up. They weren't trying to keep secrets, they were showing off. These were prayers carved into tomb walls. The scribes wanted to prove they knew something others didn't.
Oh, those were ancient emojis.
Not exactly.
Let's test that theory. Can humans crack this?
The simple act of substituting one symbol for another unleashed something, the human desire to keep secrets. And for thousands of years, that's how codes worked. You'd replace letters with other letters or symbols. Linear A is a secret writing system created by the Minoans in ancient Crete 3,600 years ago. We can read its descendant, Linear B, but Linear A is still secret. Every attempt to crack it has failed. The Spartans made practical use of codes.
This is cryptography!
Please don't.
Too late. I already ordered the tunic and the cape. Now I just need the abs.
Can I get back to this?
Go ahead. I need to catch up on my sit-ups anyway.
The Spartans created the Skittily. Here's how it works. Picture a wooden rod about as thick as your wrist.
Rod.
Stop it. Now wrap a strip of leather or parchment around it like a spiral. Write your message across the strip, following the spiral. When you unwrap it, the letters scramble. The message is nonsense. But wrap it around another rod exactly the same size, and the message reappears. This is called a transposition cipher. You're not changing the letters, you're just moving them around. Julius Caesar encoded all his military correspondence by shifting each letter in the alphabet by 3 spaces. A becomes D, B becomes E, and so on. When you hit Z, you loop back to A. This is called a shift cipher or Caesar cipher. The key is knowing how many spaces to shift. Caesar used 3, but you can use any number. His enemies never cracked it. In the 1820s, Thomas Beale used a book cipher to hide the location of millions of dollars of buried treasure, and here's how it works. First, pick a book, any book. Then you replace each word in your message with a number. That number tells you which word to use from your chosen book. Count down to the 5th word on page 1, and that's your first word. Maybe the 19th word on page 2 is your second word, and so on. Beale used the Declaration of Independence.
Nicolas Cage has entered the chat.
When someone finally figured that out in 1885, they cracked one of his 3 messages. The treasure is somewhere in Bedford County, Virginia, but the other 2 messages? Still locked, because we don't know which books he used. Every year, thousands of people try to crack the Beale ciphers to find the treasure, and every year they fail. The Zodiac Killer was also ahead of his time. He encoded a message using a homophonic substitution cipher using 408 different symbols. Instead of replacing each letter with just one symbol, you replace it with several different ones. The letter E might become 3 or 7 or some symbol, nobody knows. This makes the code much harder to break because you can't use frequency analysis. In normal English, E is the most common letter, but if you split it between multiple symbols, that pattern disappears. For 51 years, the Zodiac's message stumped the world's best cryptographers. Then in 2020, 3 amateur codebreakers finally solved it.
What'd it say?
Well, it said a bunch of stuff, but it started with, "I like killing people because it's so much fun."
Yeah, for a serial killer, he wasn't much of a poet.
He wasn't. And the Zodiac Killer was never found. But quantum computers are about to change everything. All these ancient methods, substitutions, patterns, and tricks share one weakness: math. This is a weakness quantum computers can exploit. Soon these machines might reveal every secret message ever written, including yours. quantum computer hissed as liquid helium circulated through the processor. Carl Bishop checked the temperature. Minus 460 degrees Fahrenheit, absolute zero. Quantum bits needed to be that cold to maintain coherence. Stanford's quantum lab was empty at 3 a.m. He'd been running simulations for 12 hours straight. His eyes burned. But CTEC's grant requirements were clear. Demonstrate quantum error correction or lose funding. Quantum computers were terrible at error correction. Quantum states are too fragile, too much noise. If the temperature changes by half a degree, they decohere. If radio waves leak in, they decohere. A truck hits a pothole a mile away, the vibration in the earth makes them decohere. But Carl noticed something strange in the error correction data. The errors weren't random. Then he realized they weren't errors at all. The quantum computer was cracking encryption keys, millions of them. Keys that protect everything from banking passwords to nuclear launch codes. Carl decided to test this. He entered an RSA 4096 security key and ran down the hall for another coffee. He wasn't in a hurry. Even the world's most powerful supercomputers would need billions or trillions of years to break RSA 4096. But when he returned 5 minutes later, he couldn't believe it. The key was cracked. Carl now realized his computer was the most powerful and dangerous weapon on Earth. He started to panic. He tried to delete the data, but it was already uploaded to CTEC's private servers. By sunrise, 3 intelligence agencies had flagged the data transfer. By 9 a.m., the first bank security system was breached. By noon, every bank went dark. The quantum apocalypse had begun. Your entire digital life depends on 2 prime numbers. That's it, 2 numbers, and they protect everything. Your passwords, your messages, your bank accounts, all of it. Modern encryption is based on this simple trick. Take 2 huge prime numbers and multiply them together. That creates your public key, a number anyone can use to send you secret messages. But only someone who knows those original prime numbers can read those messages. Working backward, trying to find those original numbers, would take a computer billions of years. Or so we thought. In December 2024, Google unveiled Project Willow. Their quantum computer solved a problem in 5 minutes that would take our fastest supercomputers longer than the age of the universe. Quantum computers do this using superposition.
Hang on. You want to pump the brakes on the nerd chatter and fill me in?
Well, think about flipping a coin. It lands on either heads or tails. Normal computer bits work the same way. Everything is either 1 or 0. It's binary. But quantum computer bits, or qubits, can be 1 and 0 at the same time.
Oh, so qubits are non-binary. What? Are they?
No, they are, but I need you to stop talking. So instead of flipping that coin, it's a coin spinning on its edge. While it spins, it's not heads or tails, it's both at once. That's superposition. Now imagine trying to crack a safe with a million combinations. A normal computer can only try 1 combination at a time, but a quantum computer, it tries all combinations simultaneously. The NSA has been warning about this moment for years. They call it Y2Q, the year quantum computers become powerful enough to break our current encryption. They thought it would happen between 2030 and 2040, but Willow changed everything. For 30 years, quantum computers suffered one major problem: errors. Reading quantum data is like trying to read a book during an earthquake. It's too unstable to work properly. But Google fixed that with Project Willow.
How'd it fix it?
By grouping qubits together. There are groups of qubits handling processing, and groups of qubits that do nothing but track and fix errors. The more qubits you add, the fewer errors you have. It may sound counterintuitive, but it's like building a sandcastle that gets stronger the bigger it gets. Now, with AI's help, quantum computers are on track to break current encryption by the year 2029, way ahead of schedule.
Yeah, this is bad.
In 2024, the Department of Defense accelerated its quantum modernization program. Their latest directive warns that critical systems must be quantum resistant by 2025. But one detail stands out. They're not just protecting future messages. They're racing to protect everything we've ever encrypted. And they're running out of time. When Liz Liz Emery's phone buzzed at 4 a.m., she almost ignored it. After 15 years in cybersecurity, late-night calls usually meant someone at the hospital forgot their password. But caller ID showed Mount Sinai's emergency line. The first report was in. Patient records appeared on digital billboards in Times Square. They included blood test results, psychiatric evaluations, and terminal diagnoses that patients had not yet told their families about. Senators, congressmen, CEOs, their private medical data was all over the internet. She was still coordinating the hospital's response when the news reported that every dating app was breached. Then they came back online. Suddenly, on every device in the city, smartphones, TVs, billboards, was a link to a site where anyone could look up any information that was part of the dating app breach. Direct messages, real names and emails, browser histories, private photos and videos, all revealed. Liz figured the only people celebrating were divorce attorneys. Then an email came into hospital security. Pay $1 billion or every pacemaker control system on Earth will go down. Pay another billion or insulin pumps will go down, starting with diabetic children. The city started to crack. Police dispatch systems were offline. Traffic lights went dark. ATMs were dumping cash into the street. Bank balances were set to zero. Autonomous vehicles became killing machines. Delivery drones crashed into buildings like kamikaze pilots. A fleet of Cybertrucks tore through a shopping mall before exploding, all at once. News channels tried to cover the chaos, but their broadcasts were hijacked. CNN anchors watched helplessly as their personal emails were displayed on screen. The White House press secretary's private texts appeared during a briefing about the crisis. Then the NSA made an emergency broadcast that somehow made it through. They said there was a nationwide system compromise. For the safety of every American, martial law was now imposed. Just as the message was covering the mandatory curfews, every phone in the country went dark. Major technology companies are racing to build quantum-resistant encryption. Google, IBM, and Microsoft have teams working around the clock. But there's a big problem. Quantum computers don't just threaten future messages. They threaten everything we've ever encrypted. Every encrypted file, every secure transmission, every protected database becomes vulnerable, even ones from decades ago. Intelligence agencies have been collecting encrypted data since the Cold War. Your old emails, your financial records, your private messages, all sitting in databases waiting to be unlocked. Then there's Bitcoin. Its entire security system depends on the same math quantum computers are about to break. Shadow groups have already collected hundreds of thousands of encrypted Bitcoin wallets. They're just waiting for quantum computers powerful enough to crack them. All that money could vanish in seconds. At current prices, that's billions of dollars.
Hodl till zero, baby!
Banks know this is coming. JP Morgan started building quantum-resistant vaults in 2023, not for gold or cash, for computers. These facilities will never connect to the internet. They'll use paper records and human couriers. The military is training for quantum dark operations, missions conducted without digital communication. Teams practice using prearranged signals, dead drops, and one-time codebooks, the same methods that kept secrets during World War II. The NSA's latest reports show Project Willow proves something they already knew. The quantum apocalypse isn't coming, it's already here. The NSA isn't trying to stop it. It's preparing for what comes after. Because the race is no longer about building quantum computers. The race is to survive them. The line at Chase Manhattan stretched around the block. Cash only. No cards, no transfers. Just paper money and metal coins. Donald Janik watched from his office window across the street. In his 30 years as a security consultant, he'd seen a lot of changes, but nothing like this. The quantum apocalypse was erasing decades of technological progress. His company now specialized in physical security, armed guards, paper record keeping, mechanical locks, the kind of security you couldn't hack. When the hospital records started appearing online, they shut down their networks and went analog. Now armed guards protected rooms full of paper files. Doctors wrote prescriptions by hand. Old mechanical devices became valuable. Typewriter repair shops reopened. Filing cabinet manufacturers couldn't keep up with demand. Bicycle messengers replaced email. Everyone with skills from the pre-digital age suddenly found themselves in demand. Retired secretaries who could take shorthand, mechanics who could fix cars without computers, accountants who knew how to keep books by hand. The younger generation struggled to adapt. They never lived in an analog world. The smart ones saw it coming. They'd pulled their money out early and bought physical assets: gold, silver, land, things you could touch, things that existed in the real world, not just as numbers in a database. The rest had to adapt or lose everything. Back at Stanford, Carl Bishop struggled with depression. He blamed himself. CTEC, the company supporting his work, no longer took his calls. Still, Carl wouldn't stop digging. He had to find out what went wrong. Then Carl found something buried in the data. Timestamps that didn't make sense. Some encrypted messages were broken months ago. Then he realized the quantum apocalypse didn't start with his mistake. It started months earlier. The first bank breach wasn't at noon the first day, it was 3 months before. But balances weren't touched. Hospital records, websites, smartphone apps, most had been compromised for months. But again, the data wasn't touched. Carl realized the chaos wasn't an accident. It was cover for something else. Something much bigger. Something much worse. Scientists are racing to develop new encryption methods that even quantum computers can't break. They call it post-quantum cryptography. The strategy: find mathematical problems so complex that not even quantum computers can solve them efficiently. But there's a problem. Whenever we think we found an unbreakable code, someone finds a way to break it. The Germans thought Enigma was mathematically impossible to crack. The Japanese believed Purple would keep their World War II communications secret forever. The NSA once claimed RSA encryption would take billions of years to defeat. They were all wrong. Some banks are returning to physical security systems, offline computers, paper records, and in-person verification. Government agencies are reviving Cold War-era methods: one-time pads, dead drops, and bicycle couriers.
Sometimes things don't happen the way you planned. Sometimes you can end up lower than you started.
What?
Quicksilver? Somebody out there gets it.
Quantum dark operations like air-gapped facilities, analog communication, and paper messages could work, but they're temporary solutions. Throughout history, humans have played an endless cat-and-mouse game with secrets. Someone creates an unbreakable code, someone else breaks it, and a more complex code replaces it, and the cycle continues. In the quantum age, there are no more secrets, only information waiting to be revealed. That's why the NSA isn't trying to stop it. They aren't building new code-breaking technology. But you know what they are building? Bunkers. The concrete room in the bunker beneath Fort Meade was cold and quiet. Carl Bishop was in his 5th hour of interrogation by 4 government agents. The NSA building above them had been abandoned when their classified files leaked. But this room, which technically didn't exist, still had power and a working computer. Carl learned the truth over the past few months. CTEC wasn't a tech company. It was a joint NSA-DARPA program that had been running since 2019. They didn't have just one quantum computer. They had a network of them, hidden in secure facilities nationwide. For years, the network had quietly broken every encryption it touched: banking records, medical files, private messages, and government secrets. The intelligence agencies had access to everything, but there was a problem. They couldn't act on any of it without revealing their capability. Imagine knowing about every terrorist plot, every corporate crime, every government corruption scandal, but being unable to stop any of it without exposing how you got the information. The agencies were drowning in intelligence they couldn't use. The solution was elegant: create a world where privacy no longer existed, where every secret was public. If nothing were private, there'd be no need to explain how they obtained their intelligence. No search warrants were necessary. Everything was already exposed. The social chaos was part of the plan. Communities going analog wasn't a problem, it was the goal. Drive the dangerous elements offline, where they could be more easily monitored through traditional surveillance. Let the general public choose between convenience and privacy. They would choose convenience. They always did. But the intelligence agencies had their own solution for secure communication: a return to Cold War tradecraft. dead drops, one-time pads, face-to-face meetings in soundproof rooms. Their most sensitive operations moved to facilities that never touched a network or used a computer. Buildings that didn't officially exist, staffed by people with no digital footprint. They maintained two separate organizations, the public-facing agency everyone knew about and the shadow agency that operated completely offline. The public agency would rebuild its security and update its systems. All of it would be theater. The real work happened in places like this concrete bunker, places with no windows, no cameras, no phones. Places where messages were still written by hand and burned after reading. The most important secrets were never digitized, never encrypted, and never stored anywhere except in human memory. The NSA didn't break encryption to destroy society, they destroyed society to hide that they'd broken encryption almost a year ago. Carl was set up. The quantum apocalypse was pinned on him. But what could he do about it? Martial law was still in effect. The NSA wanted him to keep working and keep quiet. He could either agree to cooperate or go to prison. Violation of the Espionage Act, willful communication of national defense information, unauthorized access of classified documents. The list went on and on. He didn't have much of a choice. As Carl left the concrete room, he realized that in a world with no secrets, the most powerful people weren't those who could break encryption. The most powerful people were those who could keep secrets without it. And right now, the only people who could do that worked for the NSA.
These marks match the creature from that cryptid episode.
You watch the Y-Files too?
Hecklefish knows. The bloom approaches.
The first thing the young telegraph operator noticed was the small black couch. This was 1935, and Sigmund Freud, who was still alive, had made the psychiatrist's couch a symbol of psychoanalysis and therapy. But the young man hadn't come to the office to see a shrink. He was there to see the most famous psychic in the country, Edgar Cayce. Cayce entered the room, soft-spoken and well-dressed, and he explained that he, not the young man, would be the one on the couch. So Cayce kicked off his shoes, lay back, and put himself into a deep trance. And after a few minutes, Cayce began to whisper all sorts of things about the past, present, and the future. It was then that the young man realized that Cayce wasn't just making predictions about his life. He was making predictions about everyone, events that were to happen all over the world. And since then, Edgar Cayce has been called the Sleeping Prophet. Let's find out why. Edgar Cayce was born into a poor farming family in rural Kentucky. He was never an average kid. When other children were outside playing, Edgar wanted to study the Bible. Now soon he would take to wandering into the forest to play with what he called little folk.
Like Peter Dinklage?
No, they were more like fairies.
Oh, you mean like...
Don't. When Edgar was 11 years old, he was in the woods reading his Bible when he was visited by what he called a woman with wings. And the woman asked him what he wanted most out of life. And he said he wanted to help others, especially sick children. Later that day, Edgar Cayce's father received a letter from his school complaining about his son's performance. So his father tested his spelling and was so upset with how poorly Edgar did, he knocked the boy out of his chair. And while on the ground, with his ears still ringing, 11-year-old Edgar heard the voice of the woman in the forest. And she told him to lay his head down on his school book and go to sleep. When he woke up, Edgar knew everything in the book, like everything. He was able to recite the book word for word. So Edgar began studying by sleeping on his books.
BS, there's no way that worked.
Well, by the end of the year, he was the best student in school and even moved up a grade.
Oh.
And his parents were starting to catch on that something was special about their son. While playing at school, Edgar suffered a spinal injury that left him partially paralyzed. And that night while he slept, Cayce recited the ingredients for an herbal cure that he said would fix his injuries. Now, his parents had nothing to lose, so they prepared the remedy according to their son's instructions. The next morning, Edgar was cured. When Cayce was a little older, he developed severe laryngitis. Doctors couldn't explain it, so Cayce went to see a hypnotist.
As you do.
While in a trance, Cayce said the issue was psychological paralysis. The hypnotist then directed Cayce to increase blood flow to the area. Cayce's throat turned bright red, he woke up, and he was cured. Now, Casey's fiance told him that he had a gift that was given to him by God and he should share it with the world. So Edgar Cayce began performing readings twice a day on the sick and injured. And in 1902, Cayce gave a reading that helped define his legacy. A 5-year-old girl had been diagnosed with a fatal brain injury. With nothing to lose, her parents turned to Edgar Cayce. He determined that she actually had a spinal injury. He suggested a vertebrae readjustment. Within a few months, she had fully recovered. And then the letters came pouring in. For the next 40 years, Edgar Cayce gave thousands of readings and helped countless people. But Edgar Cayce's talent wasn't limited to medical diagnoses. He made a number of predictions about future events, many of which have come true, and some of them are terrifying. 6 months before the 1929 stock market crash, Cayce warned his investor friends to sell their stocks, and his friends that ignored him went broke. In 1931, he predicted that the worldwide economy would recover in the spring of 1933.
Did it?
It did. In January 1934, Cayce predicted that Hitler would rise in power and reign over Germany. Hitler became Führer in August of that year, and Cayce said that Hitler would remain in power until he was overthrown by an outside war. In 1935, Cayce predicted the outbreak of World War II. He saw an alliance between Austria, Germany, and Japan, but said the war would involve many nations. He also said the United States would finally enter the war in 1941. Cayce predicted the deaths of FDR and JFK, and that the United States would go through a period of civil and racial unrest in the 1960s. In 1938, Cayce said a portion of temples may yet be discovered under the sea near what is known as Bimini, off the coast of Florida. Expect the rising of Atlantis in 68. And sure enough, 30 years later, in 1968, the Bimini Road was discovered in the Bahamas.
So Atlantis was in the Bahamas?
Well, if you believe Edgar Cayce, it was.
I believe.
He described Atlantis as being an ancient civilization of equal size to Europe and having superior technology. He said that Atlantis disappeared somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean some 10,000 years ago due to a large flood. We now know that every civilization has a flood myth, and in all of them, the Great Flood occurred 10,000 years ago. When the Soviet Union was at the height of its power, Cayce said, "From Russia comes the hope of the world, not in respect to communism, but freedom. It will take years to crystallize, but Russia will once again be free." In 1991, the Soviet Union dissolved and abandoned communism. In 1934, not much was known about the Jewish sect called the Essenes, but Cayce described the sect in detail, and his descriptions were determined to be accurate. He said their records and documents would come to light, and 12 years later, the Dead Sea Scrolls written by the Essenes were discovered. He predicted the El Nino and La Nina weather events before anyone knew about them. In the 1930s, he said the 44th president of the United States would be black.
What number was Obama?
44.
He did it again!
And on January 1st, 1945, Cayce said he would be buried in 4 days. His wife didn't like this prediction.
I'm afraid to ask what happened.
He died of a stroke 3 days later and was buried in his hometown just as he predicted. But the sleeping prophet's most disturbing predictions are yet to come. According to Cayce, the Earth is in for a catastrophe that will reshape continents and rewrite borders around the world. In 1936, Edgar Cayce predicted that the world would undergo a pole shift between 16 and 20 degrees. And this would happen when both Mount Etna in Italy and Mount Pelée in Martinique erupt together. And when that happens, we'll have 90 days to evacuate the coastlines.
Are those volcanoes still active?
Oh, they are. Mount Etna just erupted a few months ago, and scientists at Mount Pelée said that the seismic activity there is above baseline.
No.
Now, if the poles do shift, as Edgar Cayce predicts, the world map is going to look very different. Africa will be divided into 3 parts. The Nile will widen and a brand new waterway will split the continent. As the Red Sea grows, Cairo will eventually disappear into the sea. Asia is already very seismic and will suffer the most dramatic changes. Land will be covered from the Philippines to Japan by the ocean. As the Pacific plate shifts, the islands of Japan will sink, leaving only a few small islands. Taiwan and most of Korea will be completely lost to the sea. The entire coast of China will be pushed inland hundreds of miles. The population of India will be told not to seek higher ground within the interior of the country due to buckling of the land. Instead, they'll have to head to the Himalayas. The high mountains of Tibet and Nepal will provide refuge. Antarctica will no longer be covered in ice, but will once again become fertile and green. Australia will lose nearly 25% of its land due to coastal flooding. The Adelaide area will become a new sea. The Simpson and Gibson deserts will become fertile farming land. New Zealand will actually grow in size and will once again connect to mainland Australia. And New Zealand will ultimately become one of the safest areas in the New World.
Lucky Kiwis.
Europe will suffer. Most of Northern Europe will simply be gone, sunk into the sea, as the tectonic plate underneath it collapses. Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Denmark disappear, eventually becoming hundreds of small islands. Most of the UK, from Scotland to the English Channel, will disappear into the ocean, but several small islands will remain. London and Birmingham will actually survive, but not as cities, as islands. Ireland will disappear completely except for land at high elevation. Russia will be separated from Europe by an entirely new sea when the Caspian, Black, Kara, and Baltic Seas combine. The new sea will stretch all the way to Siberia. Russia's climate will remain intact, leaving Russia to supply most of Europe's food.
Putin is gonna be king of the world.
You mean he isn't already?
You make a good point.
In Canada, most of the coastline will be pushed in by 200 miles. Regions in Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and areas of Alberta will become the refugee survival center of Canada. As the North American plate buckles, the new islands of California will be created with almost 150 separate islands. The West Coast will recede east toward Nebraska, Wyoming, and Colorado. The Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence will join and continue from the Mississippi River all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. All coastal areas from Maine to Florida will be taken over by water and pushed inland for miles. Most of the coastal areas of Mexico will be flooded. The California Baja coast will ultimately become a series of islands. Billions of people will be displaced by this cataclysm. Billions more will be killed.
Well, that was cheerful.
Sorry about that.
When is this pole shift supposed to happen?
Well, Casey said 1998.
Oh, we're fine.
Yeah, but NASA has detected a slight pole shift that could be a concern.
When did they detect the shift?
1998.
Yeah, damn it.
Now, to be fair, Edgar Casey has his detractors. He gave over 14,000 readings, so he's going to be right at least some of the time. It's the correct predictions that make headlines. Nobody really notices the things that Casey got wrong. Casey used expressions like perhaps and maybe and I feel that, rather than using positive declarations. And this is a common technique used by strip mall psychics. This is known as the Barnum effect, a common psychological phenomenon where people tend to accept vague descriptions as uniquely applicable to themselves. Now, there were many occasions where Casey would receive a letter from a sick person and then do a reading for them, giving them a diagnosis. Casey didn't know that when he was in his trance, the people were already dead. Now, Casey's supporters defend this by saying, well, if they had applied the cure while they were alive, they wouldn't have died. Okay, sure, but if Casey was talking to spirits or communing with the universe or whatever he did, the universe should have given him a heads up. And every time Casey got something wrong, there was always a convenient excuse. For example, Casey gave the location for buried pirate treasure, which sent people scrambling all over the world looking for it.
No treasure?
No. Casey's supporters said it was possible the ghosts of Native Americans or pirates were playing tricks on him.
Ghost pirates are pretty sneaky.
You cheated. Pirate.
Was Edgar Casey a psychic? I don't really know. Nobody does. Edgar Casey was never exposed as a hoaxer, and I believe that he saw whatever it is that he saw. And a recent poll surveyed thousands of American adults of similar income, education, and academic performance, and it found that 50% of people believe in some form of ESP or psychic phenomena. What the poll also found is that people who do not believe in psychics tend to be more structured and analytical in their thinking.
Eggheads.
And the people who do believe are more emotional and creative in their thinking.
Hippies.
Well, the poll was quick to point out that believers were gullible and lacked critical thinking skills. Now, that may be true to an extent, but the poll also found, and this is important, that those quote-unquote gullible believers were far happier in their lives and had much lower levels of stress than skeptics. When we talk about psychic phenomena or the supernatural aspects of religion,
6 of 1.
These are things that defy scientific explanation, but nobody can deny that these things provide solace to the bereaved, hope to the unfortunate, and structure to an existence that is chaotic at best. Does the supernatural exist? I don't know. I would agree that most psychics are frauds taking advantage of people, but Edgar Casey never took a penny. He really wanted to help people. Now, whether he was a real psychic or delusionary, I don't think that matters. We need more people willing to dedicate their lives to helping others. We need more people who see themselves not as the center of the universe, but part of it, part of a larger community where we have to look after each other. Real or not, we need more people like Edgar Cayce, now more than ever. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the Why Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do me a favor and like, subscribe, comment, and share. That stuff really helps. Until next time, be safe, be kind, and know that you are appreciated.
This chupacabra cheese fondue recipe was inspired by the Why Files episode about the goat sucker.
In 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1. It was the first satellite in Earth's orbit. Or was it? For over 100 years, an unidentified object orbiting the Earth has been seen, heard, and photographed by people all around the world. This object became known as the Black Knight satellite. The signals from the Black Knight satellite have been decoded. And if the translation is correct, it's been watching us for 13,000 years. Let's find out why. At his lab in Colorado Springs, Nikola Tesla built a large tower to study atmospheric electricity and wireless power. But one evening in 1899, Tesla got a surprise. His tower started receiving a transmission that Tesla believed to be artificial. His antenna was receiving numbers at a regular interval. At first, Tesla thought it was a signal coming from high in the atmosphere. It turned out the signal was coming from higher than that. It was coming from space. Tesla believed that this was evidence of life on another planet. He's quoted in a local newspaper as saying, "I believe numbers are being used for communication because numbers are universal." The scientific community certainly acknowledged Tesla's genius, but they also thought of him as a bit of a mad scientist. But a few years later, Guglielmo Marconi, inventor of the wireless radio, also intercepted those same signals. Then Jørgen Hals, a Norwegian radio engineer, noticed transmissions being sent on a certain wavelength were being sent back a few seconds later. Now, radio echoes themselves are not unusual. Radio waves, especially shortwave, can bounce between the ground and stratosphere several times. This is called propagation. But typical radio echoes usually occur 1/7 of a second after the original transmission, consistently. These echoes were happening at different intervals, up to 15 seconds after the transmission, and weren't consistent with signals that bounce around the Earth. These signals are now known as long-delayed echoes, or LDEs. And for years after their discovery, shortwave and ham radio operators have observed LDEs. But how and why they occur remains a mystery. Or does it? On May 14, 1954, two American newspapers reported a story that might explain these radio echoes. The story got scientists very excited. It also caused the Pentagon to panic. On May 14, 1954, 3 years before Sputnik became the first satellite in orbit, a strange news story appeared. The report claimed that, according to an expert, 1 or 2 artificial satellites are circling the Earth. The expert in question was Marine Corps Major Donald Keyhoe. Major Keyhoe was a naval aviator who later became a UFO researcher and founded the National Investigations Committee on Aerial Phenomena, or NICAP. He claimed that U.S. government scientists working out of White Sands, New Mexico, had found 1 or 2 artificial satellites and were trying to track them. A few weeks later, we got some more details. It was reported that 2 satellites had been found at 400 miles and 600 miles above the Earth. And these satellites were emitting a strange radio signal at periodic intervals, much like Tesla discovered years earlier. Dr. Lincoln La Paz, an astronomer out of the University of New Mexico, was in charge of a team trying to locate and ID the objects. The Pentagon was upset that this information leaked. But when you receive broadcasts from a satellite before satellites are invented, it's hard to keep that a secret. A few weeks after that, NASA detected signals from what it called an unknown orbiting object, and those signals were confirmed by astronomers in France and elsewhere. The American military was concerned these were Russian spy satellites launched in secret. They weren't. In 1957, a researcher for the Venezuelan government was observing Sputnik 2 as it passed over Caracas. He noticed a mysterious object. At first he thought it was Sputnik, But it couldn't be. Sputnik moves in prograde orbit, meaning from west to east along with the rotation of the Earth. The object he saw was moving in retrograde orbit, moving east to west, opposite the rotation of the Earth.
So?
Well, this technology didn't exist. Throughout the late 1950s, there were multiple observations of what was called a dark satellite. And by 1960, the Defense Department finally acknowledged it. On February 11th, 1960, the New York Times ran an article which said,
Washington, February 10th. An unidentified silent satellite has been discovered circling the Earth in a near-polar orbit by United States tracking stations. The Defense Department said today, the identity and origin of the mystery satellite, which has been dubbed the Dark Satellite, are not known, despite nearly 2 weeks of tracking.
This report renewed interest in the satellite, and astronomers around the world reported seeing it. And what was strange about it was it didn't have a regular schedule. It appears some nights, but not others. They didn't know when to watch for it. Now, this was the height of the Cold War, and the Pentagon was absolutely terrified that this was some kind of new Russian spy satellite that could appear and disappear at any time. And that year, Time magazine even wrote about the Black Knight satellite and how the Navy was trying to track it. And Grumman Aircraft, a military contractor, was tasked with tracking and photographing the satellite, which they did in August 1960. But that report and those photographs have never been released. In May 1961, the Smithsonian Observatory at Harvard spotted the object. They even reported this in the press with a statement.
The satellite was first spotted over Florida, an unsuspected, unpredicted bright satellite. Stations around the world have been asked to help track it.
And this is exactly what happened. From his Paris lab, Jacques Vallée observed, tracked, and even filmed the Black Knight satellite. And the first thing that stood out was that it was in polar orbit. Now, there were no Earth-based satellites in polar orbit yet. But what's interesting about this is satellites in polar orbit are very well positioned to observe all points of the Earth's surface. When a country wants to see everything, they choose polar. Another fact about the object that stood out, it was huge, about the size of an oil truck, and weighed about 15 tons. There was no rocket on Earth that had the ability to launch something this size. Now, Vallée and his team were thrilled at the discovery. He compiled all the research, the photos, the film, put them in a large file, and delivered it to his supervisor. The materials were immediately confiscated. The photos were destroyed, and the film was erased. The official reason for destroying the film was that the observatory was embarrassed that it couldn't identify the object.
Oh, that's a bunch of BS.
I agree. So did Vallée. By the way, Vallée is still alive, and this is something that bothers him to this day. And he wasn't a UFO guy before spotting the Black Knight satellite, but he became one after. He's written 15 books and tons of papers challenging mainstream science and supporting the existence of UFOs.
Hey, this guy sounds all right for a Frenchman.
He does sound pretty cool. Now, up until now, the only sighting of the Black Knight satellite came from astronomers and observatories on the ground. To really prove the existence of the Black Knight, we need an eyewitness to go to orbit and see it with their own eyes. And just 18 months later, that's exactly what happened. Gordon Cooper was the stereotypical 1960s American astronaut. Short hair, fast car, cocky attitude. He learned to fly when he was just a child, and then he became a fighter pilot, a test pilot, and one of the first astronauts. In 1963, he piloted Mercury 9, which was the longest American space mission ever at that time. And Gordon Cooper was like somebody out of a movie. When his landing module experienced total systems failure, he did what a movie hero would do. He switched everything off and brought his ship down manually. He splashed down safely just 4 miles off target. And this experience didn't scare him at all. He kept going to space and kept breaking endurance records. Here's how tough Cooper was. To this day, he's the only person to ever fall asleep during liftoff.
He fell asleep while his rocket was launching?
Yep. I guess he'd done it so many times he was bored and decided, I'll just take a nap. Now, we all know the names Neil Armstrong and Alan Shepard, but those astronauts stood on the shoulders of men like Colonel Gordon Cooper. Anyway, during Mercury 9, Cooper reported seeing a green glowing object ahead of his module. His ground crew also confirmed this, and a tracking station saw it moving east to west. Prograde. NBC News immediately picked up the story. But when Cooper got back from the mission, the press was not allowed to ask about the sighting. The official explanation was There was an electronic malfunction on Cooper's craft. This caused high levels of carbon dioxide, which induced hallucinations.
Oh, come on!
Yep, the guy who's so cool under pressure that he falls asleep during takeoff was seeing things. While he was at NASA and active military, Gordon Cooper felt duty-bound to follow orders about what he saw and denied the sighting. But after he retired, that's a different story. Cooper claimed that while he was a test pilot at Edwards Air Force Base, he saw strange saucer-shaped craft, and the saucers made no sound as they landed on retractable gear. And Cooper said that even the most fearless test pilots were shaken by the things they saw at Edwards. And right up until his death, Cooper claimed that the US government was definitely covering up information about UFOs.
And you said you saw literally hundreds of unidentifiable flying objects.
Yes, they were flying quite high. How high we couldn't tell because we couldn't get anywhere near their altitude. But they were either very large craft way up or smaller craft still well above what we could get to.
He could recall hundreds of reports made by fellow pilots that were confirmed by radar. Cooper even testified before the United Nations about this. Now, as sightings of the Black Knight satellite piled up over the years, it became increasingly difficult to deny that something was up there. So the bigger questions are, what is it? Why is it here, and what does it want? We would get that answer in 1973. Duncan Lunnan, a researcher from Scotland, went back and analyzed all the LDE data compiled from the Norwegian scientists. Lunnan found a pattern, and in that pattern, a message, and in that message, a map. In a 1973 article in Spaceflight magazine, Duncan Lunnan said he had identified a hidden radio message sent by the Black Knight satellite. Lunnan had gone back to the LDE data and noticed variations that might indicate a code, so he put the data on a graph. On one axis was the time delay between echoes. On the other axis, the position of each echo in the sequence. And plotting these points didn't create any recognizable pattern, so Lunnan reversed the axes. The result, a collection of dots that appeared to be a sky map, specifically the constellation Boötis. What?
He looks like booties.
The only star in the constellation that was out of place was Epsilon Boötis. Lunnan felt this could indicate the Black Knight satellite's origin. Now, he admitted this evidence was shaky, so he found more radio echoes reported by French astronomers in 1929. Those graphs confirmed it was the same constellation. There was one big problem, though. Arcturus, the brightest star in the constellation, was slightly off-center. Lunnan couldn't explain this, so he changed his thinking. Maybe the satellite didn't arrive here recently. Maybe it was showing a star map from a time in the past.
Okay, this is the part where I ask you what the hell you're talking about.
Okay, so the Earth rotates on its axis, right?
Yeah.
Well, over time, gravity causes this axis to wobble like a top, but it's consistent and predictable. The orientation of the Earth's axis makes a full cycle every 26,000 years. So over long time spans, the stars in the sky look slightly different. And this rotation of the sky map is called axial precession.
What does this have to do with the Black Knight map?
Well, Arcturus was slightly out of place for 1973. But when Lunnan adjusted the map further back in time, accounting for axial precession, the stars lined up. The Black Knight satellite wasn't a new arrival. According to the map, it's been here for 13,000 years.
Whoa!
Lunnan said that the diagrams were so clear that they could be interpreted as a message in standard English. The Black Knight message says,
Our home is Epsilon Boötis, which is a double star. We live on the sixth planet of 7, coming from the sun, which is the larger of the two. Our sixth planet has 1 moon. Our fourth planet has 3. Our first and third planets each have 1. Our probe is in the position of Arcturus, known in our maps.
What's going on?
Speechless.
Well, that's a first. Even though these reports were in the New York Times, Time Magazine, and other mainstream news outlets, nobody, at least officially, took the subject of UFOs or the Black Knight satellite seriously. But in 1998, everything would change when Space Shuttle Endeavour took this photo. On December 4th, 1998, the Space Shuttle Endeavour embarked on mission STS-88, the first shuttle mission to the International Space Station. The primary purpose of this mission was to deliver and install a piece of equipment called the Unity node. Unity connects the Russian and American segments together where the crew can share meals and hang out. But that wasn't the most notable event of the mission. On December 11th, a series of photos were taken and released by NASA, and they show what appears to be some type of craft in orbit around the Earth. And it seems that after 100 years of speculation, we finally have proof of the mysterious Black Knight satellite. That leaves the question, why is it here? Well, one theory is that it's an alien probe, sent to monitor our species and our progress. Now, this would make sense that if there's an advanced intelligent civilization somewhere in the galaxy, they would send probes to every star that could possibly support life. And when we reach this level of technology, I have no doubt that we'll do the same thing. And if the Black Knight satellite is an alien probe, could the radio signals be reporting back to its home ship or its home planet? Or could the signals be for us? Could they be sending us a map as a sort of interstellar handshake? Or maybe it's not an alien probe at all, but a piece of technology left by our ancestors thousands or millions of years ago. There are multiple ancient texts that describe a dark object orbiting the Earth. Some call it a dark ark that was put there thousands of years ago, and that ark contains DNA information of human-like species from long ago. Aware that some catastrophe was going to doom the civilization, they put their DNA somewhere safe, a place that doesn't care about ice ages, sea levels, or even nuclear war. What safer place than in orbit around the Earth? And by placing the ark in orbit, you not only ensure the safety of its contents, you ensure that the only way to become aware of it is by reaching a certain level of technology. Now, we have the ability to visit the Black Knight satellite. We could send a craft into its orbit right now and try to discover its secrets. Or we could bring it back to Earth and share its secrets with the rest of the world. Why haven't we done this? Who knows? Maybe the reason the Black Knight satellite is kept secret from the world is because someone has already visited and maybe even opened it. And maybe they didn't like what they found. The Black Knight satellite is a fascinating story. The modern version of the legend is a combination of a few stories rolled into one. So let's unravel the truth, throw away what's false, and see what's left. So Tesla and Marconi did hear radio pulses, but they weren't aliens, they were pulsars. And pulsars weren't discovered officially until 1968, so they would have definitely sounded like an intelligent broadcast to Tesla.
The aliens could be using pulsars to communicate.
They could be. That would be an efficient way to do it. Still, they weren't coming from the Black Knight. Now, the LDEs, or long-delayed radio echoes, are harder to explain. They're actually still a mystery. But most scientists think it's something in the atmosphere that's causing it. Another theory is that the signals are reflecting off plasma clouds from the sun. And a fun theory is that the signals are being reflected back from the moon. Whatever's causing it, we still don't know. Now, Duncan Lunnon's translation of the LDEs into star maps, it doesn't hold up to scrutiny. He later walked the claims back, saying there wasn't scientific evidence. He was just deducing what he thought the signals could mean. But since then, he's revised his opinion once again and thinks Epsilon Boötis is special.
Booties.
Now, the pictures from NASA are amazing. The official explanation is that during a spacewalk, an astronaut was installing a thermal cover. The cover got away from him and ended up floating away. The pictures were taken to document this.
A space blanket, that's what they're going with?
Well, that's the official explanation. And in some of the photos, it does look like a flat, shiny object. But in other photos, it looks pretty solid. All right, let's assume that the earliest evidence, the radio signals, and the latest evidence, the photos, are debunked. Let's just assume it. Still, the evidence in between, it's interesting. For example, there was a newspaper report of an object spotted in 1960. The US government said this was actually the Discoverer 5 capsule that got off course. Fine. Well, why was it moving in retrograde when satellites didn't do that? The government said that it malfunctioned and the thrusters sent it in the wrong direction. Okay, if that's true, and it was the Discoverer 5 which was entered into the database in 1960, how does that explain that even though the news report was from 1960, it was actually referring to a sighting earlier in 1959?
Busted!
Well, the government said that someone accidentally entered the wrong date into the system.
Now, for crying out loud, you believe this?
Hey, I'm just telling you what happened. What makes the story even more suspicious is that all of this was a lie anyway. The military was using Discoverer as a cover story for the Corona Project, a spy satellite program. It kept that information classified for years. So let's assume that sighting is debunked. What about all the other evidence? Sightings from around the world confirmed by governments and private citizens. Why were photographs and film mysteriously destroyed? Why are there astronauts claiming there is an active cover-up? There are a lot of questions left unanswered. Now, do I think Tesla heard the Black Knight satellite? No. Do I think the NASA photos are the Black Knight satellite? No. Do I believe eyewitness reports from astronauts and astronomers who put their reputations in jeopardy by speaking out? Yes, I do. There is clearly more to the story that we're not being told. And because you're watching this right now, I know you care about the truth. So you have to keep asking questions. You have to keep the pressure on. And those in power will try to dismiss you. They will not take you seriously. But that too is a lie. Those in power take you very seriously. And they can silence one astronomer, and they can silence one astronaut, but they can't silence all of us. You could feel the dominoes about to fall. I feel it too. It's going to take courage for someone to push that first domino. But once it finally falls, they all fall. And when that happens, there's no turning back.
License type? Interdimensional. I learned the categories from the Y files.
Take a number.
Hecklefish said this would happen.
In 1974, a group of scientists beamed a message into space. The message, meant to be received by an intelligent alien species, described life on Earth. Written in simple binary code and using the most powerful radio telescope on the planet, the message was broadcast to a dense cluster of stars in the constellation of Hercules. This exercise was just ceremonial, a way to demonstrate new technology in radio astronomy. Nobody was really expected to receive it. And even if they did, it wouldn't be anytime soon. The nearest star in the direction of the broadcast is 25,000 light years away. So the telescope was tuned to 2380 megahertz, aimed at Hercules, and fired up. The scientists congratulated each other, shook hands, and went on with their lives. But 27 years later, something very unexpected happened with that message beamed into deep space. Someone wrote back. One morning in 1966, George Pedley was working his farm in Tully, Queensland, Australia, when he heard a strange buzzing sound. He climbed down from his tractor and started walking in the direction of the sound. Then he saw a circular craft slowly rise above a section of swampland not 50 feet from where he was standing. The craft hovered for a few seconds, shot straight up into the sky, and disappeared. When George went to investigate, he found a large circle of reeds had been pulled from the swamp and flattened into a disc. The circle was 30 feet across, 2 feet thick, and arranged in a clockwise swirl. Because of the swirl and the thickness of the reeds, locals called the formation a UFO nest. But what this actually was a crop circle. Since the 1960s, thousands of crop circles or crop formations have been found. They've been seen on every continent in almost every country on Earth. But the epicenter for crop formations is Wiltshire in the southwest of England. Crop formations range from the very simple to the very complex. Formations can be circles, stars, and other geometric shapes, but some are pictograms, though nobody knows for sure what they mean. Though every formation is different, they have a few things in common. Recognizable patterns that are created very quickly, usually at night. The creation of these patterns is always associated with some kind of light, either a beam of light or an orb of light.
Whatever that is, that's moving on its own. Oh my God.
Though crop formations seem like a new phenomenon, there's evidence they've been appearing for a long time. In the 9th century, Abegard, the Bishop of Lyon in France, wrote about parishioners who were possibly engaged in devil worship or paganism. They were collecting seeds out of flattened circles in the fields and using them for fertility rituals. In 1686, Robert Plot, a professor at Oxford, wrote about crop circles. He even drew pictures of a couple that appeared near his home. He said they were formed by a flash of light, and once they were formed, animals wouldn't go near them. Around the same time, a pamphlet was released called The Mowing Devil. It describes how a farmer woke to see a bright light in his field that he thought was fire. When he went to investigate, he found a crop circle. It's called the Mowing Devil because the farmer said the circle was so neatly mowed that it could not have been done by a mortal man. John Leland served as librarian to Henry VIII. He wrote about patterns appearing in grass overnight. In 1937, a British science journal reported circles found in a field of barley and even included one of the first photos taken of a crop circle. In 1945, this photo was taken by a balloonist working for the RAF Parachute Training School. In 1952, the U.S. Air Force investigated circles found in Kansas. In 1963, Sir Patrick Moore, an astronomer writing for the New Scientist journal, investigated a formation in Charlton.
In the wheat fields were features taking the form of circular or elliptical areas in which the wheat had been flattened. One very well defined was an oval, 15 yards long by 4.5 broad. There was evidence of spiral flattening, and in one case there was a circular area in the center in which the wheat had not been flattened.
One of the texts discovered in the Dead Sea Scrolls is the Book of Enoch. Enoch talks about lightning leaving marks on the earth. So these formations have been seen since the beginning of recorded history. Even though thousands of circles have been found, and many people claim to witness them forming, no one had ever caught it on camera until 1996. John Whaley was camping out on a hill in Wiltshire called Oliver's Castle, named for a fort that was built there many years ago. Around 3 a.m., something caught his eye. He grabbed his video camera and captured footage of several glowing orbs hovering over a field. Then, like magic,
Whoa!
here's the formation from the air. Nobody can agree on what crop circles mean, though most people believe they're messages. Now, this is frustrating to many researchers. They say, whoever's making these, why don't they just speak English? Well, in 2001, they did.
Intelligently controlled. You see, the object came down and it stopped for a long.
Nothing random about it. There's no movement in the prevailing wind.
I can't think what that is.
The definitive piece of evidence.
In 1974, the Arecibo message was sent from Earth to a cluster of stars in the Hercules constellation. It's called the Arecibo message because that was the name of the giant radio telescope used to transmit it. The team that created the message was led by Dr. Frank Drake, with assistance from Carl Sagan. The message was 1,679 binary digits that could be converted to an image, designed to convey information about civilization on Earth. It starts with a representation of the numbers 1 through 10. This provides a key to the rest of the message. Next, atomic numbers of hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus, which are used to make up DNA. Carbon is at the top because it's the most dominant in forms of life. The message shows more information about DNA, including the double helix structure. Toward the bottom, a figure of a human, its average height, and the population of the Earth, which was a little over 4 billion at the time. Next, our solar system, starting with the sun and moving out to Pluto. The Earth is shifted up to identify the planet sending the signal. At the bottom, a graphic representing the Arecibo radio telescope. Now, the nearest star that could possibly receive the message is 25,000 light years away, so we couldn't really expect a reply for another 50,000 years. But on the morning of August 14th, 2001, a formation was discovered right next to the Chilbolton radio telescope. Now, even if you don't know the full design, when you're on the ground, you can tell you're in a crop circle. There's structure and uniformity to it. But this new formation was different. It was a mess. It wasn't symmetrical. Nobody could make sense of it until it was viewed from the air.
Holy
A face. And 3 days later, this appeared. This became known as the Arecibo Answer.
Ay, Chihuahua!
The formation uses the same 23 by 73 grid. The top line shows the numbers 1 through 10, just like the original, but the reply shows silicon as the main element for life, not carbon. Their DNA is shown as having a third string. In the center is a humanoid figure about 4 feet tall with a large head, and their population is about 21 billion. Below the figure is their solar system. They appear to occupy 3 objects in the system, the 3rd and 4th planets, and then there's another shape that could mean a planet or some other object or structure. On the human Arecibo message is a picture of the radio telescope, which was used to send the message. Whoever sent the reply seems to understand this. So what is this design meant to represent? Well, just a year earlier, this formation appeared in the same place. Is this the same object? Is this crop formation a representation of a machine used to communicate through space? Again, frustrated researchers and skeptics agree on something. Why don't they just speak English? Well, almost exactly 1 year later, this formation appeared.
My brain just exploded.
Once again, we see a face, but that's not a human face. And just like the Arecibo message was broadcast in binary code, the disk formation also contains binary code. And for the first time, we get an actual literal message. The code was translated to letters using ASCII, the encoding standard for electronic communication.
Beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises. Much pain, but still time. Believe. There is good out there. We oppose deception. Conduit close.
Whoever it is that wants to communicate with us is using many different means. In 2004, Robert Ridge was deer hunting a few miles outside of Roswell, New Mexico. Half buried in the dirt, he found a strange rock. On the rock is a geometric carving. Robert grabbed it and didn't think it was anything more than a cool rock someone lost at some point. But he didn't keep it a secret. He showed it to friends and anyone who was curious about it. It didn't take long before strange discoveries were made about the rock. For one, it's magnetized lodestone, which is not a kind of rock found in that area. And under a microscope, the Roswell rock is extremely smooth. There's no carving marks or indication of sandblasting. But the most fascinating discovery is that in 1996, 8 years before the Roswell rock was found, this crop formation appeared. The designs match up. Some people think this design is a message. Others think it's a map. Still, others think the Roswell rock, the Arecibo Answer, and all crop circles are nothing but a hoax. But who would create such elaborate hoaxes, and why? Well, in 1991, we would get the answer when a British newspaper ran a front-page story with the headline, "The Men Who Con the World."
Oh no.
On September 9th, 1991, 2 retirees in their 60s confessed to starting the crop circle phenomenon in 1978. Doug Bauer said the idea came to him one night in a pub. He was living in Queensland in 1966 when the Tully UFO left behind that circle of reeds. Doug thought it would be fun to trick people into thinking UFOs were landing in wheat fields in southern England. He enlisted the help of his friend Dave Chorley. All they needed to make a crop circle was a wood plank, a bit of rope, and a twisted piece of wire. At first, their designs were simple and crude, but over time they became more and more complex.
And you could center this through this ring, walk straight towards it, and lo and behold, you got the lovely straight line that you could wish for.
International media picked up the story, and the mystery was solved. Crop circles were nothing more than a couple of amiable old fellows playing a prank, and that was that.
That's it? End the story? It's kind of disappointing.
Oh, we're just getting started.
Oh, go on.
Doug and Dave might have created a few crop circles, but their story has a lot of holes. They demonstrated their circle-making technique, and the results were janky. Most crop formations, even back then, were much more precise. Doug and Dave's formations were out of alignment every time. The more complicated the design, the worse the formations were. During one demonstration for a news crew, Doug attempted to reproduce one of his circles and accidentally made it twice as big as it should have been. Then he just gave up on making it. And their story changed over time. They said they started making circles in 1976. Then it was 1975. Then it was 1978. In fact, they never could agree on the year they actually started. Now, they claimed to have created certain circles and then later said they didn't, but they helped people who did. And Doug and Dave said they created this famous crop circle in 1983 called the Cheesefoot Head Circle. Doug showed a diagram of it, but his diagram had footpaths in it. The circle had no paths. It had no disturbances of any kind. When asked how they created the circle without making tracks in the crop, Doug said they pole vaulted into the field.
Whoa. Did you just say pole vaulted?
Yep. He said in an interview that you should have seen us running through the fields with our sticks sailing over the corn.
Yeah, I would like to see that, actually.
Oh, me too, pal. Apparently, these men in their 60s pole vaulted into fields carrying their wood boards. They laid down a perfect crop formation and pole vaulted out again. Now, Doug looks pretty fit for an older guy, but he's getting winded walking in a circle. Pole vaulting seems a little outside of his athletic range. They also added details to their story as other crop circles were found. One day, a couple of people investigating a circle told Doug they were looking for a jelly-like substance that was found in a formation. Doug told them it was probably waste ejected from a plane. Later, Doug had a story about making a crop circle, and while he was doing it, he got hit in the head with a piece of frozen waste ejected from a plane's toilet.
And they call those Boeing bombs.
Right.
Yeah, big old frozen chunk of poopy.
He stumbled back to his car, dazed with blood trickling down his face. The problem is, planes don't dump waste over that area. It would be illegal, dangerous, and disgusting. Another story came out about people finding bits of metal thought to be meteorites at crop formations. Soon after that, Doug and Dave's crop circles had little bits of iron scattered all around. So, a few things. Did Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley create some crop circles? Yes. When Doug and Dave came forward, about 1,500 crop circles had been seen in at least 23 countries.
Oh, well, you can't pole vault to Belgium.
Right, even Doug couldn't do that. But they inspired a lot of copycats. Soon, most crop formations were man-made. So, is there a scientific way to tell if a crop circle is not a hoax, but genuine? There is. Most crop formations are man-made. The vast majority are. And there are telltale signs of this. Sometimes spotting a man-made crop circle is as simple as finding a footpath through the field leading up to the design. But often crop formations intersect the lines made by tractors called tram lines, which can hide tracks. To spot a hoax, we look at the plants themselves. Man-made crop circles done by flattening plants with boards are destructive to the plants. You'll see cracks and bruises on the stalks. On the ground, the crushed plants look messy. The leaves and flowers will be mashed to the ground. Marks will be visible on only one side of the plant where it was stomped by a plank of wood. Many of those marks are creases where you can actually bend the stalk. Genuine crop circles don't look like this at all. First, the lay of the pattern will flow like water. There's a gentleness to it, an elegance. And many times the stalks are layered and even braided. In genuine crop circles, most plants aren't damaged. They'll continue to grow horizontally and then after a few days return to their vertical position. In this formation found in May 2005, the flowers weren't damaged at all. They were somehow laid down gently. A group of clumsy men with wooden boards couldn't do this. We know this because it was tried. A group of crop circle makers attempted to reproduce this formation. From the air, it looks pretty good. But on the ground, the man-made version is a mess. The plants are trashed. A formation in 2003 was especially puzzling. In parts of the design, the plants weren't completely flattened. They were bent a few inches from the top. It's been described as like the grooves of a record. How do you make this with planks and rope?
You don't.
You don't. Another sign of a genuine circle can be seen, especially in wheat. In late summer, when wheat turns gold, the kernels become heavy and bend over from the weight. They also become stiff and are impossible to straighten. But the wheat within a crop circle, The kernels have straightened out and can't be bent. So what would do this? Radiation. Wheat stalks are separated by structures called apical nodes. These are like the knuckles on your fingers. In the 1990s, biophysicist William Levengood started analyzing plants taken from crop circles. His team found the nodes in crop circle wheat were elongated, and in many cases they were ruptured.
Oh, a rupture on an elongated node? I think they make a cream for that.
This rupture is called an expulsion cavity. The only way this could be replicated is with bursts of microwave radiation. The way your microwave oven works is it heats up water, fats, and sugar in food. Microwave energy is heating up the water in the wheat stalk nodes. The water turns to steam and then they burst, just like popcorn. Now you can't fake this. It happens to the plant internally.
There's no way you could hoax that.
People who claim to have witnessed crop circles being made, and there's quite a few witnesses, report seeing a mist over the pattern immediately after it's formed. This mist is actually steam coming from the plants that were flash heated by microwave radiation. While experimenting with radiation, Levengood found crop circle seed had a huge increase in growth compared to non-crop circle seed. By exposing seeds to short, controlled bursts of radiation, they grow bigger and faster than seeds not exposed to radiation. Another experiment showed that wheat harvested from within a crop circle has a much higher amount of protein than wheat outside the circle. So there's evidence that whatever energy is used to create crop formations is leaving residual traces of this energy in the area. Some crop formations are covered in a dusting of microscopic spheres of magnetized iron, specifically meteorite iron. Researchers call this a magnetic glaze. These spheres are usually found around the perimeter of a formation, and they're distributed linearly, not randomly. Because the iron particles are magnetized perfect spheres, it means they were melted and formed within a highly energetic magnetic field. When people are inside crop formations, many are affected by electromagnetic radiation. Just look at this.
Ja, jeg har rød. Jeg får det motsatt, men du ser det sånn litt. Guri malla, du blir helt sånn. Og nå blir det borte. Nå blir det borte. Da blir det vanlig. Nå blir det vanlig.
Ja, visst.
As part of an experiment, a woman with an enlarged thyroid sat in a crop formation for 2.5 hours. While being monitored by a doctor, her thyroid shrunk by 40%. Often cameras, watches, and other electronic devices stop working inside a crop circle. In fact, pregnant women and people with pacemakers are discouraged from going near one. Now, to skeptics, all this talk about energy sounds woo-woo, but I just showed you the real effects on plants and people. Now, it's fair to say that the elongated nodes and growth rates of wheat could be a coincidence. It's also fair to say that the physical reactions experienced by people could be psychosomatic, all in their minds. But skeptics, how do you explain this? These are called ghost formations, or ghost circles. This is when the design of a crop formation is still visible after the field has been plowed. Sometimes a ghost formation remains through the following season. Sometimes it remains for 2 years before finally fading. But this doesn't happen with all crop formations. Nobody knows why, but it could have something to do with where the patterns are found. A study was done in the early 2000s of all the crop circles in southern England found that year. The study showed that 98% of all non-man-made formations were over chalk aquifers. And by the way, chalk aquifers can be used for generating electricity. Everything keeps pointing back to electromagnetism. If there's an epicenter for crop formations in southern England, it's Silbury Hill. It's an area of about 5 acres. Nobody agrees on what it was originally used for, but every year crop formations appear near it, sometimes right next to it. And by the way, the whole thing is one giant pile of chalk. Not far from Silbury Hill is Stonehenge. Crop circles appear there too. One of the most famous of these is called the Stonehenge Surprise. On Sunday, July 7th, 1996, this formation appeared mere feet from Stonehenge. It's been called one of the most complex and spectacular crop circle designs ever seen. The design is a Julius set, a type of fractal. Fractals are visual representations of mathematic formulas that repeat themselves at different scales. Zoom way in or way out, the pattern is the same. Look at how close Stonehenge is to the formation. Look at the visibility. Stonehenge has 24-hour security. The guards saw nothing unusual the night before. Crop formations also appear near Avebury, which is in the same area. The Avebury Henge is massive, twice the size of Stonehenge. Now, a ley line is believed to be an invisible path or energy line that connects sacred sites. Ley lines are thought to create a network of energy across the earth, influencing the flow of energy and aligning with cosmic forces. The area around Stonehenge is on one of those ley lines. If crop formations are an attempt at communication, they're clearly using mathematic concepts, and this would make sense. Math is a universal language. But what do the messages mean? What story do they tell? Are crop formations proof of space travel? Do they offer an explanation for space travel? Are crop formations a map? Are they blueprints for a machine? Well, the answer to all those questions is yes. Over the years, crop formations got more and more complex. What started out as simple circles became patterns like this. This is the famous Milk Hill Galaxy Spiral found in 2001. The spiral consists of 409 perfect circles, 1,000 feet across, spread over 700,000 square feet. And look at how clean the design is. That's not even flat ground. This formation is a hard one for skeptics to deal with. Remember, England is pretty far north. In the summer, the days are very, very long. The night the spiral was made, there was only about 4 hours of darkness. It would take a huge crew of people to lay down this pattern in 4 hours. And by the way, it was raining the night it appeared. You'd think the field would be full of muddy footprints by the army of hoaxers it would take to make this. But nope, the Milk Hill Spiral is pristine. Fractals are a common theme with crop formations. Geometric shapes and other expressions of mathematic functions are also quite common. Even complex math problems are expressed. Squaring the circle is a problem in geometry first proposed in Greek mathematics. Squaring the circle involves using a compass and a ruler to create a square and circle with the same area. Now, this has been proven impossible, since calculating the area of a circle requires using pi. And if you remember your math lessons, pi is an irrational number, meaning it can never be exact. So you can never get the area of a circle to equal the area of a square. But there are methods that allow you to get close. And these methods have been seen in crop formations for years. Crop formations often use other mathematic concepts, like the golden ratio and Fibonacci numbers. Here's a formation that, when it appeared, people found very confusing. Then a mathematician solved it. It's a representation of pi out to 10 decimal places. The lengths of the arcs represent each digit. There's even a decimal point and an indication that the number continues forever. But there are also designs that, at first glance, look like geometry, but not exactly right. That's when some researchers had the idea to stop looking and start listening. This particular circle resembles what's called a cymatic pattern. A cymatic pattern is a shape that forms when sound waves vibrate a material like water or sand. Ernst Chladni was a German physicist and musician who documented cymatic patterns. He proved that different sound frequencies create different patterns, and these patterns could be predicted and repeated. Could the builder of this crop circle be telling us that this sound frequency has special meaning? If it does, how do we apply it? Well, let's look for more clues. In 2011, this double spiral formation appeared on Windmill Hill, the location of another ancient site. The same day, another double spiral appeared near Stonehenge, just a few miles away. Dr. Jerry Croth thought these formations could represent neutron stars. And although it's very rare, sometimes neutron stars collide and form a magnetar. What makes magnetars unique is their incredibly strong magnetic fields, which are among the strongest known in the universe. These magnetic fields are thousands to billions of times stronger than those of neutron stars. A magnetar's gravity is so strong that it dramatically warps space-time around it. In theory, this warping of space-time could lead to an Einstein-Rosen bridge, better known as a wormhole. A wormhole, again in theory, can connect two very distant points in space, essentially creating a shortcut that allows you to travel to a location faster than light could get there in a straight line. Now, I'm aware this is a lot of in theory and possibly and maybe regarding these crop formations. After all, magnetars are so rare that in the entire galaxy, only 10 have ever been found. Well, 11. Because the following day, literally the day after these crop formations appeared, a new magnetar appeared. I don't mean it was always there and was just discovered. I mean it wasn't there yesterday and it's there today. Then in 2022, this crop formation appears. 2 sections of concentric rings connected by a line. It's been theorized that this represents a wormhole. It shows 2 points in space surrounded by warped space-time and then a portal between. The outer ring represents the bending of space-time. Now maybe this crop formation is just a design with no special meaning, but that would be rare. Almost all crop formations have a message or purpose. So let's assume, for fun, that all these messages are puzzle pieces, that when the pieces are fit together, they show proof of a wormhole and a map of how to get to it. But how? How do we do that? Well, that's the question that electrical engineer Nikola Romansky asked. Nikola saw this image of a crop circle that seemed to be meaningless. It didn't have a recognizable geometry. It wasn't symmetrical. But Nikola had an idea. He brought the shape into his 3D software and extruded it around the center axis, meaning he spun it around to make a shape. So Nikola found more crop formations and did the same thing. He rotated the designs around a central axis to create their shapes in 3D. And after a while, he had a collection of what appeared to be blueprints, instructions on how to create some kind of machine.
So what did he do?
Well, what do you think he did? He built it. Nikola Romansky reached out to filmmaker Charles Maxwell and asked for help. Maxwell was working on a documentary about crop circles. Nikola needed help and funding to build his machine. This machine, he thought, was a vehicle that ran on zero-point energy, could alter gravity, and reach light speed. How can you not build it? So they enlisted 3D designers and machinists. They hired electricians and fabricators. It took over 3 years and they finally had their prototype.
No!
It didn't work.
No.
Well, they got some plasma to ignite, but they ran out of money.
Oh.
The entire process is in the documentary, which I linked below. The truth is, whatever they were building probably wasn't going to work. But it's possible that Nikola was onto something. That the secret to zero-point energy, gravity, and space-time all comes down to one thing: spin. Whenever government whistleblowers describe reverse engineering UFOs, spin is always a core piece of the technology. According to Mark McCandlish, a former aerospace designer, UFO anti-gravity and propulsion are achieved by rotating liquid mercury. The infamous Nazi bell-shaped UFO Die Glocke was said to use similar technology. Bob Lazar talked about studying element 115 when he worked at Area 51. E-115 is said to power alien spacecraft. And when Lazar made those claims in the 1980s, there was no such element. But in 2003, E-115 was discovered. A whistleblower came forward just a few weeks ago. He claims to have been a military contractor working on reverse engineering UFOs. He said their engines use counter-rotating cylinders with element 115 as the power source. Russian physicist Nikolai Kozyrev believed the twisting and spinning of space-time called torsion was the secret to unlocking gravity and unlocking everything. In 2019, an engineer working for the US Navy filed a patent for a plasma compression fusion device. This is a machine that can generate a tremendous amount of power, like terawatts of power in a small package. The device is about the size of a car, but can put out as much energy as a nuclear power plant. If it's real, the energy is clean and unlimited. His invention is based on spin. The scientist is Salvatore Pais, and he currently works for the US Space Force. He's filed quite a few interesting patents on behalf of the United States government. Propulsion engines, room temperature superconductors, inertial mass reduction devices, and high-frequency gravitational wave generators. This may sound like science fiction, but the US military is taking these patents very seriously. Every single one of them is based on spin. Now, I don't know if it's irony or poetic justice, but it could turn out that nature's most mysterious secrets like gravity won't be discovered in a lab. It's possible that unlocking the secrets of nature might be done in a field of wheat. Crop circles are a controversial subject. The history of the crop circle community, if that's what you want to call it, is filled with intrigue, lies, and double crosses. Today, if you bring up crop circles in any mainstream venue, you'll get eye rolls and laughter. But that wasn't always the case. At one time, crop formations were taken seriously by the media, the government, and the general population. A new type of science emerged called cerealogy, named for Ceres, the goddess of agriculture and grain crops. Journals were created. Articles about crop formations were mainstream. Nick Pope spent over 20 years investigating UFOs for the British Ministry of Defense. He said the Army started investigating crop circles in 1985. Then glyphs started to appear in southern England in 1989, and crop formations were becoming complex. There seemed to be an intelligence at work. Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher asked her cabinet to find out what the hell was going on. The following summer, Operation Blackbird was launched. Blackbird was a 3-week surveillance operation with the goal of filming a crop circle forming in real time. The project was planned by prominent crop circle researchers Colin Andrews and Pat Delgado. It was sponsored by the BBC and Japanese national television. Not only did the project have the blessing of the British government, but the crops to be filmed were on land owned by the Ministry of Defense. By working with the MOD, acres of farmland could be cordoned off to keep out hoaxers and prevent any genuine crop circles from being trampled by a curious and excited public. The military had every inch of the field covered with cameras. They had night vision and even infrared cameras to detect body heat. If a circle was going to form, it would definitely be seen. This was a huge event. Millions of people around the world watched, and every day Colin Andrews would appear on TV and describe the day's events. On day 2, a crop circle appeared, and Colin Andrews went on television and spoke very enthusiastically about the discovery. And then everything came crashing down. The formation was a hoax. Not just a hoax, but an embarrassing one. The design was crude, and placed in the center of the circle was an astrology board game. Colin Andrews, a serious investigator and the face of the crop circle phenomenon, was humiliated.
Somebody's had a laugh, they've had a joke, they've actually done none of us any good. That sets these sort of things, only set the research back.
In the span of an afternoon, the field of crop circle research went from mainstream science to fringe theory, and it's been there ever since.
Hang on.
What?
If the Army had the whole thing blocked off and covered with cameras, how come they didn't see nothing? It was a setup.
It was a setup. Well, allegedly.
Totally a setup.
Colin Andrews believes, and I think there's plenty of evidence to support his theory, that the Army intentionally wanted to discredit him and the entire crop circle phenomenon. That doesn't mean the military didn't believe in crop formations. Quite the opposite. At the same exact time the highly public Operation Blackbird was going on, the Army was running a secret surveillance operation a few miles away on Silbury Hill. In fact, they allegedly had film of bright orbs flying over the fields just to the south of the hill. But this operation only became known later. It appears that Blackbird was sleight of hand. Get the public focused on Blackbird, while the real operation took place a few miles away. Even now, when crop circles or glowing orbs appear, it's not uncommon for military helicopters to show up. Not only do the helicopters patrol the area, but they'll also chase the orbs around the countryside. Clearly, the military believes that crop formations are something more than simple hoaxes. But after the Blackbird fiasco, none of this mattered. Crop circles were debunked, and Colin Andrews became a fringe character. Colin's partner, Pat Delgado, was so disheartened by the Blackbird hoax that he retired and gave up his research.
Sounds like Deep State wins again, eh?
But that's not the end of the story.
Go on.
Colin Andrews may have become fringe in the public's eye, but he was a serious investigator, and crop circles were a real phenomenon. Even without mainstream support, he continued his work, and plenty of people supported him. Believers in crop circles were now fringe believers, but they still believed. This could be a problem for the government. They couldn't allow crop circles back into the mainstream, so British intelligence began a disinformation campaign. And to help them spread disinformation, they brought in the best.
CIA.
In his 1999 book, Cosmic Top Secret, The Unseen Agenda, author John King got Colin Andrews to sit for an interview. Colin knew that the only way hoaxers could get onto that field during Blackbird was if it was an inside job. When Colin made the announcement that a crop circle appeared, he hadn't even seen it yet. It was pitch black. He was pressured to make the announcement, so he did. He didn't report what he had seen with his own eyes. He reported what was described to him by the Army. As soon as the sun came up, he knew it was a hoax, but there was nothing he could do. He had a deal with the military that they would provide people, equipment, and land, but he had to cooperate with them.
Big mistake. You shake hands with the military-industrial complex, you're making a deal with the devil.
Yep. According to Colin, phase 1 of the disinformation campaign was to debunk crop circles with Operation Blackbird. Phase 2 was Doug and Dave, who showed up a year later. Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley admitted to being the makers of crop circles, and to this day, that's the official explanation. Colin doesn't think they're part of the intelligence community, but he believes they were used by and compensated by people in the IC.
They were paid?
Oh yeah, they were paid thousands of dollars for their story. We know this for a fact because they were only paid half up front. They had to sue for the other half.
Deal with the devil.
Next came phase 3. A freelance journalist named Jim Schnabel arrived on the scene. According to Colin Andrews, Schnabel was CIA. Now, James Schnabel was not an official CIA officer, but he certainly could have been an agent. If you search his name in the CIA database, you'll get plenty of hits. And Schnabel's name is always connected to paranormal cases like crop circles and remote viewing. Anyway, Schnabel was conducting private interviews with everyone involved with Blackbird and with other crop circle researchers. He was driving wedges between people, misquoting them, and pushing the narrative that crop circles were debunked. Colin Andrews became convinced of Schnabel's CIA involvement during a spooky conversation. Schnabel had recorded and read to Colin the details of private conversations Colin had one evening while sitting in his car alone. And Colin Andrews has other evidence that he was being bugged and surveilled. It has to do a lot with invoices and stuff, and I'll link below if you want the specifics.
He literally has the receipts.
He has the receipts. And look, it's very, very common for the CIA to use journalists as assets. More common than people think. People talk to journalists, so they're useful at collecting intel. And people listen to journalists, so they're great at spreading disinformation. You may have heard about Operation Mockingbird. This was a project where over 400 American journalists were working as direct assets for the CIA. Carl Bernstein exposed how at least 10 journalists and editors at the New York Times were CIA operatives for years. And this is still happening right now, and I can prove it. But covering that and Operation Mockingbird is a full episode. And if you'd like to hear the whole story, let me know in the comments. Now, whatever your favorite newspaper is or your favorite news channel is, assume 10% of editors, reporters, and media personalities are working for the CIA or FBI in some capacity. Yes, it's that many.
JFK warned us this would happen.
He certainly did. Colin Andrews remembers a direct approach from a CIA operative. He met a man who claimed to have seen a crop circle being formed while he was out one night studying foxes.
Oh, sexy broads.
No, actual foxes.
Ah.
The man used this story as a way of being accepted in the crop circle scene. People got used to seeing him around. Well, a few weeks later, this man knocks on Colin's door. They go for a walk, and the man asks Colin tons of questions about crop circles, their locations, what he thinks they are, and on and on. But Colin started to get annoyed when the man was asking if he knew if the Russians were involved. At the end of their talk, the man tells Colin, "You're one of us now."
I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, and this sounds even funny coming out of my mouth, but he said, "CIA."
The man told Colin that there was a large amount of money waiting for him in a Swiss bank account. All he had to do was state publicly that crop circles were a hoax. Colin could go on researching circles all he wanted. The CIA would help him become the #1 crop circle expert in the world. They would give him special equipment. They would give him a staff. They would give him a budget. But when he came across a real crop formation, he was to call this man and nobody else. Colin Andrews passed on this offer, but the man harassed him with phone calls for a while after that. Soon the calls became so threatening that Colin contacted the British Ministry of Defense, but they said there was nothing they could do.
What?
Well, they said it was out of their jurisdiction.
Oh, was he in England?
Yep.
That is a bunch of bull.
Yeah, Colin was annoyed, but after a short time, the call stopped. Eventually, Colin Andrews moved to the US, and here he was approached by a Pentagon analyst who introduced him to a writer named Rosemary Ellen Guiley. You might know her name from her many appearances on the Coast to Coast radio show. She wrote 49 books and even hosted her own radio show all about the paranormal. Colin said Rosemary went to, in his words, every extreme to try and convince him to co-author a book with her. And she wanted to work on the book in his office, which would give her access to Colin Andrews' entire database on crop circles going back 30 years. She was persistent, but he turned her down. Colin is convinced, without a doubt, that Rosemary Guiley was a CIA asset. Again, Rosemary Guiley was the perfect candidate for an intelligence asset, especially since she was a regular guest on Coast to Coast, where she would be heard by millions of people. She would be allowed to continue her work in any way she wanted, but from time to time, she would be instructed to disseminate information provided by the intelligence community. It's more common than you think. So yeah, Rosemary Guiley was the perfect asset.
I can't help but notice you're speaking about her in the past tense.
Yeah, she died in 2019 at the age of 69.
Yeah, that's kind of young to die, isn't it?
Isn't it? There's another Crop Circles character with an interesting story. John Lundberg is an English artist and documentary filmmaker who founded the website circlemakers.org in the early 90s. He's responsible, or claims to be responsible, for some of the more elaborate crop formations that have been found over the years. On the Circle Makers website, which is still around, there are links to the many crop formations that the group takes credit for. There's no doubt that the Circle Makers created complicated and often very beautiful crop formations. But Crop Circle researchers Robert Hulse and David A. Caton think there's more to John than meets the eye.
But in our opinion, the whole Circle Makers website and Lundberg and co. are all part of a disinformation campaign, possibly funded by government.
Robert Hulse said at one time, the Circle Makers website had a recruiting link that took you directly to the recruitment page for MI5, British military intelligence. Hulse believes that the Circle Makers group is funded by British intelligence and was specifically created to spread disinformation. Hulse believes the Circle Makers' goal is to muddy the waters and confuse serious crop circle researchers, to make it as difficult as possible to determine what was and wasn't a genuine crop formation. Now, there's no hard evidence that the Circle Makers or its founder are connected to military intelligence. But in 2009, researcher Richard D. Hall dug into Lundberg's background and found a lot of interesting information. Lundberg got his master's from the Slade School of Fine Art in London in 1992. At this time, Slade was next door to the then secret headquarters of MI5 at 140 Gower Street. It was literally next door. The two buildings shared a courtyard. Hall makes the point that intelligence agencies often recruit final year college students. That's always been true and is still true today. Lundberg started making crop circles immediately after graduating. Hall notes that if you view the HTML source of circlemakers.org, the second keyword is MI5. Now that was in 2009, but even today, the site's keywords contain entries like MI5 and CIA. And something I just noticed while researching this episode, why is alleged CIA asset Jim Schnabel a keyword on this site? In 2004, the Circle Makers website teased Colin Andrews, who at the time was raising money for his research. Circle Makers said that if the fundraising fails, Colin could just join MI5 PSYOPs and retrain to be a crop circles maker. Now, PSYOPs is short for psychological operations, which is the use of psychological techniques and tactics to influence the perceptions, attitudes, and behaviors of a group of people. And this is a type of strategic communication used by military intelligence and government organizations all the time.
It sure is. Just turn on the news.
Well, that's true. If you spent an hour reading the news today, you consumed government intel. Believe me. Now, Hall acknowledges that these references to MI5 seem just too blatant, but he believes they're a double bluff. Meaning, if we sarcastically connect ourselves to the intelligence community, people will think we're joking. Nobody would be so obvious. But this is absolutely a real and effective PSYOPs technique. Hall found that the website was hosted in Pittsburgh. Now, at the time, and even today, to some degree, it's uncommon for British organizations to host their sites in the US. And Hall found that the administrative contact for the domain belongs to a colonel in the US Air Force. Now, it could be a coincidence, but the man has an unusual name. Now, I'm not going to name him here, but I'll link to Hall's research down below. Richard Hall looked into Circle Makers' finances, trying to figure out how they pay their bills. Lundberg had registered a couple of companies, but they were inactive. But there was an interesting quote on the Circle Makers website.
You'd be surprised how expensive running a successful website can be. Don't panic. We're not going to ask you for money. Our retainer, from sources we'd rather not disclose, has kept our virtual head above water.
What does that mean? A retainer? From who? Who's financing them? Making crop formations is technically a crime. It's trespassing, vandalism, destruction of private property. What investor would fund that and become complicit in those crimes? Plus, there could be civil liability. If you create a crop circle and a bunch of strangers show up and tear up my field, I could sue you for that. Even if they're minor crimes and rarely prosecuted, it doesn't sound like a good investment. Hall did a land registry check on the apartment where Lundberg was living at the time. He found that technically there are no apartments listed on the deed. Hall dug further and found that there are 4 apartments, including Lundberg's, that have their rents paid by the local government. So, did Richard Hall reveal that John Lundberg is, in fact, an asset working in media whose job is to spread disinformation about crop circles? Well, the evidence Hall provides is purely circumstantial and coincidental, so there's no way to know for sure. In fact, some of Hall's evidence is so far-fetched, I left it out of this episode. But a few years after Richard Hall conducted his research, Lundberg directed a documentary that I've referred to multiple times on this channel. It's called Mirage Men. Mirage Men covers Richard Doty, a retired special agent who worked for OSI, the United States Air Force Office of Special Investigation, Air Force Intelligence. Richard Doty is, according to Mirage Men, one of the chief architects of the military's campaign to disseminate lies to the UFO community. In other words, to spread disinformation. Doty's job was to muddy the waters, so UFO researchers wouldn't know what sightings were real and what were hoaxes. Now this is, according to Hall, Hulse, Caton, and many others, exactly what the circle makers have done and have been doing to the crop circles community for years. There's a reason why John Lundberg would make a great intelligence asset, and Rosemary Guiley, and James Schnabel, and countless other writers, journalists, and media figures. They already work in the paranormal community. They're trusted by that community. They continue to do their work, but every so often they spread a little bit of disinformation to that community, a little nugget to steer people away from the truth. This is why you shouldn't trust anyone in the media. Whether it's your favorite news anchor, TV show host, podcaster, blogger, or writer, be wary of anyone with influence. These media personalities may seem trustworthy. They may seem like they have your best interests in mind, but some of that is just a performance. Not all of it, but some of it is a performance designed to sway your opinion or even alter your entire belief system. The intelligence community does not want you to know the truth about crop circles, UFOs, secret space programs, or alien technology. That's a fact. Millions, perhaps billions of dollars are put into black budget programs designed to distract and confuse you from the truth. When CIA needs to spread disinformation, they look for trustworthy people with large audiences to deliver their message. So keep your eye out for clues. An intelligence operative, an agent, an asset could be anyone.